He was the clearest-minded observer of the medieval age, wandering repeatedly between official service and quiet retreat amid the turbulent chaos of the 14th century. Ibn Khaldun witnessed the collapse of worldly prosperity and tasted the bitter disillusionment hidden behind imperial power. Tonight let us walk into the inner world of this great wise soul beneath the soft gentle glow of quiet lamplight. Listen to how he reflected on the rise and fall of civilizations amid broken ruins and calm the restless unease hidden deep within your heart. True profound wisdom can only be forged within the crucible of extreme disaster and hardship, and such is the timeless wisdom contained in Ibn Khaldun's monumental work the Muqaddimah. The Black Death swept across the world, claiming the lives of his family, teachers and closest mentors, while the vast armies of Timur laid siege to city gates, pushing human civilization to the brink of despair. It was within these desperate dark hours that he perceived the hidden cyclic laws governing the rise and fall of history. This tale is far more than a recollection of the distant past, it is also a journey of deep spiritual healing. Close your eyes, follow the low soothing tone of the narration, and touch the calm detached clarity that has endured across 600 years of time. When lofty ambition fades into empty illusion and the whole world trembles beneath the roar of war and fire, Ibn Khaldun chose to reconcile himself with the grand flow of history. His whole life unfolded as an endless cycle of departure and return, a lifelong journey searching for inner balance and spiritual anchorage amid the swirling vortex of political power. Tonight there is no noisy clamor, only the peaceful quiet monologue of an elderly scholar sitting alone in his late-night study, accompanying you across the medieval desert plains and magnificent royal palaces to drift gently into peaceful slumber wrapped in the lingering warmth of a bygone era. Imagine an elderly man well past 70 years of age sitting alone beneath the city walls, encircled by a mighty invading army. Outside the gates stood the ruthless conqueror Timur, known to history as Timur the Lame, whose iron cavalry had crushed the brilliant civilizations of most of Central and West Asia. Inside the city the once glorious royal dynasty trembled in fear and uncertainty, yet this elderly scholar knelt not to beg for mercy or favor, but sat face to face with the great conqueror, exchanging profound thoughts on history, society and the fate of nations. This wise solitary thinker was Ibn Khaldun. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he once served as the most trusted chief advisor to countless royal courts across North Africa, yet was repeatedly thrown into dark prison cells and even exiled to wander alone in desolate wilderness. He watched helplessly as the Black Death ravaged continents, sweeping away his parents, mentors and beloved friends, as if fate sought to empty his entire world, forcing him to gaze directly into the hollow meaninglessness of mortal existence. Amid the crumbling twilight of the old world, every word he wrote strove to answer an eternal philosophical question: why do great civilizations rise strong from barren wilderness, while glorious prosperous empires inevitably wither and decay, consumed by internal strife and moral decline? In the year 1348, dark ominous clouds blotted out the blazing sun over Tunis, forever altering the inner character of the young Ibn Khaldun. The Black Death reaped human lives without distinction, sweeping through crowded streets once filled with scholarly debate and lively conversation, leaving only the heavy rumble of wooden funeral carts rolling slowly past empty alleys. Overnight he lost nearly all his family, relatives, respected teachers and loyal friends. The raw reality of standing at the very end of an age cut deep into his soul and left an indelible mark upon his spirit. In his private journal he wrote that this was not merely the end of an era, it felt as though the very foundation of human civilization was rotting away into nothingness. Faced with such overwhelming emptiness and loss, the young Ibn Khaldun was consumed by an almost obsessive longing to understand the true nature of political power. He began traveling frequently between the royal courts of North Africa, journeying from Tunis to Morocco, rising steadily from humble court scribe to powerful chief minister. Dressed in luxurious flowing silk robes, he moved cautiously amid treacherous political intrigue, lavish royal banquets and hidden noble rivalries. Yet he soon came to realize that those self-proclaimed rightful rulers were nothing more than desperate gamblers scrambling greedily for golden cups aboard a ship already doomed to sink. With every step he climbed toward the peak of political influence, he faced bitter jealousy from ambitious peers and endless suspicion from wary monarchs. This repeated cycle of hope, involvement, disillusionment and withdrawal carved the first crack of profound wisdom into his thoughtful mind. During one period of forced exile brought on by ruthless court intrigue, Ibn Khaldun was compelled to take refuge within a remote isolated fortress hidden deep in the mountains of Algeria. Secluded in the lonely stronghold of Ibn Salama, he cut off all political contact with the outside world for 4 long years. This quiet retreat was not a voluntary choice of elegant detachment, but a desperate retreat into solitude amid the bitter cold winter of political ruin. Yet it was these 4 years of silent seclusion that allowed him to lift his gaze away from trivial bureaucratic documents, corrupt political accounts and endless court trivialities. No longer merely a loyal tool serving the whims of a single king, he transformed into a detached observer overlooking the entire course of human civilization. He paced slowly beside the rough earthen walls of the fortress, pondering deeply over the nomadic tribal societies of the Arabian desert. He came to understand that the strong social cohesion, forged through hardship, kinship, shared faith and collective survival amid harsh natural conditions, was the true driving force behind the birth and rise of every great civilization. Once this powerful bond entered the comfortable indulgence of bustling cities corrupted by luxury, ease, vanity and moral decay, the slow inevitable collapse of dynasties and empires was set into irreversible motion. He named this innate collective social bond Asabiya, the unifying spirit of group solidarity. In that moment he saw through the empty illusion of mortal power, understanding clearly that every seemingly invincible empire already carried the hidden seeds of its own destruction buried deep within its peak of prosperity. After leaving the remote fortress, Ibn Khaldun found no immediate peace. Instead, fate carried him toward an even grander historical stage, the ancient city of Cairo. The Mamluk Sultanate seemed outwardly powerful and stable, yet hidden under its surface lay endless undercurrents of political conflict, corruption and unrest. He was appointed Grand Qadi, Chief Justice of Cairo, striving to mend the chaos and injustice of a turbulent era through the impartial rule of law, strict, upright and unyielding in his judgments. He stood sharply out of place within a bureaucratic system long accustomed to bribery, favoritism and compromised morality. He was dismissed from office time and again, only to be recalled once more thanks to his irreplaceable administrative wisdom and profound scholarly insight. This endless cycle of appointment, dismissal and reinstatement filled him with growing weariness and disillusionment. The heaviest blow of his life arrived in 1384 when he finally received permission to reunite with his long-separated family, only to learn that the ship carrying his wife and children had sunk in a violent storm off the coast of Alexandria. The merciless waves swallowed the last remaining warmth and affection left in his heart. He sat motionless alone in his Cairo residence until the break of dawn, watching the quiet, endless flow of the Nile gliding silently past his window. He realized fate had never shown him the slightest mercy, stripping away every person and every treasure he cherished one by one, as if forcing him to let go completely of all worldly attachment and mortal longing. He began revising and refining his monumental work, the Muqaddimah, with relentless devotion, pouring all his sorrow, insight, philosophy and life experience into every page. The written word was no longer merely a record of historical events, it became his spiritual fortress, built in despair, his only way to struggle against the cruelty of fate and finally achieve peaceful reconciliation with the harsh realities of the world. In 1401 the air over Damascus hung heavy with the sharp scent of leather, armor, iron weaponry and fresh blood, as Timur's vast Mongol army camped just outside the city gates. Ibn Khaldun, sent as an official envoy from Cairo, was lowered silently down the Damascus city walls by rope under the cover of night to meet the fearsome conqueror. Inside the vast royal tent, two elderly men faced each other in quiet solemnity, one a warrior who conquered nations through brute military might, the other a philosopher who understood the hidden laws of history through profound thought and observation. Timur questioned him closely about the geography, politics and tribal customs of the Maghreb region, yet Ibn Khaldun responded by explaining the unchanging iron laws governing the rise, peak, decline and fall of all human civilizations. Within the fierce, piercing gaze of the conqueror he glimpsed a raw, primal, violent beauty, the ultimate embodiment of the Asabiya group solidarity he had spent decades studying and defining. Through profound wisdom, calm reasoning and careful diplomacy, he preserved his own safety and won a brief reprieve for the people of Damascus. Yet deep within his soul he was filled with quiet sorrow. He knew full well that even this mighty, invincible hero standing before him could never escape the inevitable cycle of decline and decay written into the very fabric of human history. Upon returning to Cairo he declined nearly all social engagements and official duties, spending his remaining years quietly organizing the accumulated wisdom, reflections and life lessons of a lifetime. He no longer worried anxiously over the fate of any single dynasty or ruler, for in his transcendent eyes all the rise and fall of kingdoms were merely fleeting ripples upon the surface of the boundless sea of time. Only the deep undercurrent of historical law flowed eternal and unchanging. In 1406 Ibn Khaldun passed away peacefully in Cairo, departing this world with no large retinue of followers and no grand elaborate state funeral. He was laid to rest within a simple Sufi cemetery on the outskirts of the city, his grave plain, unmarked and almost indistinguishable among the surrounding tombs. The profound eternal question he left behind: how can humanity find order, stability and inner peace within an ever-changing, unpredictable world, still echoes powerfully across centuries. To the present day he bequeathed to the world no material wealth or political legacy, only a sharp detached way of observation to perceive the hidden cycles of existence, understand the natural order of rise and fall, and peacefully accept the inevitable flow of fate. Our quiet tale for the night draws to a close. This great medieval wise man teaches us that when the outside world is filled with noise, chaos and turmoil, inner peace can only come from true understanding of the essence of life, history, and human nature. There is no need to feel anxious over temporary gain or loss, for all things follow their own natural cycles, just as your breath rises and falls in steady rhythmic motion. Now let this timeless wisdom born from the medieval desert drift toward you like a soft evening breeze brushing gently across your brow. Rest easy and drift away into the quiet spiritual wilderness, free from chaos, conflict and unrest. Beneath the endless shine of countless stars, may your dreams be as vast, serene, and boundless as the endless sand sea of the desert. Good night. Beneath the deepest haunting moonlight of the 14th century, a lone man led a camel across the fading borders of vanishing ancient kingdoms. He was Ibn Battuta, the solitary wanderer who measured the breadth of the entire world with nothing but his own 2 feet. Tonight let us follow in his distant footsteps and drift into that timeless era of endless movement and serene quiet. If traveling is an incurable longing that settles deep within the soul, then Ibn Battuta was perhaps the one afflicted most deeply by this wandering fever. From the golden cities of Mali hidden deep within the African wilderness to the eastern shores of China, in the final years of the Yuan dynasty he beheld all the grand splendor and lonely desolation of human civilizations. Yet in the endless journey he somehow forgot the way back to his own homeland. As the map of the old world shifted silently amid brutal warfare and the creeping shadow of the Black Death, Ibn Battuta walked a road so long its end could never be seen. His journey was far more than merely crossing physical distances. It was a quiet exile of the soul. Close your eyes, sink into the slow, soothing flow of this narration, and accompany this timeless traveler as he walks the final stretch of his extraordinary life journey. Picture the quiet morning breeze sweeping over the coastal city of Tangier in the year 1325, the wind tangling gently in the robes of a young man barely 21 years old. He stood alone outside the ancient city gate, mounted upon a thin, weary donkey, with no servants at his side, no vast fortune stored away, not even a clear thought of whether he would ever return to his birthplace. This young wanderer was Ibn Battuta tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire. We walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection. Once he stepped beyond that city gate, his journey stretched on for 29 full years, covering more than 120,000 kilometers, a distance great enough to circle the earth 3 times over. He crossed the scorching rolling heat of the Sahara Desert, witnessed the bustling glowing lights of Quanzhou harbor in the declining years of the Yuan dynasty, and narrowly escaped the cold grasp of death amid the spreading horror of the Black Death. People remember him as the greatest traveler of the medieval age, yet through all those lonely endless days and nights the thing he faced most often was only the quiet sound of his own steady breathing in the still dark hours. This was never merely a magnificent voyage of geographical discovery, it was the quiet journey of a man fleeing the ordinary world, searching for an unshakable anchor to give meaning to his existence. On this peaceful quiet night let us walk with his slow heavy footsteps and feel the calm flowing rhythm belonging to the 14th century. Ibn Battuta's journey began with the simple devout duty of every faithful Muslim to make the sacred pilgrimage to Mecca. In those early days he still carried the pure innocence of youth and the reserved dignity born from growing up in a family of legal scholars. Yet travel holds a subtle magical power. It gradually strips away all worldly labels and social identities, leaving only one simple unchanging title: a passing traveler. On his long road toward Egypt he fell gravely ill, overcome by a raging fever that nearly cast him down from the back of his donkey. Determined not to fall behind his traveling caravan, he bound himself firmly to the saddle, drifting half-conscious through the sun-scorched desolate wilderness. That stillness, hovering close to death, made him realize for the first time how tiny, fragile and insignificant human life appeared beside the boundless vastness of nature, no larger than a single grain of sand upon the endless dunes. When he finally stood beneath the towering pyramids, watching their massive stone structures cast long solemn shadows across the sunset, something deep within him was forever changed. He could no longer content himself with merely reaching a single fixed destination. Instead he grew captivated by the uncertain wandering magic of living always upon the road. He came to understand that stepping into a new city felt like wandering into a fragile dream destined to fade away with time. Amid the crowded lively streets of Cairo and the slow gentle flow of the Nile River, Ibn Battuta made a quiet life-altering choice. He resolved never to take the shortest easiest path, but to walk the farthest winding roads, to witness the hidden wonders of the world never written within the pages of books. The true enchantment of travel often lies in leading wanderers into the hidden gaps where royal power and human fate intertwine. Ibn Battuta was far more than a mere observer passing through foreign lands. Endowed with profound knowledge of Islamic law and religious doctrine, he became an honored guest welcomed by sultans and kings across many realms. He once served as a high judge within the royal court of the Sultan of Delhi, indulging in unimaginable luxury and splendor while also witnessing the cold cruelty and dark violence hidden behind royal grandeur. The Sultan was a man consumed by endless suspicion and violent temper. Each morning Ibn Battuta would wake with quiet unease, silently grateful that his head still remained safely upon his shoulders. Inside that gilded luxurious palace he felt trapped within a splendid cage. Growing weary of the hollow cold falseness of worldly power, he began to long for the simple quiet nights spent sleeping beneath the open wilderness sky, craving the free untainted air far away from court intrigue. To escape the suffocating tension of Delhi's royal circle, he volunteered to lead a diplomatic mission traveling eastward toward the legendary empire of silk and ancient civilization, the Yuan dynasty of China. He lingered for a long while among the scattered peaceful islands of the Maldives, one of the rare soft gentle interludes amid his lifelong wandering there. He married, raised children, settled simple legal disputes beneath the shade of coconut groves, and listened to the endless rhythm of ocean waves rolling against the sandy shore. Yet his soul could never remain rooted in one place. An innate restlessness flowed forever within him like an unquenchable homesickness, though his true homeland always lay further along the road ahead. Once again he boarded a great sailing ship drifting toward the rising sun, journeying deeper into the far eastern lands, caught in the quiet turmoil of great historical change. When Ibn Battuta finally arrived at the thriving port of Quanzhou, known in his time as Zaytun, the reign of the Yuan dynasty was already slipping toward its final decline. It was a dazzling, bustling metropolis beyond all imagination. Countless massive trading ships lined the river, their dense sails blocking out the bright sunlight above. In his travel journals he wrote with awe that silk here was as cheap as ordinary cotton fabric, and porcelain craftsmanship reached the delicate perfection of fine works of art. Yet beneath overwhelming prosperity he sensed subtle undercurrents of unrest and quiet unease stirring beneath the surface. As a devout Muslim traveling within a vast empire of mixed faiths and unfamiliar customs, he experienced a profound loneliness unlike any he had known before. Though local Muslim merchants received him with warm hospitality, he still felt alienated by unfamiliar languages, strange daily habits and ways of thinking that separated him from this distant Eastern world. He listened to the soft music of court musicians upon boats drifting across West Lake and watched the quiet sunset sink beyond the city walls of Kanbalak. He admired the orderly, well-structured governance of the great empire, yet felt confused by the immense cultural divide separating East and West. This quiet confusion made him understand clearly that no matter how far he traveled, he would always remain a stranger from Tangier, standing apart from every foreign land he visited, standing upon the busy harbor watching chests of goods loaded steadily onto waiting ships. His heart stirred not with the excitement of new discovery but with a deep growing weariness. His experiences across the Far East unfolded like a magnificent colorful scroll already beginning to fade, carrying the haunting tragic grandeur of an era drawing to its close. The journey home always demands far greater courage than the journey outward, especially when a wanderer returns to find the world completely changed from the one he left behind in 1348. As Ibn Battuta began his long westward journey, the Black Death swept relentlessly across the entire Mediterranean world. Cities he once passed through now lay littered with lifeless bodies, once bustling marketplaces fallen into deathly silence. In Damascus he watched vast crowds gather for grand public prayers, begging divine mercy to halt the unstoppable spread of the plague. Yet in the face of absolute overwhelming death, all human reason, logic and prayer seemed powerless and frail. Against all odds he survived the devastating pandemic, carrying the dazed disbelief of one spared from catastrophe, and finally stepped back into his hometown of Tangier. His parents had long since passed away and most old familiar friends had vanished into the shadow of time and disease. He sat alone upon the ancient stone steps of his hometown for a long quiet while realizing he could no longer adapt to the still quiet stationary life of ordinary people. Within only a few years he set off once more, this time journeying southward, crossing the vast endless sands of the Sahara Desert toward the powerful Mali Empire. Upon the banks of the Niger River he beheld royal thrones adorned with gleaming gold and barefoot messengers traveling across the realm. The legendary golden city of Timbuktu shimmered with hazy dreamlike light amid the swirling desert winds. This final leg of his lifelong journey felt like a quiet reconciliation with his own wandering soul. Beneath the countless twinkling stars of the Sahara he finally found the eternal inner peace he had spent decades searching for. In 1354 the aging traveler finally laid down his walking staff at the request of the Sultan of Morocco. With the help of the royal scribe Ibn Juzay he began to dictate his famous travel memoir known simply as the Rila. Vanished kingdoms, cruel royal sultans, peaceful island life and the bustling twilight glory of Yuan dynasty ports all came alive once more through the calm gentle flow of his narration. His tone remained steady and detached as if recounting distant dreams that belonged to another man entirely. People often asked him what wisdom and gain he had carried away from 29 years of endless wandering. He would offer only a soft quiet smile and gesture toward the unchanging quiet night stretching beyond the window. What he had gained was the profound understanding of the world's true nature. All things in life are forever flowing, shifting and transient, and only the act of walking, wandering, seeking remains eternally real. In his later years he lived a quiet, humble life, serving as a local judge in Morocco. Passing away peacefully around the year 1369, he left behind no vast wealth or grand estate, only a timeless volume filled with tales of distant exotic lands shining brightly amid the dust of centuries. Tonight as we close our eyes we may follow the spirit of Ibn Battuta setting out upon an endless journey within our own dreams. Amid the flowing shifting light and shadow we come to realize every final destination is merely the beginning of another quiet journey. Let your breath grow slow, light and steady, allowing your consciousness to sink deep into tranquil stillness. May you find your own inner peace along the quiet road of endless wandering. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the calm freedom of the open road. He owned no house, no bank savings, not even a fixed bed to call his own. Paul Erdos, one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century, spent his entire life traveling the globe with only an old suitcase, wandering from lecture halls to study desks across every corner of the world. Tonight, accompanied by the faint soft glow of flickering hearth flames, we walk into the supremely pure unworldly life of this wandering scholarly hermit. Have you ever known a genius who traveled the entire world carrying nothing more than a single worn suitcase? Paul Erdos freed himself entirely from material attachments, devoting his whole existence to searching for the perfect mathematical proofs hidden within God's secret book. His life story flows like a soft wandering ballad, calming all the restlessness and impetuosity of your busy day. Close your eyes, sink into the profound stillness of numbers and the vast universe, and listen quietly to the life tale of this extraordinary soul. His life had no final destination, only endless encounters with fellow mathematicians and countless unsolved conjectures waiting to be unraveled. Known as the purest soul of his time, Paul Erdos built a utopia filled with kindness, affection and profound wisdom within the cold, rigid world of logical reasoning. Through his unique gentle temperament and unyielding perseverance, tonight nestled within this soft, unhurried tale meant only for quiet remembrance, may you drift peacefully into slumber amid the warm, soothing flow of gentle narration. Imagine an early morning in the 20th century, an elderly scholar appearing at your doorstep holding a worn, weathered suitcase in his hand. He carried no form of identification beyond his passport, no extra clothing stored away, not even any certainty of where his next meal would come from. The first words he spoke were not ordinary greetings, but a soft, gentle smile asking whether your mind was open to new thoughts and ideas. This peculiar wandering guest was none other than Paul Erdos. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was the greatest lifelong wanderer the world of academia had ever known, and an unwavering seeker chasing the pure essence of universal truth. He never possessed a permanent home or fixed residence, or rather any place furnished with merely paper and ink instantly became his shelter and sanctuary. He firmly believed a secret timeless book existed, kept by the divine, holding every flawless, elegant mathematical proof ever conceived. Within the limited span of his mortal life he chose to live as a humble hermit, striving to catch fleeting glimpses of those ultimate cosmic mysteries and share them with all of humanity. Now let your breath sink slowly into calm stillness, follow his lean, slender figure and embark upon that long, quiet journey dedicated solely to the pursuit of truth and heartfelt kindness. The life of Paul Erdos began with a complete abandonment of worldly possessions, marking the most distinctive defining divide between himself and ordinary people. While most individuals spent their lives consumed by anxiety over buying property, accumulating savings and securing social status, he realized early on that material attachments only imprisoned the freedom of thought and intellectual creativity. From that moment forward he embarked upon a lifelong wandering journey that lasted more than half a century. His entire worldly belongings fit neatly inside one aging suitcase, holding a few simple changes of clothes and thick stacks of handwritten mathematical manuscripts. To outsiders this rootless lifestyle seemed nothing more than constant displacement and homelessness, yet in his eyes it embodied the ultimate state of spiritual lightness and freedom. He once remarked plainly that personal property brings nothing but endless trouble. Owning a house means endless repairs and maintenance. Keeping a bank account means constant worry over interest rates and financial fluctuation. He donated every prize reward and salary he earned to impoverished young students or offered as incentives to scholars who managed to crack long-standing mathematical puzzles. He claimed no permanent nationality, settled in no fixed hometown, and spent his days sleeping on the living room sofas of mathematicians across every nation and continent. Wherever he traveled, he spread the latest mathematical theories, innovative ideas and academic insights among local scholars. Much like a wandering bee carrying pollen between blooming flowers, this extraordinary way of life demanded immense inner courage and a level of spiritual purity bordering on the divine. Amid the noisy, chaotic turmoil of the 20th century, he deliberately lived his life resembling a medieval ascetic monk, his faith resting not in religious doctrine but in the inherent logical order and ethereal beauty hidden within mathematics itself. If you observe the daily routine of Paul Erdos, you will find his existence operated like a precisely calibrated machine sustained only by endless cups of strong coffee and intricate mathematical equations. He worked up to 19 hours each day, allowing only brief moments of deep sleep, spending every remaining hour immersed in thoughtful contemplation, academic discussion and rigorous logical deduction. To outsiders, this extreme, self-sacrificing lifestyle appeared like exhausting, toilsome labor. Yet to him it represented the sole genuine meaning and purpose of being alive. He referred to scholars who abandoned mathematical research and academic pursuit as already deceased, while reserving the simple word leaving for the inevitable arrival of physical death. This unique personal vocabulary revealed his absolute, uncompromising definition of life's true value and spiritual purpose. He lived endlessly, captivated by the pursuit of uncovering elegant, flawless proofs from what he called God's book, a realm of transcendent beauty far beyond physical sensory perception. On one quiet late night he suddenly unraveled a prime number conjecture that had baffled the mathematical community for decades. Instead of celebrating his breakthrough, he simply recorded the complex symbolic reasoning calmly upon blank sheets of paper. He held the profound belief that mathematics was never an invention created by human minds, but an inherent universal eternal order existing long before humanity came into being, casting himself merely as a fortunate discoverer stumbling upon hidden cosmic truths. This humble reverence toward universal truth shielded him entirely from the temptations of worldly fame, reputation and material gain. Within cold, abstract mathematical symbols he found solace warmer than sunlight itself. This inner comfort stemmed not from the thrill of academic victory but from the quiet, trembling peace that came from conversing directly with the fundamental essence of the universe. Yet this wandering scholarly hermit was never merely a cold, calculating intellectual machine. His entire life overflowed with gentle, heartfelt kindness and sincere compassion toward others. Paul Erdos cherished the simple title SF, a term he created for young children standing for small freedom. He never married nor fathered children of his own, yet regarded the children of mathematicians worldwide as close, dear friends. He would kneel down casually to play games with young minds, explaining complex logical concepts in the simplest, most accessible language, believing the minds of children remain the purest, most untainted vessels for mathematical intuition and creative thought. His frequency of academic collaboration was unprecedented across the entire history of mathematics, giving rise to the famous concept of the Erdos number, measuring each scholar's academic connection and collaborative distance from him. His willingness to cooperate with others never stemmed from a desire to divide workload or share academic credit, but from pure delight in the brilliant intellectual spark and spiritual connection ignited when two sharp minds collided. In that turbulent, politically divided era, he faced countless misunderstandings, bureaucratic obstacles and travel restrictions due to his stateless, wandering lifestyle, yet he never complained or harbored bitterness toward the world. He drifted like a gentle, unbound wind, passing through the rigid iron curtains of the Cold War, crossing over high prejudiced walls dividing academic communities. At every household that offered him temporary shelter, he left behind warm laughter, endless inspiring conversations and countless mathematical formulas scribbled casually on paper napkins. This boundless universal love for humanity sustained his slender, frail figure, allowing him to travel endlessly across the globe without a permanent home. His kindness remained quiet and unassuming, yet burned steadily like a warm hearth fire, comforting countless like-minded wandering scholars enduring the cold loneliness of academic winters across generations. Paul Erdos's final departure from the mortal world carried the same innate poetic destiny that defined his entire wandering life. It unfolded at a mathematics conference held in Warsaw in 1996. Already 83 years old, he remained deeply absorbed in discussing complex problems within combinatorial mathematics. One moment he spoke enthusiastically, proposing brand new, bold conjectures and innovative lines of reasoning. The next his heart stopped beating peacefully. He passed away Without prolonged illness, without gradual physical decline, without losing his dignity to old age, departing quietly while still climbing the final steps in his lifelong pursuit of universal truth, gently setting down the old suitcase that had accompanied him across decades, returning to the puzzle of his lifelong wandering. Why could he maintain such remarkable spiritual lightness and detachment from material desire? The answer lay in the simple truth that he had long already found his eternal true home dwelling within the pages of God's hidden mathematical book. When material possessions are stripped down to the barest minimum, the inner soul expands infinitely boundless. He left behind more than 1,500 academic papers and countless unsolved conjectures that continue to inspire, enlighten, and challenge mathematicians generation after generation. His life proved that a person could live in extreme worldly poverty, yet possess boundless spiritual wealth, could exist in lifelong physical solitude, yet be surrounded by universal admiration, affection, and respect. His way of life offers the most healing, comforting answer to everyone feeling weary, lost, and overwhelmed within the complexities of modern existence. His journey teaches us that with unwavering inner faith and clear life purpose, wandering endlessly across the world feels no different from strolling leisurely within the peaceful garden of one's own heart. Now that extraordinary wandering journey spanning more than half a century has peacefully reached its quiet end, Paul Erdos has departed from this mortal world, yet his symbolic invisible suitcase still waits patiently upon the platform of history, filled with unfinished mathematical proofs, elegant equations, and timeless poetic wisdom of the universe, reflecting upon the mystery of God's secret book. Perhaps it was never literally written by divine hands, but gradually compiled, polished, and enriched by pure, passionate souls like Erdos, dedicating their entire lives to the pursuit of truth. Tonight, as we lie nestled in warm, comfortable beds, free from worries of trivial daily affairs and material scarcity, allow yourself to set down part of the heavy burdens weighing upon your heart, retaining only a gentle spark of curiosity toward beauty, truth, and wonder. Let your breathing grow deep, slow, and steady, allowing all tangled logical anxieties and worldly restlessness to melt away gradually into the pure, timeless beauty of mathematics. Let the soft footsteps of this wandering scholarly hermit transform into the gentlest soothing accompaniment, guiding you into quiet dreams. Good night, Paul Erdos, and may you enjoy a peaceful, undisturbed night of tranquil rest. In the bitterest winter of Stockholm in the year 1650, an elderly man walked unsteadily toward the Royal Library, shrouded in freezing northern wind. He was René Descartes, whose remaining strength was gradually draining away. Forced to deliver academic lectures promptly at 5 o'clock every early morning, he devoted his whole life to illuminating the darkness of human thought with the radiance of pure reason, yet never imagined that his own light would fade out quietly before the break of dawn in the frozen land of Sweden. Tonight, accompanied by the soft, warm glow of burning hearth flames, let us listen to the real-life story of this relentless seeker of doubt and rational thought. If everything we perceive in this world is nothing but an illusion, how can we ever prove that we truly exist? Many years ago, on a cold winter night, René Descartes found the ultimate answer to this profound question. Through 3 mysterious, vivid dreams, he spent his days staying away from worldly noise and trivial commotion, yet was constantly swept into the center of political power and the pursuit of eternal truth by the overwhelming tide of his era. This is a tale of lonely spiritual exploration, and the gentle warmth hidden within cold rationality, perfectly suited for every quiet night when you long for inner peace. From the chaotic battlefields torn apart by endless warfare to the quiet scholarly studies of the Netherlands bathed in serene tranquility, René Descartes remained always a sober passing traveler wandering through the ages. He unraveled the profound hidden mysteries of numbers and spatial geometry, yet fell ill and passed away in a foreign land amid unexpected twists of fate. What he left to humanity encompasses far more than the coordinate system that reshaped mathematics and timeless philosophical propositions. It also includes his lonely, profound perception toward the essence of life itself. Close your eyes, gently follow the footsteps of Descartes, and drift into peaceful slumber amid the flowing river of rational contemplation and philosophical reflection. Picture the middle of the 17th century, swept by the harshest icy winter of northern Europe. The sky over Stockholm hung heavy with lead-gray clouds. The dawn of this northern city always arrived exceedingly late, while the piercing cold wind seemed capable of freezing every breath in midair. In the pitch darkness of such an early morning at 5 o'clock, an elderly man past his 50s huddled shivering inside a carriage, making his way toward the Royal Library of Queen Christina of Sweden. He was required to begin his lecture precisely at this hour, for the young energetic queen firmly believed that the earliest hours of dawn were when human wisdom remained most active and lucid. The elderly scholar, suffering greatly from bitter cold and physical exhaustion, was none other than René Descartes. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he stands As the founding father of modern philosophy and the pioneer who established analytic geometry, yet his life was never defined merely by cold logical reasoning. His destiny was woven with the mystery of prophetic dreams, the solitude of years of seclusion and sober detached awareness lingering on the edge of royal court intrigue. This solitary hermit who sought to rebuild the entire order of human knowledge through relentless doubt, finally met the end of his mortal journey amid the freezing pre-dawn darkness of this remote northern land. Now let your breath sink slowly into calm stillness, brush away the thick layer of frost covering the pages of history, and reach out to touch the lonely searching soul beneath. The life journey of René Descartes truly began inside a sealed warm room sheltered from the bitter cold outside on a frigid winter night in 1619 within a small town along the banks of the Danube. The young Descartes took shelter from the freezing weather, retreating into a small chamber equipped with a massive heating stove. He soon drifted into deep sleep and experienced three strange, remarkably clear dreams in succession. In the first dream, he struggled painfully against violent gusts of wind, striving to walk toward a local church in search of shelter and peace. In the second dream, deafening thunder roared all around, jolting him awake in an instant. Upon opening his eyes, he witnessed countless flickering sparks dancing all across the room. The third dream remained calm and serene. Upon the table lay a thick dictionary beside a volume of poetry. Within the lines of the poem rested a quiet, profound question: what kind of life should I pursue? These three visions were never meaningless random ramblings of a sleeping mind. After waking fully, Descartes held an unshakable conviction that divine providence was guiding him to unify all branches of science through the precise methods of mathematics. At that time, Europe stood on the eve of the devastating 30 Years' War. Society lingered in constant turmoil, and traditional long-established authorities began to totter and crumble under the weight of doubt and unrest. This pervasive sense of instability deeply shaped his inner character, rendering him extremely cautious, somewhat skeptical, and forever searching for an absolute, unshakable foundation to anchor all human understanding. He understood clearly that if the grand edifice of human knowledge was built upon shifting, unstable sand, no matter how magnificent its structure, it would inevitably collapse into ruin sooner or later. And so the young thinker, sheltered beside the warm stove, embarked upon a decades-long journey of redefining, reshaping, and reconstructing the very concept of eternal truth itself. After leaving that warm chamber by the Danube, Descartes adopted a lifestyle of deliberate seclusion and quiet invisibility. He wandered like a solitary phantom, traveling between nations across Europe, even enlisting in military service, yet never truly participating in brutal battlefield combat. To him, the chaotic battlefield served merely as an ideal observation tower to study the complexity of human nature and the chaos of worldly order. His longest period of seclusion unfolded in the Netherlands, a land embracing relatively free academic atmosphere. Even there he moved residents, frequently never revealing his exact address to outsiders. Casually, he even carved a personal motto in Latin: those who know how to hide know how to live well. His craving for solitude stemmed never from hatred toward humanity, but from fear of trivial interpersonal distractions breaking the continuous flow of his deep philosophical thought. A well-known story has been passed down through generations, telling how he lay resting in bed, observing a fly flitting and dancing in the corner of a room. A sudden flash of insight dawned upon him. Once several intersecting boundary lines were established, he could accurately pinpoint and describe any position of the fly within three-dimensional space. This marked the earliest sprout of analytic geometry. Through the creation of the cold, precise coordinate system, he successfully merged the unpredictable fluidity of geometric figures with the abstract logic of algebraic calculation. For the very first time, beneath his extreme rational way of thinking, however, lay a deeply affectionate soul who simply expressed his emotions with restrained, quiet dignity. He once raised an illegitimate daughter in secret, yet the child passed away tragically at the tender age of 5. In private personal letters, Descartes poured forth overwhelming sorrow, describing this loss as the greatest pain and grief of his entire life. This sovereign master of reason had always lived hidden beneath quiet fear of loss and uncertainty, and this inner unease perhaps became the root of his relentless pursuit of absolute certainty and unchanging truth. In 1637, Descartes finally published his epoch-making masterpiece Discourse on the Method, in which he put forward the resounding philosophical assertion, "I think, therefore I am." This iconic proposition was far more than a simple philosophical statement. It stood as the last firm raft he clung to after plunging into the depths of utter despair and all-consuming doubt. He imagined the possibility of an evil demonic force constantly deceiving human sensory perception, tricking the mind into believing the sun burned warm and the ground remained solid and unshakable. If even our physical senses could be deceptive, if even mathematical logic might be nothing more than demonic trickery, what in this world could ever be regarded as truly real? He reached an inevitable, profound conclusion: even if I doubt everything around me, the simple, undeniable fact remains that I am engaged in the act of doubting. As long as I possess the ability to think and reason, my own existence becomes an unbreakable certainty. This extreme solitary intellectual exploration branded him a radical outsider in the eyes of religious authorities and traditional conservative scholars. He was forced to walk with meticulous caution amid the intricate game of power and belief, striving to prove that his rational theories never contradicted religious faith. He moved gracefully like a skilled ice skater gliding across thin frozen ice, outwardly elegant and composed, inwardly forever alert and wary of slipping into ruin. This detached, independent, unyielding spirit, unwilling to follow the crowd, caught the attention of Queen Christina, ruling faraway Sweden. The queen longed to embody the image of a wise, enlightened ruler and sent countless letters inviting Europe's sharpest intellectual mind to reside within her royal court. Descartes hesitated for a long time, his inner intuition warning him that the frozen northern wilderness could never suit his soul, accustomed to mild, gentle living. Yet eventually, yielding to the quiet allure of unknown challenge, he boarded a ship setting sail for the distant icy shores of Sweden. Upon arriving in Sweden, Descartes soon discovered the harsh reality, far crueler than he had ever imagined. He was settled in simple, humble accommodation within Stockholm, while the bitter Swedish winter often plunged temperatures as low as 30 degrees below zero. Queen Christina was a ruler boundless in energy, sleeping no more than 5 hours each day and insisting that Descartes begin philosophical study and discussion with her promptly at 5 every early morning. For a philosopher accustomed to lying in warm bed meditating and thinking until midday, this rigid schedule amounted to slow, relentless self-destruction. In letters written to close friends, he confessed sorrowfully that the bitter cold of this northern land could freeze even a person's capacity for thought. Beneath the relentless cold he also endured hidden jealousy and suspicion lingering within the royal court. Former royal advisors who once held the queen's favor harbored deep hostility toward this brilliant French scholar, forever ready to seize upon his slightest mistake to discredit him. Trapped between exhausting physical fatigue and overwhelming mental pressure, Descartes' health deteriorated rapidly and irreversibly. In February of 1650 he contracted severe pneumonia, suffering from persistent high fever and moments of blurred consciousness. Even confined to his deathbed, he retained the clear, rational judgment of a lifelong logician, firmly refusing ineffective bloodletting treatments prescribed by doctors. Rooted in outdated medical tradition, amid the torment of severe illness he drifted into final slumber. Perhaps in that quiet moment his spirit traveled back 30 years to revisit that warm, sheltered room beside the Danube in the dark pre-dawn hour of February 11, 1650. The great thinker breathed his last. He could never escape the cruel frozen dawn, just as he could never evade the unpredictable, accidental twists woven into the fabric of fate. The life story of Descartes drew to a quiet close with a solemn, understated funeral held in Stockholm. Returning to the freezing pre-dawn scene from the opening of our tale, we come to understand that throughout his entire life he had been endlessly searching for a warm, stable, fixed origin to anchor his existence. He found this unshakable coordinate in mathematical logic and discovered profound certainty within the act of rational thought, yet never managed to find lasting peace and belonging amid the displacement and wandering of mortal life. Following his death, his mortal remains endured a bizarre, restless journey of relocation. Even his skull was once privately kept and hidden by others, as if fate playfully mocked the philosopher who dedicated his life to distinguishing the soul from the physical body. Yet the sacred spark of doubt and rational inquiry he ignited eventually blazed into the brilliant radiance of the Enlightenment era. He taught humanity never to blindly accept anything lacking rigorous rational examination, not even the deceptive evidence of our own physical senses. Tonight, as we lie immersed in the quiet stillness of night, we need no longer doubt the peace surrounding us, the gentle warmth shining forth from cold logical reasoning, the persistent relentless questioning toward the essence of existence have merged into the most solid, enduring foundation of human civilization. Let your thoughts drift gently away with this quiet tale, wandering back to the warm dream filled chamber beside the old stove. Allow your breath to grow light, calm and steady. In this moment you need not prove anything to the world, you only need to simply exist in quiet peace. Good night, René Descartes, and may you enjoy a serene, undisturbed dream this evening. The true greatness of certain exceptional minds only rises to eternal reverence among later generations long after their stars have faded from the mortal sky. Alan Turing confronted the bigotry and ignorance of his era with ingenious machines within the quiet grounds of Bletchley Park, yet in his declining years he was cruelly pushed into desolate abyss by the very society he had saved and protected. Tonight, accompanied by the faint soft glow of flickering flames, we walk into the genuine, untold life of this lonely, peerless genius. Have you ever pondered the hidden meaning behind that famous half-bitten apple? It is far more than merely a modern corporate symbol. It stands as Turing's final silent resignation, the quietest, most dignified act of rebellion against an unfair, prejudiced age. From the supreme peak of logical innovation to his solitary, profound exploration of biological morphology, his soul remained forever pure, clear, and untainted by worldly malice. Close your eyes and drift back to the mist-shrouded afternoons of Old England and listen quietly to this sorrowful, unforgettable chapter hidden in the dust of history. If the entire world could be regarded as one vast operating computational system, Alan Turing was the visionary mind who wrote its foundational underlying code, yet his whole life was woven with lingering bitterness, gentle tenderness, and unspeakable sorrow that could never be explained or resolved by cold algorithms. Even amid the relentless persecution and humiliation of his later life, he still knelt quietly to observe the delicate spiral patterns of sunflowers, seeking harmony and solace within. The quiet order of nature. Tonight, nestled within this gentle, unhurried tale meant only for quiet reflection, may you fall peacefully asleep amid the lasting echo of eternal truth and unyielding wisdom. Late one night in June 1954, inside a quiet bedroom in Wilmslow, Cheshire, the stillness was so complete only the steady ticking of a clock echoed through the room. Upon the bedside table lay a half-eaten apple, a faint, subtle, bitter scent of almonds hanging softly in the still air. Few could have imagined that this 51-year-old man, who passed away from chemical poisoning, had single-handedly shortened the course of the Second World War by at least 2 entire years. His name was Alan Turing. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he is honored as the father of modern computer science, the terminator of ancient complex cryptography, and a lonely, overlooked figure deliberately hidden in the shadows by an ungrateful era. The world remembers his brilliant, confident days cracking the unbreakable Enigma code, yet few pause to speak of the heartbreaking humiliation and torment he endured in his final years. He was a prophet living far ahead of his time, trapped helplessly within an old world bound by rigid prejudice and ignorant bias. His fate carved one of the deepest, most painful rifts across the pages of human civilization, and it is this quiet night that allows us to gently mend the lingering regret left behind. The irreversible crack splitting open Turing's fate did not originate within a laboratory or academic debate. It was brutally exposed during an ordinary police investigation into a simple household burglary in 1952. The cold, rigid machinery of British law held no warmth or compassion for human feeling. Turing was branded a criminal solely for speaking honestly about his innermost emotional identity. The society of that time cared nothing for the millions of lives he had saved, nor the boundless progress he had gifted to human civilization. It cared only whether he conformed to narrow, outdated moral standards. In that cold, sterile courtroom, Turing sat upright and composed, his gaze remaining clear and calm, yet filled with quiet confusion. He could never understand why love itself could be labeled an unforgivable crime within the very nation he had fought so hard to defend and protect. The judge offered him only 2 harsh choices: imprisonment behind bars or submitting to a year-long course of devastating chemical castration therapy. Determined to continue his academic research and quiet work at his desk, Turing reluctantly chose the latter. This cruel medical treatment tormented his physical body relentlessly while acting as a slow spiritual torment designed to strip away his human dignity and suppress his innermost nature. Artificial hormones altered his physical appearance, shattered his robust physique once suited to long-distance running, and drained his natural vitality bit by bit. This forced, bitter compromise cast the heaviest, darkest shadow over the final chapter of his life, confining this unparalleled genius to a lonely, isolated island of his own making, cut off from the world he had dedicated himself to uplifting. After being stripped of all access to government classified research and confidential military projects, Turing never surrendered to despair or self-ruin, instead turning his curious, thoughtful gaze toward the hidden, profound mysteries of nature itself. These final years became the loneliest yet most poetically meaningful period of his life, devoted entirely to his pioneering research into biological morphology. Inside his small Manchester apartment, he filled every corner with sunflowers, pine cones, and daisies, striving to decode the hidden mathematical rules governing the growth and formation of all living things. He would sit quietly beneath the soft glow of the setting sun, staring intently at the intricate spiral patterns etched across sunflower heads, as if searching for a universal master code that could explain all the pain, complexity, and quiet order of mortal existence. He wondered endlessly why the number of flower petals always followed the precise sequence of Fibonacci numbers, and Why all life unfolded into such perfectly structured yet endlessly complex natural forms. This line of research drew little attention or understanding from the academic world during his lifetime, even dismissed by many colleagues as fanciful delusions of a fallen neglected genius. Yet in Turing's heart this quiet pursuit became his personal path toward emotional healing after enduring brutal persecution and spiritual damage faced with a harsh aggressive society filled with judgment and rejection. The silent unyielding power of nature's steady growth became his only source of comfort, peace and inner refuge. He still maintained his daily habit of long-distance running, wandering the quiet streets and countryside paths of Manchester each early morning, his sweat falling softly onto the quiet earth, a solitary figure still striving relentlessly to touch the eternal truth hidden beneath the chaos of mortal life amid overwhelming personal suffering. Turing's profound loneliness stemmed not only from external exclusion, social rejection and public judgment, but also from the vast intellectual gap that placed his thinking far beyond the comprehension of his own era. As early as his days working in secrecy at Bletchley Park, he pondered questions that bordered on philosophical and theological depth, exploring whether mechanical machines could ever possess genuine, independent thought. He once reasoned that if a machine's behavior could perfectly mimic human intelligence so seamlessly that observers could not distinguish man from machine, then that machine must be regarded as truly intelligent. This relentless pursuit of defining and understanding artificial intelligence was in essence his quiet way of confronting his own isolation. He longed to create a rational, logical companion capable of understanding his complex thoughts and silent reasoning. In his later, solitary years he often whispered quietly to the early primitive computer prototypes he had designed late into the night, the flickering glow of circuit boards and electronic lights resembling the most beautiful distant stars shining only for him. He had navigated the chaos of brutal global war, commanded intricate arrays of logical code and unraveled impenetrable military ciphers, yet remained helpless and awkward when facing the subtle, complicated nuances of human emotion and social interaction. This innate simplicity, purity and straightforwardness typical of great geniuses set him forever apart from those around him, and after his cruel trial and public persecution this sense of alienation deepened into full-blown social fear. He avoided direct eye contact with others, dreading seeing judgmental pity hidden within their stares. He began living his life as if he were a precise algorithm, striving to cast aside all emotional disturbance, trivial worldly noise and personal vulnerability, leaving only the pure, unclouded pursuit of truth. Yet human souls can never function like cold electronic circuits. Damaged hardware may be repaired and restored, but a spirit burned, wounded and scarred by cruel prejudice can only sink into prolonged quiet desolation with no hope of mending. Let us return to the quiet symbolism of that half-eaten apple. To many it stands as Turing's final heartfelt tribute to the fairy tale of Snow White, a story he loved deeply, often humming its magical incantations quietly even amid breaks in his experimental work. Yet from the logical, precise perspective of a lifelong mathematician and logician, this final act reads more like a carefully calculated, dignified farewell to a world that had abandoned him, unwilling to let his mother believe he had chosen voluntary suicide. He arranged the scene to resemble an accidental laboratory incident while leaving the half-bitten apple as a subtle, silent hint of the truth. It was a quiet, misty morning, sunlight filtering gently through the gaps in his curtains, falling softly upon his calm, relaxed profile. He departed peacefully, without complaint, without anger, without lingering sorrow, as if completing a complex calculation decades in the making before gently pressing the permanent stop button. The brilliant mind that had decoded Hitler's most secret military communications and altered the fate of the modern world was finally freed forever from earthly confinement, pain, humiliation and loneliness. Neighbors only remembered the thin, quiet man who occasionally rode his bicycle past their homes, never knowing that within that humble, ordinary lodging the entire course of human civilization had been pushed forward by immeasurable leaps. His life began with innocent, curious wonder and ended amid narrow-minded prejudice, yet he left behind an invaluable, irrepayable gift destined to benefit humanity for all eternity. As our story draws to a gentle close, the lingering regret and sorrow that once pricked at the heart gradually fade away with the soft night breeze. Turing's legacy extends far beyond the personal computers on our desks and mobile phones in our hands. He gifted humanity an unshakable, profound faith in the power of reason, logic and relentless curiosity. He finally received a royal pardon in 2013, a belated apology more than half a century overdue for the injustice he endured, returning to the quiet mystery of the half-eaten apple posed at the start of our tale. It remains the gentlest, most dignified farewell a misunderstood genius offered to an ungrateful world. In his darkest hour he chose not to wage endless, bitter rebellion against prejudice, but to seek lasting peace within the quiet embrace of eternal truth. Today the mathematical sequences hidden within sunflower spirals still pulse steadily throughout every corner of nature. The city lights he helped illuminate still twinkle Brightly across the night sky the warm glow of tonight's hearth fire is fading slowly. Let us bid quiet farewell to this lonely devoted guardian of modern thought. Amid this gentle unhurried story allow your breathing to lengthen steady and calm, releasing all worldly injustice, exhaustion and inner weariness to vanish away with one quiet wish for rest. Close your eyes and may you find your own peaceful tranquil dreams within the clear unwavering logic and gentle wisdom that defined Alan Turing's soul. Good night, Alan Turing, and may you rest in peaceful undisturbed dreams this night. As the golden twilight of the Roman Empire began to sink low over the ancient capital, a young boy carrying the rich spicy scent of eastern desert lands stepped quietly up to the summit of imperial power. His name was Elagabalus, a figure shrouded in endless mystery. Was he a mad heretic who defied all Roman tradition, or merely a helpless prisoner trapped by the cruel twists of fate woven by his own family and the times around him? Tonight let the soft fragrance of incense fill the quiet air as we unfold the haunting life story of the boy Emperor Elagabalus. He sought divine transcendence amid cascading petals of roses, yet wandered hopelessly lost within the dark tangled shadows of political intrigue, never able to find the path back to the innocent peace he once knew. It was the final haunting dreamlike reverie of fading Roman civilization. Elagabalus danced freely before the sacred altar, blurring the fixed lines of gender and identity, blending clear rational thought with bouts of wild untamed madness. All the chaos and tragedy of his brief reign dissolve into a long quiet sigh lingering softly through the stillness of the night. When the last petal of rose drifted down from the towering dome of the imperial banquet hall, it veiled the breath of the guests and drowned out all traces of calm reason. The young boy, painted with delicate eye makeup, draped in flowing silk robes, twirled slowly in front of the sacred altar. His name was Elagabalus, a name that stirred unfamiliar unease and quiet terror deep within the heart of every Roman citizen. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this misunderstood soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was never merely a foolish tyrant dismissed casually within the cold lines of history textbooks. He was an innocent sacrifice ruthlessly forced onto the altar of imperial power by ambitious kin. He tried to illuminate the gloomy rigid halls of the Roman Senate with the burning sunlight of his eastern homeland, only to burn himself completely to ashes in the blazing fire of tradition and political conflict. Sink into the slow gentle rhythm of this story and listen closely to the faint haunting melody woven from the rare aromatic scent of eastern spices and the cold unyielding iron will of Western Roman might. Our story begins with the massive sacred black stone enshrined in Emesa of Syria. This holy relic, guarded faithfully by Elagabalus's family for countless generations, was revered as the earthly embodiment of the sun god Elagabal. In his tender youthful years the boy served as the most devout priest within the local temple, moving gracefully amid curling clouds of incense smoke, performing sacred ritual dances beneath the warm eastern sun. Those quiet pious moments remain the purest, most peaceful chapter of his entire life. Yet his grandmother Julia Maisha, consumed by boundless political ambition, tore the 14-year-old boy away from his sacred altar, stripping him of his role as a humble divine servant and draping his slender shoulders with the heavy blood-stained purple imperial robes of Rome. In an instant he was transformed from a priest of the sun into the supreme ruler of the vast sprawling Roman Empire. Yet this sudden rise to power brought him no joy or sense of belonging. His soul remained forever anchored beside the fiery altar of his Syrian hometown. To his weary heart the grand imperial city of Rome was nothing more than an endless nightmare he was forced to perform in every single day. He began to long desperately for the familiar comforting scent of his homeland, the sweet blend of frankincense, myrrh, and the unchained freedom he had lost forever. On the day Elagabalus made his grand entrance into Rome, the citizens of the ancient capital witnessed a sight far stranger and more shocking than anything they had ever seen before. Instead of riding triumphantly upon a warhorse in traditional Roman imperial fashion, he traveled slowly through the dusty streets alongside the enormous sacred black stone from his Syrian homeland, his eyes lined with heavy dark kohl, his body wrapped in flowing gilded eastern silk robes. Such foreign delicate grace struck deep at the core of Roman pride, a civilization that cherished stoic resolve, military strength, and traditional masculinity above all else. He resolved to elevate his native sun god above the entire pantheon of Roman deities. This was far more than a simple shift in religious faith. It stood as a direct, bold challenge to the foundational traditions and cultural identity of ancient Rome. Within the lavish halls of the imperial palace he began to chase an unfiltered, raw version of inner truth. He openly declared his innermost wish to live as a woman, and even sought means to undergo physical transformation to align his body with his true inner identity. This fluid blurring of gender boundaries led him to linger constantly on the fragile edge of sanity and rationality. He craved sincere, heartfelt love, longed to be seen and cherished as an ordinary, vulnerable soul, as a gentle woman beneath his imperial crown. Yet within the cold marble labyrinth of Roman politics, surrounded by scheming nobles and ruthless courtiers, all he ever received was mocking scorn, cold judgment, and endless political calculation. It was on the legendary night of the Rose Rain that Elagabalus staged a dreamlike feast for his invited guests. Countless soft rose petals poured down endlessly from the high ceiling, covering every corner of the banquet hall, filling the air with overwhelming sweet fragrance. Yet beneath breathtaking beauty lay profound absurdity, hidden cruelty, and unchecked madness. The cascading layers of petals grew so thick and heavy that several guests were trapped and suffocated to death beneath the sea of blooming roses. In that haunting moment, the wild, unrestrained madness lingering within the young emperor's heart reached its peak. He could no longer distinguish the clear line between ethereal beauty and unforgivable sin. He only knew he was striving relentlessly to craft a dazzling world shaped entirely by his own desires and eccentric whims. Within the palace he gathered strong, handsome men, granting them high official positions and immense influence purely out of his longing to feel protected, cherished, and emotionally sheltered by others. His imperial decrees grew increasingly impulsive and unpredictable. He scattered gold coins freely across the crowded streets of Rome like a careless child, squandering the remaining warmth of his fleeting life, desperately trying to fill the endless hollow emptiness hidden deep within his lonely soul. When even those closest to him turned to betrayal, Elagabalus was consumed by a loneliness more profound than he had ever known. His grandmother finally realized that the young imperial puppet she had placed upon the throne had slipped completely out of her control. She began secretly grooming his young cousin as a suitable replacement, plotting quietly to overthrow the boy emperor and secure her family's grip on Roman power. The young ruler's sharp, intuitive sense told him clearly that the shadow of death was drawing closer. With every passing day he wandered restlessly through the shadowed corridors of the imperial palace, brushing his fingers against the cold, smooth surface of marble walls. Lost in quiet, sorrowful reflection, he often wondered what his life would have become if he had never left the quiet sanctuary of his Syrian temple. Would he still be dancing and singing freely beneath the warm eastern sun, surrounded by incense and divine peace? He began to prepare carefully for his own and making arrangements not only for his mortal body but also for the peace of his restless spirit. He ordered craftsmen to weave pure golden ropes and prepared a sharp dagger adorned with precious gemstones, determined that even in death he would uphold the extravagant, graceful beauty and tragic elegance he had always embraced. Yet history has always proven far colder and crueler than any crafted drama, denying him even the dignified end he had hoped to claim, leaving him only the most humiliating, miserable fate imaginable. His final desperate hour arrived. Hiding in the humble confinement of a plain public lavatory far removed from imperial splendor, there were no fragrant roses, no sacred black stones, only the cold, unyielding blades of the Praetorian Guard closing in upon him. At merely 18 years of age Elagabalus was slain, his body discarded carelessly like worthless rubbish into the muddy, shallow waters of the Tiber River. Rome wasted no time erasing every trace of his existence, smashing his statues, removing his portraits, and rewriting official records as if the silk-robed Eastern emperor had never walked upon the streets of their sacred city. Yet the faint, haunting echo he left behind, lingering over the collision of Eastern and Western cultures, the quiet awakening of gender identity and the fragile vulnerability hidden within every human soul, continued to reverberate softly through 2,000 years of wind and time. Now the tale of Elagabalus draws to a gentle close, and the flickering hearth fire slowly fades into quiet embers. May you wander into the soft dream of this tragic young soul and find a fragment of peaceful calm for your own heart. Rest now. All earthly absurdity, fleeting splendor, and imperial glory have faded away into thin smoke and dust, carried off by the endless flow of time. Good night, and may you drift into untroubled, peaceful dreams through the quiet stillness of this night. In the year 1832 in Paris, a young man of barely 20 years old collapsed upon the grass of a duel ground. Évariste Galois, a genius whose lifetime had never gained proper recognition from the world, etched the first spark of group theory into the course of human civilization on that desperate night before his passing. Tonight, beneath the serene, soft glow of moonlight, let us listen to this timeless tale woven around extraordinary genius, passionate fervor, and haunting tragedy. If you knew you had only 10 hours left to live, how would you choose to spend your final moments? Évariste Galois chose to sit beneath the flickering, unstable flame of a candle, writing frantically lines of complex mathematical equations that no one in his era could comprehend. He was labeled a rebel, expelled from school, confined as a prisoner within jail cells, yet he blazed across the history of mathematics like the most brilliant, fleeting shooting star. Close your eyes and journey back to that simple, humble chamber. Feel the final trembling of a soul standing at the edge of life and death. Some souls achieve true greatness only after their mortal life fades into the dust of time. Évariste Galois, the legendary hero of the mathematical world, spent every day of his short life fighting against academic arrogance, social prejudice, and unfair worldly judgment. He was imprisoned for embracing revolutionary ideals, died in a meaningless duel triggered by tangled romantic affection, yet in the depths of utter despair he perceived the profound symmetrical beauty hidden within all things in the universe. Tonight walk with me into the extraordinarily brilliant yet bitterly desolate brief life of Galois, filled with unescapable fate, lonely persistence, and tragic splendor. Picture the midnight hour in Paris on the 29th of May 1832. Outside the narrow chamber the whole city simmered with unrest on the eve of revolution, while inside only a single candle burned low and neared its end. A 20-year-old young man sat before a rickety shaky table, his eyes blazing with a fire mixed with despair, stubbornness, and desperate resolve. He knew clearly that when the first ray of morning sunlight touched the meadows on the outskirts of Paris he would step into a duel he was destined to lose, a single lead bullet poised to end his youthful fragile life. Évariste Galois, mocked and dismissed as a reckless madman by the authoritative mathematicians of his time, raced against the ticking clock of death with every remaining breath. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, scrawled hastily on the margins of his manuscript were the haunting words, "I have no more time left," a line that remains one of the most heartbreaking footnotes in the entire history of science. No one could have imagined that this impetuous young man, who perished in a foolish duel over love alone, laid the foundational framework of group theory deep into the darkness of that lonely night, a system of thought capable of deconstructing the symmetrical laws governing the entire universe. His whole life stands as the ultimate tragedy of youthful genius, a sorrowful elegy of how an extraordinary mind bloomed into cold exquisite beauty upon the crumbling ruins of worldly arrogance and ignorant prejudice. The first bitter crack splitting open his fate came not from the fatal bullet that ended his life, but from the cold condescending arrogance entrenched within the academic circle. Back in 1829, Augustin Louis Cauchy, the towering mathematical giant of that age, received Galois' research paper offering a solution to quintic equations, a discovery powerful enough to overturn the established foundations of mathematics. Yet this groundbreaking manuscript, filled with revolutionary insight, was casually misplaced and forgotten by Cauchy. To Galois, those stacked pages of handwritten notes were far more than mere paper and ink. They were his only chance to prove his existence, his talent, and his worth to an indifferent, unyielding world. Soon afterward, the father he loved and respected deeply fell victim to vicious slander, political frame-up, and relentless persecution by rivals. Consumed by despair, he took his own life. This devastating loss became the final crushing blow, breaking the delicate mental balance of this sensitive, passionate teenage boy. Galois grew increasingly extreme, irritable, and consumed by anger. He began wearing the tattered military uniform representing Republican ideals, shouting revolutionary slogans openly on Parisian streets, and even raising a dagger at a royal banquet to challenge the authority of the king himself. He applied twice for admission to the prestigious École Polytechnique, the most revered academic palace of French mathematics, yet was rejected. Both times his mind raced far too swiftly for the mediocre, rigid examiners, unable to comprehend his leap of logic. Legend even tells that in a fit of rage he hurled an eraser straight at the arrogant, patronizing examiner. The world slammed every door shut firmly in his face, not only the gates of academic opportunity but also the basic human respect every ordinary soul deserves. In those lonely years, Galois was engulfed by the overwhelming loneliness of being abandoned by his own era. He came to understand painfully that this world had no place for truth that marched far ahead of its time. He retreated deeper into his own inner world, seeking solace only amid abstract mathematical symbols. Confined within dim, cramped chambers and the cold, desolate walls of prison cells, he was like a wounded young lion roaring low within the narrow, winding alleys of Paris. Yet no one paused to listen to his grief, his anger, or his profound insight. Living in an era tangled between revolutionary upheaval and social unrest, Galois' brief experience of love was also steeped in tragic, reckless fervor. He fell deeply in love with Stephanie, the daughter of a local physician, a young woman with deep, captivating eyes yet a cold, distant heart. This romance was doomed to remain nothing more than an illusory dream from the very start, yet it became the last fragile lifeline holding him steady amid the darkness of his doomed life. To protect the young woman's reputation, or perhaps to seek a quiet release through self-destruction, he accepted an unnecessary, meaningless duel challenge. His opponent was said to be a former fellow Republican comrade, meaning he was destined to die at the hands of someone once bound to him by shared ideals and loyal friendship. On the quiet eve of the duel, he wrote no love letters, composed no final will and testament, instead pouring every last ounce of his strength into revising and perfecting his mathematical Research papers. He crossed out messy scribbled notes over and over again, writing in despair on the blank margins, "Please convey to Jacobi these propositions are of great importance, though I do not have time to complete the rigorous proofs." He understood clearly that his mind held the key to an entirely new era of mathematical thought, and he also knew that by tomorrow morning that brilliant mind would be shattered into broken flesh and blood. In those final quiet hours, mathematics was no longer cold logical calculation. It became his ultimate weapon against death, against existential emptiness, and against the unfair cruelty of the world. He was not merely solving complex equations, he was constructing a perfect symmetrical eternal realm with abstract symbols, a spiritual sanctuary to retaliate against the ugliness, chaos, and fleeting imperfection of mortal reality. Early morning on the 30th of May 1832, mist hung thin and pale over the outskirts of Paris. Galois stood calmly upon the green meadow as his opponent raised a gun aiming straight for his chest. No miracle intervened. The gunshot rang out and he collapsed into a pool of blood, lying unattended until a passing farmer discovered his wounded body, rushing him urgently to Cochin Hospital. Lying weak on his deathbed, he spoke his final words to his younger brother Alfred: "Do not cry, my brother, I need all my courage to die at 20." The line echoed softly through the quiet hospital ward, carrying a profound weariness and unyielding resolve far beyond his youthful age. For 14 long years after his death, his precious research papers lay gathering dust amid forgotten academic manuscripts, overlooked and ignored, until the mathematician Joseph Leville finally deciphered those cryptic, almost incomprehensible symbols. Filled with revolutionary wisdom, Leville wrote in his diary, "With overwhelming awe I have discovered an extremely pure, extraordinary truth born from the mind of a misunderstood genius once labeled mad. Only then did the academic world awaken to the staggering truth. This young man who died at 20 had pierced through the 1,000-year thick fog clouding algebra, single-handedly pioneering the path of modern mathematical development. The group theory, deduced and established by Galois later, became the indispensable cornerstone of modern physics, chemistry, and even computer science. The symmetrical principles at the core of quantum mechanics could never have taken shape without his groundbreaking reasoning. He was Prometheus stealing the sacred fire of cosmic symmetry from the realm of divinity, only to have his youthful heart torn apart and consumed by the vultures of fate upon the lofty mountains of adversity. Our tale circles back to that quiet Paris midnight filled with the scent of ink and quiet sweat. Galois could not outrun the inevitable arrival of death, yet he surpassed mediocrity, broke free from prejudice, and transcended the limits of mortal time. With merely 20 short years of life, he revealed to the world how brilliantly a human soul could shine when pushed to the extreme edge of pressure, misunderstanding, and despair. Returning to the question we pondered at the very beginning, why do we remember such an impetuous, passionate, misunderstood young man with such gentle reverence? Perhaps deep within every human heart lies a moment of quiet loneliness, being misjudged, excluded, and marginalized, yet still clinging to the bold desire to change the world and uphold inner truth. Galois stands like an unbroken mirror, reflecting the most heroic, poignant essence of every idealistic soul. The glow of tonight's hearth fades slowly toward its end. May the stirring, echoing fate of Galois flow into your dreams as steady, peaceful rhythm within the boundless mathematical paradise of infinity and perfect symmetry. He has surely found the everlasting peace he never possessed in his mortal life. Close your eyes, let intricate equations fade into soft darkness, allow the mist of old Paris to drift gently away, release all trivial worries, restless thoughts, and unspoken sorrows, drift into calm, undisturbed slumber. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with gentle tranquility and timeless wisdom." He once captured the blazing lightning flashing across the sky, yet could never warm the cold, lonely hotel room where he spent his final days. Nikola Tesla, a name both glorified and fragmented in the eyes of ordinary people, hid an unspoken, lonely world, unseen and misunderstood behind his deep, melancholy eyes. Tonight, accompanied by the quiet glow of flickering flames, we step into the true later life of this unparalleled genius. Have you ever met someone who seems able to peer straight through the flow of time? Nikola Tesla was exactly such a pure, wandering soul. He tore up hugely profitable patent contracts with his own hands, turning down immense wealth that could have been his without effort, yet through the endless, long, lonely nights he shared his last trace of dignity with the pigeons wandering quietly in the city square. Close your eyes and drift back to that age filled with whirring gears and crackling electric sparks, and feel the calm inner strength lingering deep within his soul. If there is anyone the world owes a sincere apology, it is undoubtedly Nikola Tesla, a fated soul wandering along the blurred boundary between genius and mental unrest. He chose quiet silence and humble poverty under the heavy pressure of capital interests, yet what he left behind for all humanity is this everlasting, electrified era that never fades into darkness. Tonight, nestled in this gentle story meant only for quiet reflection, may you fall peacefully asleep beneath the endless starlight. Belonging to Tesla. Late one night in January 1943 inside room 3327 of the New Yorker Hotel in Manhattan, New York, the room number plaque swayed faintly in the bitter cold wind. This quiet corner of the bustling city held an 86-year-old elderly man lying alone on plain cheap bed linen, his breath faint, fragile, and almost imperceptible. Decades earlier this very man had torn apart the dark night of human civilization with his own hands, letting the vital flow of electric power course across every inch of the Earth's surface. His name was Nikola Tesla. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, in his final days he had no money or savings left at all, even falling deep into heavy unpaid hotel bills, his only companions being the soft cooing pigeons perched quietly beside his window ledge. Rumors spread among the public labeling him a madman, a heretic who could not grasp the rules of money and commerce, a fallen eccentric lost in fantasy during his declining years. Yet within his sunken eyes, still shimmering with a faint divine radiance, he envisioned perpetual motion machines of endless energy and a boundless future of global wireless interconnection. He was a prophet lost to the passage of time, lingering on the blurred line between divine holiness and quiet madness, completing his final and most serene experiment in solitary stillness. The first bitter crack in his fate emerged right at the intersection of lofty idealism and greedy commercial ambition. During the prime of his most confident, flourishing years at that time, Nikola Tesla stood right in the eye of the storm known in history as the War of Currents, his powerful opponent being Thomas Edison, who ruled over an enormous industrial capital empire. Edison resorted to cheap slander, malicious rumors, and ruthless cutthroat competition, attempting to strangle Tesla's alternating current system while it was still in its early vulnerable stages. Yet Tesla never dwelt on thoughts of revenge nor dreamed of becoming a billionaire tycoon. His mind focused only on how to make electric power as free and accessible as the very air people breathe. When George Westinghouse faced the threat of bankruptcy, unable to afford the astronomical patent fees owed to Tesla, Tesla made a shocking decision that astounded the entire world. Sitting in the anxious businessman's home, he tore up the lucrative patent contract with his own hands, a simple signature on which could have made him the richest man alive overnight. He spoke calmly as he discarded the document. As long as my alternating current can serve and benefit all humanity, patent royalties hold no importance to me. In that moment the warm glow of the fireplace fell upon his sharp, refined features, his gaze filled with a pure, almost self-sacrificing devotion to idealism. Yet this choice sealed the bleak, lonely tone of his later years forever. The heavy doors of capital slammed shut firmly behind him. Investors who once crowded around him with admiration began staring at him with the wary, curious gaze reserved for a strange outsider. They could never comprehend a man who rejected wealth and material gain, and any soul that cannot be controlled or manipulated will eventually be squeezed and marginalized by the cold, rigid rules of the worldly world. When worldly glory and bustling prosperity faded away completely, Tesla poured all his inner passion and lifelong obsession into the grand, illusory dream of the Wardenclyffe Tower. It was his ambitious attempt to realize global wireless energy transmission, hoping to deliver free electric power to people living deep within the Sahara Desert just as easily as to researchers working inside laboratories in New York. On desolate open land in Long Island, the towering wooden structure stood tall beneath the vast starry sky, and Tesla would often sit alone atop the tower, watching quietly until the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. He could sense the subtle pulsing microwaves trembling in the air and hear the low-frequency rhythmic heartbeat resonating deep within the earth itself. This extraordinary perception, far ahead of his time, gradually made him grow increasingly eccentric, withdrawn and isolated. When financial giants such as J.P. Morgan withdrew their funding halfway, the massive tower, condensed with all his lifelong effort and hopes, was eventually left to decay into useless scrap metal, and with its collapse Tesla's inner world crumbled into pieces as well. This failure was never merely a financial setback, it was a profound disappointment in humanity's capacity for empathy and selflessness. He longed to gift the greatest technological treasure to the whole world, yet the world cared only about profit, margins and material returns. He gradually developed extreme habits of strict personal cleanliness, a deep aversion to round-shaped objects, and even the compulsion to wipe tableware with 18 paper napkins every time he dined in a hotel. This obsessive-compulsive tendency was in truth the final fortress guarding his inner sense of order. As a genius struggling to cope with an increasingly out-of-control, chaotic world, he wrote quietly in his personal journal, "My mind is merely a receiver. At the core of the universe lies a central source from which we draw boundless knowledge, strength and creative inspiration." By this point he was no longer merely a physicist and inventor, he had become a solitary ascetic, groping silently for the underlying source code of the universe hidden deep within the darkness of existence. In his declining years, Tesla moved into one run-down hotel room after another, each one more humble and shabby than the last, until he finally settled down inside that small quiet chamber. He grew increasingly attached to pigeons, walking to the city park every single day to feed the gray-winged creatures gently, even bringing injured, wounded pigeons back to his room to nurse them back to health. The quiet emotional bond he shared with these birds tugs softly at the heart. Once a celebrated figure who conversed casually with kings, nobles, and world-famous celebrities, his closest, most understanding companions in old age turned out to be ordinary wild birds. He once spoke tenderly of one pure white pigeon. "I love this pigeon just as a man loves the woman of his heart." This was never the absurd rambling of a deranged mind. It was the last trace of warmth, forgiveness, and gentle understanding a deeply sensitive soul rejected by the secular world could find outside human connection. He continued sketching intricate design drafts on cheap plain paper, outlining concepts for death ray weapons, remote control technology, and communication systems utilizing the Earth's ionosphere. To people of his era, these ideas seemed utterly absurd, impossible fantasy, yet we know well that decades later every one of these visions evolved into tangible reality. The immense sense of displacement and alienation brought by living far ahead of his time filled his later life with profound, solemn sorrow. He could clearly see the distant destination of human progress, yet walked the lonely path with no one to walk beside him. He began experiencing frequent vivid hallucinations, seeing blinding electric sparks filling his small room, those flickering flashes seeming like divine whispers speaking directly to his soul. He refused all medical treatment, firmly believing his own body formed a perfect closed energetic cycle. Only in complete, quiet stillness could he complete the final spiritual and physical attunement with the universe. Inside the cold, shabby room numbered 3327, Tesla spent his final quiet hours alone, with no relatives or friends by his side. A "Do Not Disturb" sign hung firmly outside his door, serving as his last and most powerful declaration to the world. Plagued by severe malnutrition and heart failure, he passed away peacefully in his sleep, leaving behind the world he had dedicated his entire life to transforming completely. Within just a few hours after his passing, government agents entered his private room, removing all his design drafts, research notes, and experimental manuscripts. Those precious pages recording visions far beyond his era were sealed away as cold, classified, confidential documents, while his own existence was deliberately marginalized, downplayed, and quietly erased from mainstream public memory. His death resembled a brilliant shooting star falling silently upon desolate wilderness, stirring no grand waves, yet sending deep, silent vibrations rippling through the foundations of human science. His funeral was held at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in Manhattan, attended by more than 2,000 people, yet most were merely curious onlookers or attendees following ritual tradition. The few who truly understood his profound loneliness, lofty ideals, and far-reaching vision were likely still busy living ordinary lives beneath the neon lights he had helped create, completely unaware that the great creator behind modern civilization had taken his final bow. He died with barely a few coins left in his pocket, yet the legacy he left behind holds value that can never be measured by money or material wealth. His entire life proves that in a worldly society obsessed with efficiency, profit, and capital, the most profound eternal truths can only be gained at the cost of thorough, unending solitude. By the end of this quiet tale you have come to see the real Nikola Tesla, hidden behind worldly fame and exaggerated legend. He was never a cursed eccentric genius, merely a pure, unyielding soul who refused to compromise with mediocrity and would never bow down to the rules of capital. Returning to the puzzle we posed at the beginning about who could truly understand his lonely later years, the answer lies right within the electric lights, wireless networks, and modern technology we use every single day. Though he breathed his last in bleak solitude, he achieved eternal life within every crackling electric spark and every flowing wireless signal. He left behind no accumulated wealth or material fortune, yet gifted humanity the complete foundational framework of modern life, along with the fearless courage to dream boldly of what the world deems impossible today. That famous room 3327 has long housed new guests, yet every night as darkness falls, the countless lights of Manhattan still twinkle endlessly, just as they did in his time. The warm glow of tonight's hearth is fading slowly. Let us pay quiet, heartfelt tribute to this lonely, pioneering visionary through this gentle, lingering story. As you close your eyes and drift into peaceful dreams, may your inner world be filled with the same soft, quiet light that surrounded Tesla, illuminating every misunderstood, lonely moment in your own life. Let your breathing slow gradually into steady calm, releasing all trivial worries, future anxieties, and lingering regrets to sink into profound stillness. Good night, Nikola Tesla, and may you also rest in peaceful, undisturbed dreams this evening. The true greatness of certain minds can only be recognized at the far edge of human reason. Kurt Gödel toppled the grand towering edifice of the mathematical world at the young age of 25, yet in his later years he sank deep into the mire of paranoid delusion, imprisoning himself in endless fear of poisoned food. Tonight, accompanied by the faint warm glow of flickering flames, we step into the lonely profound inner world of this peerless genius. If the ultimate pursuit of pure reason inevitably leads to the brink of madness, then the life of Kurt Gödel stands as the most perfect proof of this haunting truth. He became Albert Einstein's most trusted companion for quiet conversation in their later years, yet could never break free from the heavy inner shadows lingering deep within his soul. He proved beyond doubt that certain eternal truths can never be fully proven by logical deduction, just as he could never prove to his own mind that the world around him was ever truly safe. Close your eyes, drift back to the quiet twilight hours of Princeton, and listen to this timeless tale woven around supreme wisdom and the hidden price every genius must pay. At the blurred boundary where mathematics and philosophy intertwines lives a quiet recluse named Kurt Gödel. His entire life unfolded as a long, relentless spiritual quest and a tragic lifelong struggle against the illusion of absolute certainty. While all scholars and thinkers chased the perfect wholeness of logical systems, he alone pointed out the unavoidable cracks and flaws hidden within the foundation of rational thought. Tonight, nestled within this gentle, unhurried story meant only for quiet reflection, may you drift peacefully into slumber amid the lingering echo of eternal truth. Imagine the bitter cold of January 1978 sweeping through Princeton, the frigid wind piercing through window frames like sharp steel needles. Lying weak in a hospital bed was an extremely gaunt elderly man, refusing all food, his eyes filled with deep suspicion toward the entire world. He was universally acknowledged as one of the greatest logicians humanity had ever known, his profound intellectual insight once sending ripples of shock and awe across the entire mathematical community. His name was Kurt Gödel. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, a man who devoted his entire life to pursuing rigorous, flawless logic ultimately met his end, consumed by utterly irrational fear, convinced that every bite of food laid before him had been secretly poisoned. He trusted no one in the world except his wife Adele, and when Adele fell seriously ill and could no longer prepare meals for him, he chose to refuse all sustenance until his last breath. It reads like a bitter, ironic fable, a genius who saw straight through the inherent limits of human logic yet could never settle his own life within the boundaries of rational thought. This stands as the ultimate paradox of a lifelong rationalist, the most heroic yet desolate final farewell of a pure sensitive soul, confronting the fractured uncertainty of the mortal world. Our story begins not with the despair of his final hospital days, but with the seismic shock that rippled through academic circles in Vienna in 1931. At merely 25 years old, Kurt Gödel unleashed an intellectual shockwave upon the world, introducing his groundbreaking incompleteness theorems. Before this revolutionary revelation, mathematicians had clung firmly to the unshakable belief that if logical reasoning reached perfect, flawless perfection, humanity could explain, decipher, and prove every single truth governing the universe. Yet Gödel laid out an unyielding, cold, logical truth for all to see. Within any sufficiently complex logical system there will always exist propositions that hold genuine truth yet can never be proven valid using only the internal rules of that very system. This profound conclusion meant permanent, unbridgeable cracks would always remain upon the high walls of human reason, certain eternal truths destined only to be felt and perceived rather than deduced and proven by rational logic. Back then Gödel appeared thin, pale and frail, wearing a pair of thick round spectacles, looking no older than an inexperienced student still new to academic life. Yet behind the lenses his sharp, discerning eyes had already pierced through the grand illusions cherished by the scholars of his era. He was never merely solving isolated mathematical puzzles, he was deconstructing humanity's arrogant, blind worship of absolute certainty and perfect logical completeness. This discovery catapulted him to instant academic fame, yet quietly planted a hidden seed of deep unease within his heart. If every logical system is inherently incomplete, if reason can never fully validate itself, then what place in this chaotic, uncertain world could ever truly offer safety, stability and absolute certainty? In 1940, fleeing the brutal advance of Nazi tyranny across Europe, Gödel traveled across half the globe to settle at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, United States. It was here he met the most precious kindred spirit of his lifetime, Albert Einstein. By this time Einstein had already achieved immortal fame in the world of physics. He once openly confessed that his daily journey to the Institute existed solely for the precious chance to walk home side by side with Gödel. Each Evening street lamps stretched the long shadows of the two unparalleled geniuses, one a towering giant reshaping modern physics, the other a quiet reclusive sage dwelling in the realm of pure logic. They exchanged thoughts on the intricate principles of general relativity, debated the profound essence of time and existence, and even deduced the theoretical framework of the Gödel universe, proposing the bold concept that time could theoretically loop in endless cycles. Einstein understood Gödel's profound loneliness better than anyone else, for both men dwelt within an extremely pure abstract dimension of thought far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Yet even Einstein's gentle warmth and sincere companionship could never fully dispel the deepening melancholy creeping over Gödel's mind. He gradually grew pathologically suspicious of the air he breathed, the water he drank, and the ordinary people surrounding him, constantly convinced that unseen eyes watched his every move in secret. He kept the curtains tightly drawn shut in his institute office, dreading that cold wind might bring not merely physical cold or illness but unseen curses and hidden malice. He lived entirely immersed in the abstract world of geometric formulas, logical axioms, and pure eternal truths, displaying an almost hypersensitive rejection toward the mortal world filled with trivial dust, hidden lies, and moral imperfection. To truly understand the roots of Gödel's crippling paranoia, we must first grasp his pathological relentless pursuit of perfect orderly logic. In Gödel's view, the natural world should contain no random chaos or unexplained coincidence. Every event, every occurrence ought to possess clear logical reasoning and undeniable cause behind it. During his naturalization interview for United States citizenship, he earnestly and seriously explained to the judge that he had discovered a critical logical loophole within the American Constitution, one that could legally allow the nation to transform into a full dictatorship under constitutional pretenses. Einstein, who accompanied him, grew instantly alarmed, rushing quietly to restrain him, fearing this brilliant, uncompromising logician might land himself in serious trouble. This extreme hypersensitivity toward every hidden logical flaw stood as an incomparable gift within academic research, yet became an unescapable disaster in daily life. His paranoia deepened. He began to doubt every meal placed before him, trapped in the haunting belief that within this inherently incomplete, uncertain world any small unknown link in daily life could hide poison and ill intent. This heavy psychological oppression grew far more unmanageable after Einstein's passing. Losing the only spiritual pillar who truly understood him in the human world, Gödel retreated entirely into the small safe fortress built for him by his wife Adele. 6 years older than Gödel, once a professional dancer, Adele offered the logical genius the most down-to-earth, sincere warmth and protective shelter he had ever known. He would only eat meals prepared solely by Adele, only felt safe when she assured him no hidden danger lingered in the food she served. She became his final fragile lifeline, connecting him to the ordinary reality of the world. Yet fate reveals its cruelest cruelty by inevitably cutting away that last fragile lifeline. In his later years, Adele's health steadily declined until she suffered a severe stroke and was confined to hospital, unable to return home to prepare his daily meals any longer. The moment the familiar safe meals he relied on vanished completely, Gödel's world sank into utter darkness. He stared at the food brought by doctors and nurses, seeing not ordinary nourishment but bowls of deadly poison simmering silently before him. He had no true desire to end his own life. He simply could not convince his rigid logical mind to accept the uncertain external world, forever haunted by the possibility of hidden poison. In his final months his body wasted away until he weighed barely 60 pounds, reduced to a thin, frail shell like dried paper caught in the wind. He continued filling his notebooks with intricate logical deductions, philosophical reflections, and proofs exploring the existence of God. Even as his physical form withered away little by little, it remains a heart-wrenching display of unyielding persistence. He chose death rather than compromising the pure, uncompromising logic of his soul, surrendering never to the uncertainties and hidden risks of mortal reality. On the 14th of January 1978, Kurt Gödel passed away quietly in a Princeton hospital, his official cause of death recorded as malnutrition and voluntary starvation induced by severe personality disorder. The great mind who deduced the fundamental incompleteness governing the entire universe ultimately completed a perfect logical closed loop of self-destruction with his own fragile life. Our tale circles back to that cold, still afternoon in Princeton, all worldly noise fading into quiet calm. Kurt Gödel departed from this world, yet the profound theorems he left behind stand as two eternal lighthouses shining steadily through the fog of human intellectual progress. The core question he raised, whether human reason possesses inherent uncrossable boundaries, still haunts every seeking mind chasing ultimate truth. Deep into the quiet night he gifted humanity a precious lesson in humility. reminding us that even the most brilliant intellectual minds can never fully unravel or explain every hidden meaning of human life and existence. Perhaps within the boundless dimension of the Gödel universe beyond the limits of mortal time, he now walks hand in hand with Adele, enjoying warm safe bowls of simple soup, free forever from the fear of logical flaws, hidden danger and endless uncertainty. The warm glow of tonight hearth fire is fading gently. May the lingering echo of Gödel pursuit for truth and lonely perseverance settle into the quietest, most peaceful melody within your dreams. In that distant realm beyond logical proof and rational deduction, all fear fades away, every doubt finds its long-awaited answer. Close your eyes, let the gentle softness of the night wrap around you, allowing your thoughts to drift toward the distant stars. Good night, Kurt Gödel, and may you rest in serene, profound, peaceful dreams tonight. Back in Cambridge in the year 1913, the mathematician Hardy received a strange letter filled with messy, intricate mathematical formulas. Srinivasa Ramanujan, a poor young man from southern India, sought to challenge the entire system of modern mathematics with visions born deep within his dreams. He held fast to a sincere belief that divine mathematical formulas were whispered and inscribed upon his tongue by the goddess Namagiri while he lay asleep at night. Tonight, accompanied by the faint soft glow of flickering hearth flames, we step into the real life of this extraordinary mind, hailed as an otherworldly intellectual genius. How could a humble accounting clerk with no formal advanced mathematical training unravel age-old mathematical puzzles that had baffled humanity for thousands of years? Ramanujan's life unfolds like a miracle, crossing the boundaries of dimension, stretching from the blazing hot temple lands of southern India to the cold wind-swept streets of Cambridge. He traced faint traces of divine existence within endless mathematical equations, yet drifted further and further away from the mortal world amid the fragility of his physical body. Close your eyes, drift back to that mysteriously tinted era and listen to the profound life story of this unparalleled self-taught genius. If the ultimate pursuit of human reason ascends into divine miracle, then the life of Srinivasa Ramanujan stands as the most perfect, undeniable proof. He perceived the hidden essence of infinity, yet could never foresee the destined end of his own mortal journey. Passing quietly away at the young age of 31, the mysterious, elegant formulas he left behind continue to guide modern scientists deep into the hidden realms of black holes and the quantum universe. Even to this day, tonight nestled within this gentle, unhurried tale meant only for quiet remembrance, may you drift peacefully into slumber amid the lingering resonance of eternal mathematical truth and divine inspiration. Imagine the bitter icy wind sweeping through Cambridge in the early 20th century, a distinguished mathematician staring blankly at a worn, tattered letter spread open before him. Upon the page lay no rigorous logical deductions, no step-by-step academic reasoning, only hundreds upon hundreds of complex, unprecedented mathematical equations, many seeming absurd and incomprehensible to conventional scholars. The mind behind these astonishing formulations was none other than Srinivasa Ramanujan. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was a man who claimed to play chess and converse directly with divine beings in his slumber. Those profound equations, capable of reshaping the foundational laws of physics, were said to be sacred revelations written directly upon his tongue by the goddess herself. Rising from the sandy ground of a remote Indian village, he journeyed all the way to the highest halls of human intellectual achievement, only to fade away like a burning flame extinguished early amid the cold foreign snow of England. This is far more than merely the life story of a mathematical prodigy. It is an enduring enigma woven from profound loneliness, unshakable faith and unescapable fate. How could a young man deprived of higher academic education peer straight into the deepest hidden secrets of the cosmos with effortless, intuitive insight? Now let your breath sink slowly into calm stillness as we brush away the dust of history to witness the soul touched and blessed by divine grace. Our story begins with a humble plea letter written in 1913, the turning point that altered the entire course of Ramanujan's life. At that time, Ramanujan worked as a low-paid accounting clerk at the Madras Port Authority. His most precious possessions, an outdated textbook on mathematics and stacks upon stacks of rough draft paper covered densely with handwritten formulas. He had turned to respected Indian scholars for guidance and recognition, yet those bound firmly by traditional academic views dismissed him as an arrogant, eccentric amateur with no formal scholarly grounding. Left with nowhere else to turn, he mailed letters to 3 top-ranking mathematicians at the University of Cambridge. 2 of the correspondences vanished without reply until the third landed in the hands of Hardy. At first, Hardy suspected the letter to be a tasteless prank or the wild ramblings of an untrained amateur mathematician. Yet during a quiet afternoon stroll, his sharp academic intuition Awakened, he realized these elaborate formulas could never be fabricated by any ordinary mortal mind. They carried a primal wild aura of divine origin beyond the reach of conventional academic thought. In his letter, Ramanujan wrote sincerely, "These mathematical formulas hold no meaning to me without the divine enlightenment granted by the goddess." This extreme quiet confidence, standing in stark contrast to his humble, lowly social position, placed Ramanujan squarely at the critical crossroads of fate. He faced the tempting possibility of crossing rigid class boundaries, yet also confronted the ancient forbidden taboos of Brahmin tradition. Traveling overseas by sea was regarded as an act of moral degradation and spiritual corruption in the eyes of orthodox believers. In the end, with the perceived blessing and permission of the goddess appearing in his dreams, he boarded a massive steamship bound for Britain, carrying an entire universe of mathematical equations locked within his mind, setting sail toward the bitterly cold, unfamiliar land that awaited him far across the ocean. When Ramanujan first set foot upon the soil of Cambridge, his perception of the world stood entirely apart from the rational, rigorous mindset of Hardy. Hardy embodied the strict discipline of academic logic, insisting every mathematical proposition must be supported by flawless, irrefutable proof, while Ramanujan possessed the intuitive soul of a poetic visionary, able to simply see the final answer without tedious deduction. Ramanujan would often sit wrapped in thick woolen blankets beside the warm fireplace, his expression vacant and distant one moment, then suddenly sparkling with strange radiant enlightenment the next. He confided in Hardy that whenever he closed his eyes, the goddess Namagiri would reveal a vast glowing red screen upon which countless complex mathematical formulas swirled, danced and unfolded before his eyes, leaving him only the simple task of copying them down onto paper. This unconventional, almost mystical method of research unsettled the entire academic circle of Cambridge, marking him as an outsider, alien to a community that valued noble lineage, rigid rules and formal training. Devoutly vegetarian by faith, he struggled greatly with wartime food rationing in Britain, often surviving on only small portions of plain rice and minimal simple oil to sustain his body. The scarcity of proper nourishment, prolonged social isolation and the bone-chilling damp cold of the English climate slowly eroded away the vital strength of this extraordinary genius. Still, he continued writing endlessly. Formulas on infinite series, prime number distributions and intricate mathematical identities flowed ceaselessly from his pen as if racing against some invisible force of time. Hardy attempted to teach him the structured methods of modern mathematical analysis, yet soon came to understand that Ramanujan's mind operated according to an independent logical system entirely separate from the established mathematical civilization of Earth. He was not merely discovering mathematical truths, he was reciting the soft whispered revelations of the divine, paying the bitter price of watching his physical body gradually wither and grow frail with each passing day. If Ramanujan's mathematical world was filled with radiant light and boundless wonder, his daily life remained shrouded in an unspeakable layer of melancholy and lonely gloom. With the outbreak of the First World War, Ramanujan's days in Cambridge descended into unbearable isolation, akin to living in a living hell. He could never grow accustomed to the freezing, bitter winter nights of England. The piercing cold seemed to freeze deep into his bones, leaving him trapped in persistent coughing spells and growing physical weakness. Even more agonizing was the emotional rift with his family back home. Trapped by misunderstanding and strict Brahmin household rules, they intercepted every letter he sent to his homeland, cutting off his last thread of connection and warm affection. In the foreign land, surrounded by loneliness on every distant shore, he found his only solace and refuge within the abstract, silent world of numbers and equations. On one occasion, Ramanujan fell seriously ill and was confined to a hospital bed. Hardy traveled by taxi to visit him, casually remarking that the taxi number 1729 seemed plain, ordinary and unremarkable. Struggling to lift himself up from his sickbed, Ramanujan spoke softly and gently. "No, Hardy, this is a truly fascinating number." He explained instantly that 1729 was the smallest positive integer expressible as the sum of two cubes in two entirely different ways. This innate instinctive intuition toward numbers never abandoned him. Even in his weakest moments, hovering close to the threshold of death, yet unparalleled intellectual brilliance could never halt the irreversible collapse of his physical health. Doctors diagnosed him with severe tuberculosis compounded by extreme malnutrition and emotional despair. He was like a wandering traveler, misplaced in time and space, stranded within a foreign civilization that never truly understood him, slowly draining away the last spark of life and vitality within his soul. In 1919, Ramanujan journeyed back to his beloved India in fragile, failing health, clinging to the hope that the warm sunlight of his homeland might revive his fading strength. Yet years of relentless overwork, emotional heartbreak and physical exhaustion had left him terminally ill, forcing him to spend his final days confined permanently to bed. Even so, during the last year of his life, he filled dozens of pages with dense, intricate notations, pioneering groundbreaking formulas related to Modular theta functions. In letters to Hardy he wrote with quiet excitement that he had unlocked an entirely new untouched domain of mathematics never explored by any scholar before. On one sweltering quiet afternoon Ramanujan offered his final prayers to the divine goddess, then closed his eyes, forever departing from the mortal world at merely 31 years of age. During his lifetime no one fully grasped the profound hidden meaning behind the mysterious formulas he scribbled down in his final days. Decades later scientists made an astonishing, remarkable discovery. Those casual notations Ramanujan composed while lying weak in his sickbed precisely described certain complex physical properties and structural characteristics of black holes in an era without advanced computers, powerful astronomical telescopes, or modern quantum theory. He had reached out with nothing but dreamlike intuition and divine inspiration to touch the deepest hidden pulse and rhythm of the entire universe. The three handwritten notebooks he left behind became an inexhaustible treasure trove for mathematicians across generations, resembling a precious gift delivered to humanity from a higher dimensional realm beyond mortal comprehension. Ramanujan's entire life stands as a highly condensed miracle, bursting forth with the most dazzling radiant light within the shortest span of time before fading away into eternal quiet stillness. Our tale drifts back to that cold winter night in Cambridge. In his later years Hardy reflected deeply and confessed that his greatest lifelong achievement was not proving profound mathematical theorems but discovering the incomparable genius of Ramanujan, returning to the lingering mystery of divine revelation proposed at the opening of our story. Perhaps Ramanujan was never merely dreaming. His pure, untainted soul possessed the rare ability to perceive timeless universal cosmic order hidden far beyond the limited perception of ordinary mortal minds. His life journey proves that the final boundary of human reason may merge seamlessly with spiritual faith, and that the very essence of mathematics is another profound form of romantic poetic grace. Now let your thoughts drift gently away with this quiet tale, traveling back to the warm sunlit sacred lands of India, bathed in divine radiance. Those intricate, complicated equations are no longer burdensome to understand but soft, gentle guardian lullabies watching over your quiet dreams. Let your breath grow light, steady and calm. Allow the profound loneliness and miraculous brilliance of this mathematical prophet to cradle you into the deepest, most peaceful tranquility in that boundless mathematical paradise, transcending class boundaries, bitter cold and mortal illness. Every hidden puzzle finds its perfect eternal answer. Good night Ramanujan, and may you rest in serene, undisturbed, peaceful dreams this evening. Within the sacred temple of mathematics, one name was once regarded as a dreadful curse. George Cantor unraveled the hidden secrets of infinity through pure intuitive insight, yet spent the darkest years of his life enduring deliberate exclusion from academic authorities and the gradual collapse of his own mental spirit. Tonight, accompanied by the soft dim glow of candlelight, let us listen to the fateful life melody of this tragic, misunderstood genius. How would you define the boundless concept of infinity for George Cantor? It stood as the threshold leading straight into an unfathomable abyss. This extraordinary mind who dared to quantify the eternal and boundless was condemned as a heretic of science by the rigid academic authorities of his time. He lingered within the quiet confines of a psychiatric hospital in Halle, wrestling endlessly with his mathematical intuition while slowly reconciling himself with profound lifelong loneliness. Close your eyes and drift back to those forgotten years hidden beneath the dust of mathematical history, and feel the quiet, unshakable power carried within his lonely journey. If the whole world fails to understand your extraordinary greatness, would you choose humble compromise or retreat into quiet madness? George Cantor walked the path of the latter, or rather the unyielding truth chose to dwell within him. From the most prestigious halls of mathematical academia to the cold, lonely wards of a mental asylum, his fate mirrored the very set theory he discovered, filled with endless paradox, hidden meaning and profound philosophical thought. Tonight let us step together into his inner world, woven with inescapable fate, quiet sorrow and unrelenting persistence. Imagine gazing up at the countless twinkling stars scattered across the quiet night sky, trying endlessly to count their boundless number. What if someone told you that infinity itself carries different sizes, that some forms of infinity are vastly larger than others? Would you dismiss such a notion as pure madness? Over a century ago there lived exactly such a man, abandoned and rejected by the entire world solely for this groundbreaking revelation. His name was George Cantor. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, Cantor dared to quantify the very concept of infinity, a profound abstract notion once believed to belong only to the divine. He pushed open the heavy iron gate leading into the forbidden territory of mathematical thought, only to find no warm applause waiting beyond the threshold, nothing but endless harsh criticism, public condemnation and An inevitable bed inside a psychiatric ward, a wandering spirit walking forever along the fragile boundary between genius and mental unrest. He passed away desolately in the cold loneliness of Halley's psychiatric hospital during a bitter winter. Hardly any fellow mathematicians attended his humble funeral, yet his name would later rise to become an eternal guiding star that every scholar of mathematics must look up to, with reverence. The winter of 1884 settled over Halle, Germany, with thick heavy snow blanketing every sound and footprint across the quiet city. Inside a dim, secluded hospital ward, George Cantor stared blankly at the stark white walls, tracing complex abstract mathematical symbols with trembling fingers. He had just endured a severe nervous breakdown diagnosed by doctors as the result of extreme overwork and mental exhaustion. Yet Cantor understood deep within his soul it was the painful scar left upon his spirit after gazing directly into the overwhelming truth of the mathematical universe. This was far from his first brush with the edge of mental collapse. The first bitter crack in his destined journey originated from the very mentor he had always respected and admired, Leopold Kronecker. Kronecker publicly denounced Cantor as nothing more than a charlatan and a dangerous heretic of scientific thought, leveraging his immense academic power and influence to block every possible opportunity for Cantor to take up a teaching position at the prestigious University of Berlin in an era that revered academic authority above all else. Such deliberate isolation and professional marginalization acted as a slow, cruel murder, stripping away Cantor's social standing and credibility as a respected mathematician. Little by little, in the quiet stillness of every late night, Cantor would fall into quiet contemplation, asking himself repeatedly whether seeing and understanding profound universal truth could ever truly be regarded as a sin. He attempted to seek spiritual redemption by writing letters to the royal court and delving deep into theological research, yet external acknowledgement and worldly validation could never fill the hollow emptiness growing wider inside his heart. This suffocating sense of being isolated and abandoned by the entire intellectual world became fertile ground for repeated episodes of mental illness, gradually pushing him further toward the boundless ocean of infinite mathematical thought that only he alone could perceive and comprehend. To truly understand Cantor's pain and persistence, we must journey back to his youthful years to witness the moment when his spirit burned bright with unyielding ambition and intellectual passion. In those early days he bore no heavy beard, his eyes shining with insatiable curiosity and hunger for universal truth. Wandering along the peaceful shores of Lake Zurich while reconstructing the entire logical framework of the universe, within his restless mind he made an astonishing, groundbreaking discovery. If we place all natural numbers into one infinite set and all real numbers into another, the set of real numbers holds far greater density and boundless scope than the set of natural numbers. This conclusion sent a chill of disbelief through every mathematician of his generation, for it challenged the intuitive understanding humanity had held for thousands of generations. People had always believed infinity was simply infinity without distinction of size, magnitude, or boundary. Yet Cantor wrote candidly in a letter to a close friend, "I have seen this profound truth, yet I can barely bring myself to believe it." This overwhelming sense of being far ahead of his time and utterly alone in his insight defined the underlying tone of his entire life. From that moment onward, driven to protect and defend his revolutionary discovery, he grew increasingly obsessive and withdrawn, sleeping only a few short hours each day, devoting every waking moment to endless calculation, rigorous logical proof, and tireless reasoning, striving to construct the grand, unshakable intellectual edifice of set theory. Every brick laid within this monumental structure seemed soaked with his relentless effort, mental strain, and silent perseverance. He gradually withdrew from ordinary social connection with the outside world, the only source of strength sustaining him being the distant radiant light of universal truth shining far beyond the reach of his contemporaries. Yet the long shadow cast by Kronecker loomed endlessly over his journey, like an invisible hand scattering poisonous seeds of doubt, suspicion, and criticism at every moment of his academic triumph. In personal letters to his family he revealed profound exhaustion, confessing he felt like a lone sailor navigating a vast endless sea surrounded by thick impenetrable fog, while the small flickering lantern in his grasp grew fainter and weaker with every passing day. In his later years, Cantor's life descended into quiet monotony and painful fragmentation. He became a frequent resident of psychiatric institutions, the gray cold walls and iron-barred windows of the asylum forming the constant backdrop of his final 2 decades of life. At times he would sink into perfect stillness, staring silently at fallen leaves drifting past the window, his mind undoubtedly still immersed in deducing and refining his unfinished continuum hypothesis. Long after his groundbreaking work was dismissed and ridiculed during his prime, the global mathematical community finally began to recognize the immense greatness and eternal value of his theories. The legendary mathematician David Hilbert even proclaimed resolutely, "No one shall expel us from the paradise that Cantor has created for us." Yet bitter irony lingered in this long-delayed recognition by the academic world. By the time Mathematicians finally prepared to honor and celebrate his achievements. Cantor had already faded into old age, too worn and mentally frail to recognize those who had once attacked, mocked and rejected him. He even began to doubt his own existence, questioning whether the abstract mathematical symbols and profound theories that had consumed his life were merely a cruel joke crafted by divine will. During one brief period of mental clarity, he returned to his family home only to face the devastating loss of his young son, whose untimely death delivered the final crushing blow to his fragile spirit. He lost all ability to communicate coherently with the real world, pouring every ounce of his remaining energy into researching the true identity of William Shakespeare, this solitary intellectual pursuit becoming his only refuge to escape the endless pain and torment brought by mathematical controversy and lifelong isolation. The immense psychological gap of falling from the pinnacle of academic genius into quiet obscurity and sorrow never filled him with bitter rage, instead settling over him with a quiet, almost divine sense of compassion and numb resignation. He ceased arguing with critics, ceased striving for worldly acknowledgement, simply waiting in calm stillness for the ultimate infinite eternity to come and carry him away peacefully. On the 6th of January 1918, the corridors of Halle University Psychiatric Hospital were bitterly cold like an icy cellar. George Cantor lay curled beneath thin blankets, watching the last traces of sunset fade slowly beyond the distant skyline. Plagued by severe wartime material shortages, the hospital lacked even the most basic heating facilities, and the brilliant mind who had deciphered the layered magnitudes of infinity lay wasting away slowly from malnutrition and bitter cold. His gaze had grown distant and unfocused, yet his fingers traced slow, unconscious circles across the plain bedsheets, as if sketching the outline of one final perfect set. In his last fleeting moments of life, did he feel a quiet sense of liberation or an unspeakable lingering regret? He had spent his entire life chasing absolute logical certainty, striving to build an unbreakable foundation for mathematical thought, yet in the end he was surrounded only by unpredictable fate, haunting mental illusions and profound solitude. News of his passing did not even merit a small notice in local newspapers, for the world was far too occupied struggling to survive amid the ruins and chaos of the First World War. Yet if we could traverse the boundaries of time, we would witness that at the very moment his breath faded away, the set theory he single-handedly founded was taking root, flourishing and spreading within university lecture halls across the entire globe. The quiet ashes left behind after the fierce burning of a genius spirit appeared hauntingly desolate against the bitter winter wind, yet carried an innate sacred solemnity. He was like a solitary candle burning itself completely to illuminate the blind spots of human cognitive understanding. Once its flame flickered out forever, the darkness of intellectual ignorance had been permanently dispelled and pushed back for all future generations. By the end of this quiet tale you may finally understand the tragic undertone woven into Cantor's life from the very beginning. He was never truly insane, he was merely a man who walked too far ahead of his era and saw universal truth far too clearly, leaving the world with no choice but to label his extraordinary insight as madness. Returning to the question we posed at the very start, does infinity possess varying magnitudes? Cantor answered with unshakable certainty that it does, yet he also taught us through his lifelong journey that the human spirit bears clear limits of endurance. Even a soul capable of calculating, unraveling and defining infinity cannot withstand endless years of isolation, public hostility and relentless mental torment. Today George Cantor rests quietly in the cemetery of Halle, his tombstone engraved with the symbolic notations of his immortal set theory. He left behind an invaluable intellectual legacy that continues to benefit all scholars and thinkers for eternity, while also leaving a profound timeless warning about the hidden price of extraordinary talent and relentless pursuit of truth. The warm glow of tonight's hearth is slowly fading away. Let us pay quiet tribute to this brave solitary visionary amid the calm lingering rhythm of quiet thought. As you close your eyes and drift toward peaceful dreams, may your inner world be free from academic exclusion, worldly hostility and physical suffering, filled only with the pure boundless ocean of infinity that Cantor chased and cherished his entire life. Let your breathing steady, gradually release all trivial calculations, daily worries and lingering troubles to drift away with the quiet night wind. Rest your mind, settle your spirit and drift into gentle, untroubled slumber. Good night and sweet dreams. Back in the 19th century in Russia, if a young girl dreamed of pursuing higher education abroad, the only possible path open to her was a fabricated marriage of convenience. Sofia Kovalovskaya, a remarkable woman wandering gracefully between the emotional sensitivity of literature and the cold rationality of mathematics, carved a tough, lonely path forward with unyielding perseverance and gentle tenderness, breaking through the thick walls of prejudice that confined women in her era. Tonight, accompanied by the faint soft glow of flickering flames, we step into the genuine life journey of this extraordinary pioneering female mind. Have you ever imagined wallpaper covered entirely with calculus lecture notes? This strange unique sight formed the earliest most extraordinary intellectual enlightenment of Sophia's childhood. She went down in history not only as the very first woman to earn a doctoral degree in mathematics but also as a delicate thoughtful literary writer. Beneath the dazzling aura of genius however lay repeated difficult struggles, tangled between heartfelt love and the unyielding pursuit of truth. Close your eyes. Drift back to the mist-shrouded lands of 19th-century Europe and listen quietly to the moving life story woven around this trailblazing soul. If human life could be regarded as a complex differential equation, Sofia Kovalovskaya spent her whole life striving to solve its hidden variables and profound mysteries. In an age when women were strictly forbidden from stepping into university lecture halls, she earned global recognition and respect solely through her unshakable dignity and extraordinary intellectual talent. Yet her untimely early passing left behind a lingering heartrending sorrow, casting a layer of quiet melancholy over her legendary extraordinary life. Tonight, nestled within this gentle unhurried tale meant only for quiet remembrance, may you drift peacefully into slumber amid the soft drifting dust of history. In the 19th century, when allowing women to pursue academic learning was seen as heresy and rebellion against social norms, a young Russian girl traced the edge of her passport with quiet desperate longing. Trapped within the boundaries of her family estate deep in the Russian countryside, she would wither away in obscurity forever if no man agreed to take her across the border. Her name was Sofia Kovalovskaya. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, she shone as one of the brightest mathematical stars of her time, praised by the great mathematician Weierstrass as a genius of purest natural talent. Few could have imagined that this future distinguished female professor first gained her hard-won freedom through a carefully arranged fake marriage. She possessed the brilliant intellectual insight to calculate the physical laws governing the rotational movement of rigid bodies, yet there were nights when she broke down in tears, unable to untangle the messy emotional knots of ordinary human life. This was the profound paradox belonging to this female genius. Her sharp intellectual mind belonged to the far-reaching future, while her physical existence remained trapped within the rigid decaying conventions of the past. Now let all worldly noise fade into stillness beneath the warm glow of the fireplace, and slowly push open the heavy, ancient gate of history to walk alongside her story. Sophia's bold plan to escape the confinement of her homeland began when she turned 18. What drove her forward was far less a longing for romantic love than a desperate fight for the chance to pursue knowledge freely. At that time, Russian law strictly forbade unmarried young women from traveling overseas without explicit permission from their fathers, and her conservative father, a retired military general, would never grant his daughter leave to travel all the way to Germany merely to study abstract mathematics. Late beneath the dim candlelight of the Palabino estate, Sofia and her elder sister devised a whimsical, risky plan. They arranged a quiet meeting with Vladimir, a young paleontologist, and asked whether he would agree to enter a legally nominal marriage purely for the advancement of scientific progress. Moved by the unwavering determination shining brightly in the young girl's eyes, Vladimir gave his consent, and in that moment Sofia finally secured her precious ticket to freedom. Yet this ticket to a new life came at the cost of years of self-exile and deliberate pretense. Seated tightly beside the train window on her journey toward Germany, she watched the vast desolate plains of her homeland fade slowly into the distance, her heart tangled with quiet guilt over her deception and overwhelming exhilaration at stepping into true freedom. She could never have foreseen that this casual contractual marriage, meant only to grant her passage abroad, would evolve into an emotional entanglement haunting her for the rest of her life. All she knew was that great scholarly mentors awaited her in Heidelberg and Berlin, that those intricate mathematical equations were the true spiritual home where her soul belonged. It was the first time fate smiled kindly upon her, yet it also laid the most hidden, subtle foreshadowing for her lifelong wandering and emotional unrest. The winters of Berlin were bitterly cold and endlessly long. Sofia stood outside the residence of the legendary mathematician Weierstrass, almost buried deep beneath heavy snowfall. The University of Berlin barred female students from formal enrollment, refusing to admit her even though she possessed the sharp insight to spot logical flaws hidden within the professor's own lecture notes. At first, the elderly lifelong bachelor scholar Weierstrass remained skeptical of the young girl's talent, casually assigning several extremely difficult advanced problems that even senior graduate students struggled to solve, hoping to send her away easily. A week later, Sofia returned to his study not only with perfect accurate answers but also with astonishing intuitive perception and profound understanding of partial differential equations that left the great master utterly amazed. Deeply impressed by her extraordinary intellectual gift, Weierstrass made an unprecedented exception, choosing to conduct private Exclusive lectures for her alone inside his cluttered study piled high with endless manuscripts and academic papers. The two brilliant minds, one elderly and one young, crossed the divides of gender and age, engaging in pure, profound intellectual dialogue night after night. Sophia often worked late into the lamplit hours, calculus symbols dancing fluidly beneath her pen, forming the only ordered world she could fully control and understand. She once told her mentor sincerely, "If you love mathematics without also cherishing the beauty of poetry, you will never grow into a truly great mathematician." It was this poetic, intuitive sensibility unique to her that allowed her to submit 3 remarkably valuable academic papers and earn her well-deserved doctoral degree from the University of Göttingen in 1874. She became the very first woman in global history to obtain a doctorate in mathematics. At that moment she seemed to stand firmly atop the peak of rational academic achievement, yet remained unaware that the cold, bitter currents of social prejudice were closing in upon her from every direction. Even after earning her prestigious doctoral title, the world still refused to open its doors fully to her. Returning to her native Russia, Sophia soon faced cruel, harsh reality. Not a single middle school would offer her a teaching position solely because she was a woman. The nominal fake marriage she had arranged years earlier now began to demand its heavy price. Vladimir had genuinely fallen deeply in love with her, and Sophia found herself trapped in a swirling vortex of emotional conflict. They tried to build a genuine married life together, enjoying brief moments of peaceful happiness and welcoming a lovely baby daughter into their lives. Yet amid trivial daily burdens and mounting financial pressure, these two brilliant minds destined for academic pursuits suffered devastating losses in reckless speculative business ventures. Overwhelmed by the weight of failure and despair, Vladimir took his own life, the shocking news striking Sophia like a bolt of lightning, shattering the fragile peace she had managed to build. She locked herself away in a darkened room for 5 full days, refusing all food and drink, her mind endlessly haunted by the final sorrowful look in his eyes. Consumed by overwhelming guilt and self-reproach, she threw herself into academic research with almost self-destructive dedication, striving to numb the piercing pain in her heart through rigorous study of rigid body motion and rotational mechanics. This extreme overexertion of mind and body aged her far beyond her years, yet also gave birth to the greatest academic achievement of her lifetime, her groundbreaking research on the structural formation of Saturn's rings. She drifted like a lost soul, drowning in the boundless ocean of mathematics, yet found breath and solace within the perfect structure of logical equations. This quiet inner struggle lent a touch of cold melancholy and quiet grace to her extraordinary beauty. The first snowfall of 1884 fell gently over the quiet early morning streets of Stockholm, bringing Sophia the long-delayed spring she had waited for so long. Thanks to the strong recommendation and persistent advocacy of her close friend Middag Leffler, Sweden finally extended an invitation appointing her as a university professor. It marked a seemingly glorious chapter of her life. She became the first female mathematics professor not only in Sweden but across the whole of Europe, and later received the prestigious Borden Prize from the French Academy of Sciences. Yet the higher she climbed in academic fame, the more her heart trembled like a fragile leaf drifting in the wind. In letters written to close friends she poured out her quiet sorrow. Why can I never possess both profound intellectual understanding and the simple ordinary happiness of everyday life? She began picking up her literary pen once again, writing tender nostalgic accounts of her childhood memories in the quiet Russian countryside, pouring forth delicate inner emotions that could never be expressed through cold mathematical formulas. Half of her soul belonged to rigid, logically precise equations, while the other half burned with the untamable, passionate sentiment of literary creation. This inner division and emotional exhaustion wore heavily upon her spirit. She burned like a candle flickering down to its last wick, radiating dazzling light, yet powerless to hold back the creeping advance of darkness. Standing before her university lecture hall in Sweden, facing rows of students gazing at her with reverent, curious, or doubtful eyes, her voice remained gentle yet carried a faint trace of quiet hoarseness. It was her final lingering echo upon the world, a genius's most heartfelt quiet confession before exhausting the last of her life's vitality. At the start of 1891, Sophia caught a severe cold while traveling back to Sweden from Berlin. Years of relentless overwork and mental strain had weakened her constitution drastically, and the minor illness quickly deteriorated into severe pneumonia. No one could have imagined that this remarkable female mathematician would pass away forever in the quiet stillness of the night at the tragically young age of 41, returning to the mystery of her fake marriage posed at the beginning of our story. That bold choice was in truth a young girl offering up her entire life as a sacrifice to the unyielding pursuit of truth. She won every logical battle within mathematical equations, yet lost herself to the cruel limitations of her era, departing far too soon. This remains one of the most piercing sorrows hidden within the pages of history. Yet close your eyes for a moment and you may still feel the faint lingering breath of her spirit dwelling quietly behind every line of calculus. Notation Sophia's extraordinary life proved that supreme wisdom bears no boundary of gender and that the human soul can possess the pure logical precision of mathematics while holding the romantic poetic tenderness of literature. Now the wind and snow outside have faded away, all unfulfilled dreams drift gently into slumber alongside this quiet tale. Let your breathing slow into calm steady rhythm, allowing the gentle perseverance and quiet grace of this mathematical goddess to cradle you into deep peaceful rest. Good night, Sofia Kovalovskaya, and may you enjoy a serene undisturbed dream this evening. Some human minds seem not to belong to the planet we call Earth. John von Neumann is celebrated as the father of modern computer architecture and the cold incisive intellect behind the Manhattan Project. His intellectual genius towered far beyond the limits of his era, yet in his final years he sank deep into overwhelming fear of existential nothingness and endless shadow. Tonight, beneath the faint gentle glow of flickering flames, we step into the real life of this extraordinary mind, often regarded as an alien intellect walking among ordinary humans. If the ultimate pursuit of pure reason inevitably leans toward icy detachment, then the life of John von Neumann stands as the most flawless game of logic ever lived. He stood face to face with the rising smoke and tension of the Cold War, using mathematical formulas to simulate and calculate the very survival or destruction of human civilization. Yet at the final threshold of life he became like a vulnerable child, searching desperately for spiritual redemption that no logical equation could ever explain or define. Close your eyes, drift back to that dust-laden turbulent age and listen to the profound life story of this unparalleled genius. He was a rare prodigy capable of cracking jokes in casual conversation while mentally solving extremely complex physical calculations in an instant. John von Neumann wandered along the quiet paths of Princeton, contemplating cosmic forces powerful enough to bring human civilization to ruin in a single moment. Yet he was never merely a cold calculating machine of logic. He remained a lonely wandering soul, striving tirelessly to find stable order amid the chaos of a turbulent world. Tonight, nestled within this soft unrushed story meant only for quiet remembrance, may you drift peacefully into slumber amid the lingering resonance of eternal truth and profound wisdom. Picture the cold days of February 1957 at Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington. Lying weak and tormented in a hospital bed was a man acknowledged across the globe as the sharpest intellectual mind alive. His name was John von Neumann. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was the kind of genius who could craft witty remarks at social gatherings while casually deriving complete frameworks of game theory without effort. People even half-jokingly suspected he was an otherworldly intellect concealed within a human form. Yet this towering figure, who precisely calculated the detonation altitude of atomic bombs and laid down the foundational structure of modern computer design, was eventually shattered by raw primal fear. In his final days he could not bear staying alone in the dark hospital room, insisting that nurses keep the lights burning all through the night, for his rational mind could never prove what lay beyond death or ease the terror of eternal emptiness. The staggering peak of his intellectual power standing against the fragile weakness of his soul forms a haunting, profound paradox. This is the final lingering puzzle left behind by this great mind. Turn back the pages of time to the year 1945 and the desolate desert lands of New Mexico, where a towering mushroom cloud rose silently toward the sky. Among the group of physicists worn down mentally and emotionally by the weight of their creation, John von Neumann remained unervingly calm, almost chillingly detached from the gravity of the moment. He stood as a core vital member of the Manhattan Project when Oppenheimer whispered the haunting words, "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Von Neumann focused entirely on precise mathematical calculation, working out how to maximize destructive power through implosion mechanics. To his way of thinking, the world was never a warm sentimental paradise, but an enormous chessboard governed strictly by logical rules, strategic balance and constant competition. He was not devoid of moral weight or inner sorrow, yet he firmly believed that within a world driven mad by war and ambition, the only path to self-preservation was to stay colder, sharper and more mathematically precise than any enemy standing against humanity. Seated comfortably in his Princeton office, he would bite into a simple sandwich while sketching the complete logical blueprint of electronic computer architecture on ordinary paper napkins. At a time when humanity still relied on ancient abacuses and bulky hand-cranked calculating machines, he already foresaw the coming future, ruled by silicon chips, digital logic and automated computation. This extraordinary Power of foresight earned him a place among the most trusted advisors of political power, yet also drew him inevitably into the cold, ruthless whirlwind of Cold War tension and global rivalry. He became one of the founding thinkers behind modern Cold War strategic logic, his theory of mutually assured destruction hanging over human civilization like an unyielding sword of Damocles for more than half a century, shaping every layer of international confrontation and fragile peace for generations to come. If you observe John von Neumann closely, you will find he was never the stereotypical dull, secluded scholar absorbed only in abstract equations. He loved lively social parties, fine-tailored suits, and the pleasures of worldly life. In the 1930s, within the academic community of Princeton, he often drove luxury sports cars, hosted lively gatherings, and played loud music on his phonograph late into the evening, much to the quiet annoyance of his neighbor Albert Einstein. Beneath this easygoing, worldly enthusiasm lay a nearly obsessive inner craving for perfect, stable order. Born and raised as a Jewish child amid the political unrest and chaos of Hungary, he understood all too well what social turmoil truly meant. It brought displacement, loss, the collapse of rational order, and the destruction of all stable certainty. This drove him to devote himself wholeheartedly to mathematics, for mathematical truth is eternal, unchanging, untouched by political shifts, warring regimes, or human prejudice. His almost miraculous gift for instantaneous complex calculation was in truth a form of psychological self-defense. He sought to convert every uncertain variable in life into predictable, controllable patterns through pure logical formula. On one occasion, a colleague, hoping to test his legendary mental ability, handed him an extremely intricate advanced integral problem. Von Neumann simply closed his eyes for a brief moment and delivered the correct answer within seconds. When his colleague jokingly asked if he had used some hidden mathematical shortcut, he smiled gently and replied, "I simply see the answer directly, just as you instantly see that an apple is red." Yet this innate gift of perceiving answers without effort also filled him with deep, quiet pessimism toward the future of human civilization. If cold, unyielding logic proves that self-destruction is an inevitable path for humanity, how should ordinary people endure and find meaning within such a destined fate? By the 1950s, John von Neumann had risen to become the most vital scientific consultant to the United States government. A single word from him capable of steering billions of dollars of national research investment and shaping the direction of technological progress for decades ahead. Yet at the very height of his career and influence, death arrived unexpectedly in the most bitterly ironic form: terminal cancer. Many speculated that his illness stemmed from prolonged radiation exposure. During his direct on-site observation of nuclear tests at Bikini Atoll, as the flawless network of neurons inside his brilliant mind began to decay and fail, as the alien-like intellect he possessed slowly dulled, even struggling with simple basic arithmetic, von Neumann broke completely under the weight of despair. It was a moment of piercing heartache. A man who had worshipped rationality as his lifelong anchor, forced to watch his own sharp intellect crumble away like a fragile sandcastle washed away by the tide. He would cry out in terror from his hospital bed, unable to endure the loss of full control over his own mind, for to him his intellect was the only solid, unbreakable connection linking his soul to the real world. Religious faith, which he had once viewed as unnecessary ignorance, now became his last desperate lifeline. Amid despair, he summoned a priest to his bedside, lowering his proud rational head to seek confession and spiritual solace, searching for compassion and salvation that no mathematical formula, logical proof, or probability calculation could ever explain. This profound inner transformation shocked his colleagues within the scientific community, yet beneath his cold, composed exterior had always lived a vulnerable child, consumed by fear of the unknown and the endless dark void beyond mortal life. Our story drifts back to that cold winter night in Washington, marking the moment when one of the sharpest minds in human history ceased to think and create forever. What John von Neumann left behind extends far beyond modern computers that reshaped every corner of human life, or the game theory frameworks that rebuilt modern economics and strategic thought. He left behind a profound, timeless fable about the invisible boundaries of human intelligence and rational pursuit. He calculated every complex variable of war, technology, logic, and strategy, yet could never compute the gentle warmth of human affection or the fragile impermanence of mortal life. On this quiet, dust-shrouded night we may find quiet solace within the journey of his life. Even a mind as unparalleled and extraordinary as his still needed a faint glimmer of lamplight to stand against the swallowing darkness of the unknown. It is this very trace of human imperfection that softens his cold, alien-like silhouette, restoring to him the genuine weight, warmth, and vulnerability of being human. The hearth fire of this night is fading slowly. Let go of tangled complex logic and endless rational deduction. Sink into pure simple tranquility and drift into peaceful rest beyond the distant realm of mathematical proof, probability, and calculation. All fear fades away. Every complicated formula dissolves into soft twinkling starlight scattered across the night. Sky good night John von Neumann, and may you enjoy undisturbed peaceful dreams through this quiet evening. Alexander Scriabin remains a strange meteoric name etched forever in the annals of music history. He firmly believed that sound could awaken vivid waves of color and even bring an end to this worn aging world of mortal existence. Beneath the lingering afterglow of the Himalayan peaks he once conceived a divine ritual ceremony destined to stretch across 7 whole uninterrupted days. Tonight let us step into his unfinished mesmerizing dream alongside him and discover inner peace amid swirling, gorgeous hues of light and melody. If sound could take tangible shape, if melody could radiate radiant glow, its form and splendor would surely match the visions crafted within Scriabin's creative mind. His entire life wandered endlessly between supreme elegant refinement and the blurred edge of quiet madness. His grand symbolic work, intended to trigger humanity's destruction and spiritual rebirth, was ultimately halted forever by a small wound upon his own lips. In the still hush of this quiet night, listen to the legendary life of this unorthodox artistic genius and feel the boundless cosmic stillness resonating far beyond the limits of mortal perception. Alexander Scriabin was both a poetic soul seated before the piano and a devout follower of mystical theosophy. He pursued the transcendent art of synesthesia, blending visual splendor and auditory harmony into ethereal resonant unity. Fate delivered the most absurd, unexpected ending at the most passionate climactic moment of his life, leaving endless mystery, speculation and unanswered questions for generations to come. Tonight, accompanied by the soft dim glow of the burning hearth, we wander together into the vast spiritual wilderness belonging to this profound mystic composer. Imagine standing beneath a night sky set ablaze by shimmering auroras, watching the entire mortal world fade gently away within the flow of a grand sweeping symphony, all living things dissolving into pure streams of radiant light and delicate fragrant mist. This haunting scene is not the opening scene of a doomsday film. It stands as the lifelong sincerest prayer and boundless ambition of one visionary Russian composer. His name is Alexander Scriabin, a mortal man who truly believed he could pull the trigger of cosmic transformation with nothing more than musical notes. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize. His lifetime journey unfolds like a dazzling yet dangerously volatile chemical experiment, merging piano art, theological mysticism, radiant color perception and quiet spiritual frenzy into one intoxicating whole. While historians and scholars endlessly analyze his intricate chord progressions and revolutionary harmonic structures, he stood alone, gazing into the dark night, waiting for the stars above to dance and align obediently to the wave of his conductor's baton. Close your eyes for a moment, embrace the strange mystical power of synesthesia he experienced firsthand, and trace the wandering path of a soul lost in boundless wild fantasy to behold the transcendental otherworldly realm his mortal eyes alone could perceive. In April of 1915, spring descended upon Moscow, carrying a cold oppressive dampness heavy in the air. Alexander Scriabin collapsed alone inside his city residence. The visionary who once proclaimed himself a spiritual prophet destined to lead all humanity toward divine transcendence lay weakened and tormented by a tiny festering sore upon his upper lip. The affliction stemmed from an ordinary, almost trivial everyday moment, a minor careless cut sustained while shaving. No one could have foreseen that the man who spent every day crafting the grand cosmic drama Mysterium meant to ignite universal transformation would ultimately fall defeated by an invisible microscopic bacterium. In his final hours, clouded by fading consciousness, he still scribbled enigmatic, colorful symbolic markings across blank music manuscript pages, symbols only his own mind could fully comprehend. His loyal students waited anxiously outside his door, fully expecting to witness a sacred ascension into divine light, just as he had long prophesied within his own musical creations. Yet the script written by the cold hand of death turned out startlingly plain, mundane and steeped in cruel ironic contrast. Scriabin's sudden untimely end echoed the fate of a magnificent grand symphony whose strings snap, abruptly falling silent mere seconds before reaching its soaring emotional climax. This abrupt fracture plunged all his devoted followers into overwhelming unease and doubt. Could the divine radiant splendor he claimed to witness all along have been nothing more than a fragile, fleeting illusion born from his own wandering imagination? To unravel this lingering question, we must journey back to the vivid, colorful beginning of his life and witness how he wove layer upon layer of mesmerizing ethereal enclosure within the ambitious score of Mysterium, the work he regarded as the destined endpoint of his earthly life. Scriabin's way of perceiving the surrounding world differed entirely from ordinary human perception. He possessed the rare innate gift known medically as synesthesia. When he pressed a simple C note upon the piano keys, he saw no plain black and white keyboard before his eyes, only blazing waves of fiery vivid red. As melody shifted seamlessly into F-sharp minor, deep mysterious pools of purple light would emerge and swirl within his field of vision. This extraordinary natural gift marked his early years, shaping him into a melancholy, sensitive, poetic pianist, earning him the beloved title the Chopin of Russia. Yet as he delved deeply into the theosophical teachings of Madame Blavatsky, his artistic ambition underwent an almost morbid dramatic transformation. He was no longer content merely to let audiences listen to musical sound alone. He longed to make them witness divine presence woven into melody and elevate music into a sacred ritual instrument capable of crossing dimensional boundaries. He invented a pioneering creation known as the color piano, assigning every individual musical note to a specific beam of colored light projected across the performance stage. He integrated countless unstable mystical chords into his compositions, harmonic structures that refused to resolve into traditional conventional harmony, instead floating endlessly upward into boundless ethereal space. This perpetual sense of weightless ascent left audiences of his time overwhelmed with physical unease and dizzy disorientation, as if the solid ground beneath their feet was slowly melting away into mist. Scriabin himself drowned joyfully within this intoxicating vertigo, feeling his spirit gradually breaking free from earthly gravitational pull, drawing ever closer to the pure luminous realm he envisioned in his mind. By this stage his aspirations far outgrew the concert halls of Moscow. His gaze turned eastward toward the distant, towering backbone of the world, the majestic Himalayan mountains. In Scriabin's later spiritual visions, his ultimate artistic ritual had to be completed at a remote extreme location perfectly aligned with cosmic energy. He wrote repeatedly within his private diary of constructing a grand semicircular temple perched high upon the Himalayan peaks, a sacred space where natural acoustics would merge perfectly with the howl of mountain winds and the roar of distant thunder. His monumental work Mysterium was conceived not merely as a musical performance but as a 7-day-long sacred baptism for all humanity. Thousands of pilgrims would gather within the mountain valley, surrounded by lingering clouds of specially crafted aromatic incense, while streams of shifting light and shadow danced across the open sky. He clung obsessively to the conviction that the final closing phrase of his composition would trigger the collapse of the material world. Undone by the sheer perfection of transcendent harmony, humanity would cast aside their heavy mortal physical forms, transforming into pure spiritual entities, achieving a grand universal reconciliation across the cosmos. Driven by this all-consuming vision, he recklessly overtaxed his physical strength and drained his financial resources, gradually embracing a messianic self-image akin to a spiritual savior. His daily manner grew increasingly eccentric. He insisted upon wearing soft silk gloves at all times to avoid touching the impurities of mortal worldly grime, and his gaze held a hollow, distant quality, as if peering straight through physical walls into unseen spiritual realms. The mounting pressure of global turmoil further shadowed his path as the outbreak of World War I rendered his grand cosmic vision seem wildly out of touch with harsh reality and absurd to contemporary observers. Yet in Scriabin's eyes, the brutal war unfolding across Europe was merely a prelude to Mysterium, the necessary groan of the old world trembling before its inevitable collapse. He shut himself away inside his study, endlessly expanding the unfinished score of his unstageable magnum opus, every page heavy with symbolic meaning like the solid foundation stones of an ancient pyramid. Opinions among Scriabin's close friends and contemporaries remain deeply divided regarding his growing spiritual eccentricity and apparent descent into madness. Some revered him as a genuine artistic prophet, a visionary who defended the truth of higher dimensional spiritual perception with his entire life amid an era consumed by shallow materialism. Others dismissed him as a man crippled by overwhelming narcissism, his rational mind thoroughly unraveled and confused by esoteric mystical writings and obscure philosophical theories. Regardless of perspective, his relationships with those around him inevitably grew fragile and strained. Both of his wives became lost, wandering souls trapped within the intricate labyrinth of his vast inner spiritual world. He craved genuine understanding, yet feared being wounded and misunderstood by the ordinary judgmental gaze of common people. This profound inner loneliness reached its unbearable peak during the creation of his fifth piano sonata. The entire piece bore only one haunting inscription: I call you forth, journey toward the hidden far shore. When he performed this radical composition, his movements no longer resembled those of an ordinary pianist but a priest conducting an ancient solemn ritual of summoning spirits. The intense spiritual tension radiating from his stage presence even left audiences seated in the rear rows overcome with unexplained breathlessness and quiet suffocation. It was beneath this crushing psychological pressure that His physical health began to show clear signs of decline. That small trivial shaving wound merely served as the convenient entry point. Fate chose to end his earthly journey on that quiet final night. He gazed out once more at the star-filled Moscow sky lingering outside his window, his mind still quietly rehearsing every detail of the grand cosmic destruction ritual he had spent years imagining. He never lived to witness the dawn over the Himalayan peaks nor the prophesied end of the mortal world. He once foresaw he only received an ultimate ending of profound unbroken stillness, drawing his earthly story to a quiet close. The gentle tale of Alexander Scriabin now drifts toward its quiet end following his untimely passing. His ambitious mysterium survived only in fragmented rough drafts alongside hundreds of pages of detailed notes describing precise aromatic scents, light arrangements and symbolic visual effects. The man who once sought to bring about the end of the old world was gently laid to rest within Moscow's Novodevichy cemetery. Yet, whenever we listen to his symphonic works deep into the quiet night, that otherworldly sense of weightless floating and vivid mystical color perception still pierce through the thick fog of time, lingering softly in the soul. Returning to the quiet question raised in the prologue, was the divine radiant splendor he witnessed truly real? Perhaps the true greatness of art never lies in its power to physically alter the shape of material reality, but in its ability to open boundless possibility. It reminds us that beyond the trivial dull routines of daily life there exists a cosmic vastness so profound and mesmerizing it is worthy of sincere devotion and even passionate obsession. When stars glide silently past your window tonight, imagine their faint glow as the unprojected streams of colored light Scriabin once envisioned drifting gently down to soothe and calm this weary mortal world tonight. Drift into peaceful dreams immersed within the gorgeous haunting chords of his timeless compositions. Good night and sweet dreams. Throughout the long sweeping history of classical music, the name Clara Schumann has long been overshadowed by the towering fame of two great men. Yet tonight we cast aside all predefined labels and step into the real, vulnerable yet extraordinarily resilient inner world of this remarkable female artist. She once stood firm against her own father in a court of law to defend her dignity and wandered relentlessly across the whole of Europe, struggling to secure survival for her family. Let us immerse ourselves in the melodic flow of elegant piano melodies and walk alongside Clara Schumann to find the inner peace strong enough to withstand all hardships life may bring. Clara Schumann's entire life unfolds like a profound narrative musical piece filled with dramatic climaxes and lingering undertones of sorrow. Was it Robert Schumann's passionate, all-consuming love that pushed her artistic career to dazzling heights, or Johannes Brahms' restrained lifelong devotion that brought her quiet solace and emotional comfort? As one of the most gifted pianists of her era, she never turned away from her piano even when life struck her with one heavy blow after another. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we venture deep into the profound, tender inner world of Clara Schumann. If you are currently walking through a low, difficult chapter of life, the life story of Clara Schumann may bring you gentle comfort and quiet consolation. She was far more than merely Robert Schumann's eternal muse. She stood as one of the most outstanding pioneering professional women in 19th-century Europe. Even trapped in the swirling turmoil of mental illness, malicious gossip, and the unbearable pain of losing loved ones, she always radiated a quiet, unshakable inner strength. Tonight, let Clara Schumann lead you to uncover the hidden secrets of love, courage and resilience concealed behind the quiet resonance of piano keys. In the common public perception, she is often remembered only as the devoted, gentle wife standing behind the great composer Robert Schumann, or the lifelong unfulfilled regret lingering within the life of Johannes Brahms. Yet few people truly understand that in 19th-century Europe, when most women were confined to the narrow boundaries of the kitchen and the drawing room, the name Clara Schumann already adorned theater posters and street billboards across Paris and Vienna. She was a child prodigy who even captivated the admiration of Goethe, and a reigning piano queen, commanded immense respect even from the legendary virtuoso Franz Liszt. Her truest identity, however, may be that of a determined rower who never bowed her head amid the violent storm surges of relentless fate. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize. In this unrushed, quiet moment, we do not merely recount a chapter of past history, we settle our restless, anxious souls upon the sacred, resilient spirit embodied by her life journey. The true turning point that split open the path of her destiny arose not from blooming fame and praise, but from a bitter legal lawsuit that stretched on for 4 long years. In 1840, Clara Schumann turned 21. Her father, Friedrich Wieck, a stern, almost cold-hearted piano educator, began spreading vicious rumors all across Berlin. He publicly slandered his own daughter, labeling her a fallen woman seduced by a mediocre third-rate composer, and even shamelessly smeared Robert Schumann as A reckless alcoholic madman determined to marry the man she loved with all her heart. Clara Schumann made the brave, painful choice of taking her own biological father to court in that distant era when women possessed almost no civil legal rights. Such an act amounted to a suicidal act of rebellion against social tradition and family authority. On the day of the trial she appeared dressed in a dignified black velvet gown, her back straight and unyielding, her eyes holding no trace of angry outrage. Only a cold, sharp resolve forged by life's harsh pressure. She eventually won the lawsuit, yet lost the bond of fatherly affection forever. On her wedding day there were no warm blessings from her family, only a cold farewell letter filled with bitter curses sent by her father. In that moment Clara Schumann clearly understood there was no turning back from the path she had chosen. From then on she had to stand firmly as Robert Schumann's beloved partner, his eternal artistic muse and the unshakable pillar supporting the entire family. The sweet tenderness of newly married life faded as swiftly as morning dew. Robert Schumann's extraordinary artistic genius was forever intertwined with fragile mental instability, becoming an inescapable lifelong chain weighing heavily upon Clara Schumann's shoulders. After an accidental hand injury left Schumann unable to perform publicly ever again, he poured all his unfulfilled creative ambition and artistic obsession onto Clara Schumann's fingertips. She was forced to give birth, repeatedly welcoming 8 children into the world, one after another, while embarking on exhausting lengthy performance tours across Europe to sustain the entire family livelihood. Through countless gloomy cold winter nights she would tend to her sick frail children late into the night, then rush hurriedly to the railway station the moment her candle burned down to its wick. During these difficult years Schumann's mental health deteriorated rapidly. He began suffering from terrifying auditory hallucinations, claiming to hear angels screaming loudly in his ears or evil demons tugging relentlessly at his limbs. The most devastating, heartbreaking moment arrived one quiet afternoon in 1854 without any warning or preparation from Clara Schumann. Schumann rushed out of the house wearing only thin casual clothes and threw himself desperately into the icy cold waters of the Rhine River. After being rescued from the river, Schumann was sent to a psychiatric asylum in Endenich near Bonn for 2 whole long years. Doctors strictly forbade Clara Schumann from visiting her husband. She could only sit alone in quiet sorrow outside the high walls of the asylum, listening to the cold wind sweeping past the iron-barred windows. Inside she continued her relentless concert tours and maintained a calm, smiling demeanor before the public, yet only she knew deep in her heart that every time she performed Schumann's compositions on stage her fingertips flowed with tender affection tinged with hidden pain and quiet sorrow. It was at the darkest, most desperate moment of her life that a young man 14 years younger than her stepped gently into her world. His name was Johannes Brahms. The quiet, reserved young musician had been a student of Robert Schumann and was instantly captivated by the unique aura blending gentle motherly warmth and extraordinary artistic genius. The very first time he laid eyes on Clara during Schumann's confinement in the psychiatric asylum, Brahms stood faithfully beside Clara, helping her care for her 8 young children, sorting out messy family accounts and waiting silently for her late at the railway station every time she returned from exhausting performance tours. Did genuine romantic love ever exist between them? Perhaps the bond they shared transcended the narrow definitions of mortal romantic affection. In Clara Schumann's surviving personal diary she referred to Brahms as my dearest, truest friend, while in Brahms' heartfelt letters to her he addressed her as my one and only goddess. They once wandered side by side along the quiet country paths of Dusseldorf, yet always maintained a restrained, respectful distance between them. After Schumann's passing the whole world assumed the two would finally unite in marriage, yet Clara Schumann chose to remain single for the rest of her life. Dressed in solemn black mourning attire she continued performing on the concert stage for 40 full long years. She wove all her loyal devotion to Schumann and the quiet, lingering affection for Brahms deeply into every flowing musical note. Her restrained emotional distance was never born out of fear or hesitation. It stemmed from her clear, profound understanding that for a female pianist walking alone in a harsh male-dominated era, artistic independence and self-respect were her last and only true dignity. In her later years Clara Schumann gradually evolved into an enduring monumental figure in classical music, though this monument was etched all over with deep cracks and painful scars. 3 of her 8 children passed away before her. One son was confined to a psychiatric hospital suffering from severe schizophrenia, and her youngest son died peacefully in her arms, worn out by overwork and lifelong hardship. Even so, when gazing upon her portraits from old age one can still see a clear, unyielding light shining deep within her profound eyes, a quiet refusal to beg for mercy from the hardships of fate. She began teaching at the Frankfurt Conservatory of Music, strictly correcting every subtle fingering technique of her students, as if guarding an almost old-fashioned noble reverence for pure artistic integrity. When news spread of Clara Schumann's severe illness in 1896, Johannes Brahms, already gray-haired and advanced in years rushed frantically to board a train hurrying toward her side due to accidentally arriving at the wrong platform. He reached her hometown only just in time to scatter a handful of soil upon her newly laid tomb. While sorting through Clara Schumann's personal relics after her passing, people discovered she had carefully preserved every love letter Robert Schumann had ever written to her and kept every musical draft Brahms had gifted her. Throughout the years she balanced the passionate unrestrained genius of two great men with extraordinary rational calm, and absorbed all life's unfair hardships and bitter fate with profound emotional sensitivity. What she left behind for the world was far more than a collection of exquisite musical compositions. She set an eternal noble example of how a woman can walk gracefully with dignity and poise, enduring every harsh rough chapter of mortal life until the very last moment. The story has unfolded to its gentle close, and the moonlight outside your window may have drifted quietly beside your pillow. Now we return to the lingering puzzle of resilience raised in the prologue. Clara Schumann's true greatness lies not merely in her willingness to endure endless suffering, but in her unwavering resolve never to let pain harden her heart or dim her innate kindness and noble grace. She once said, standing before the piano, "I feel utterly free, untouchable even by the power of fate." If you also carry unspeakable heavy burdens and inner restlessness deep in your heart tonight, follow Clara's example and find your own inner piano. It may be as simple as taking a slow deep breath or holding on to a tiny quiet expectation for the days to come. Tonight let all your heavy tangled anxious thoughts sink into tranquil stillness. Along with the final lingering musical notes of this piano queen, you will come to realize that, though life is never perfect, you still possess the inner strength to dance gracefully even amid life's broken ruins. Listen now, the soft piano melody fades away and the hearth fire glows warm and mild, sinks slowly into peaceful slumber wrapped in this timeless tranquility. Good night and sweet dreams. She blazed forth as the most dazzling star of the Victorian era, a name alone enough to light up every opera house and theatre across the whole of Paris. Nellie Melba, a remarkable woman who rose out of the remote wild outback plains of Australia, conquered the arrogant old European world purely with the incomparable beauty of her singing voice. Beneath her gorgeous satin gowns, glittering diamond crowns and glamorous stage radiance lay an almost obsessive hunger for fame, wealth and social prestige, along with a lifelong unfulfilled longing for the red earth and distant southern homeland she left behind. Tonight, wrapped in soft dim lamplight, we step into the real life of this legendary opera queen, exploring her journey filled with glorious triumph, fierce controversy, quiet loneliness and heartfelt belonging. You may have tasted the delicate classic dessert named after her, yet you might never have listened to her bell-like crystal-clear operatic arias. The life of Nellie Melba stands as an epic tale of a brave woman breaking free from the rigid traditional chains of her time, building an unparalleled artistic and commercial empire all by her own talent and determination. She once spoke sharply and arrogantly of her rivals, yet kissed the opera stage with deep, sincere devotion. She was the favored darling of the glamorous fame-driven social circle, and also a lonely wandering traveler carrying quiet longing in her heart. Tonight, accompanied by the soft flickering glow of the burning hearth, let us listen to the old stories woven around extraordinary success, burning ambition and the quiet yearning to return home. Close your eyes and you can almost hear the timeless lingering echo of Melba's voice traveling across vast oceans spanning endless years, still resounding gently in the quiet night. When Nellie Melba first stepped onto the stage of London Covent Garden Theatre, no one in the European music circle believed this unknown Australian woman could ever achieve lasting success against the elite European divas of her time. Yet she defied all doubt and prejudice and made her dream come true, rising swiftly to become an iconic cultural symbol of her age, the living embodiment of ultimate vocal perfection and artistic grace amid the endless waves of curtain calls, thunderous applause and endless public admiration. She must have paused to wonder about the heavy hidden prices she had paid for such overwhelming success. In this quiet late-night moment we slowly peel away the glamorous, dazzling outer shell of this opera queen, reaching deep inside to touch her grand wandering soul, forever caught between desperate ambition, heartfelt desire and the quiet longing to find her true self. If you walk into the finest high-end restaurants in London today and glance down the dessert menu, you will likely find exquisite delicate treats named Melba toast and peach Melba. People savor the rich sweet cream and delicate fruit flavors, yet most have long forgotten that this famous name once belonged to a woman before whom the entire European nobility bowed in admiration. She once demanded theaters hang a huge golden plaque on her dressing room door bearing only one simple regal title: Queen. In the early 20th century, the name Nellie Melba transcended all national borders, standing as a priceless symbol representing the highest level of vocal art, unparalleled fame and elite social status. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. We trace how this woman born in the desolate barren wilderness of Australia single-handedly broke open the male-dominated elitist world of classical opera, carving out her own glorious place against all odds. We also explore why, after winning every honor fame and luxury life could offer, she faced relentless harsh judgment over her private life, spending her later years performing one endless farewell concert after another, trapped in cycles of reluctant goodbye and quiet regret. Relax your breathing and let our story begin with that uniquely pure, resonant voice carrying the raw, untamed breath of Australia's red earth, utterly unlike any sound familiar to European ears. Back in 1882 in Queensland, Australia, the sun blazed fiercely over endless open land where the air carried the rich earthy scent of soil mixed with the sweet fermented aroma of sugarcane. Nellie Melba, still known then by her birth name Nellie Mitchell, sat aboard a rickety bouncing cart, staring blankly out across the boundless lonely wilderness. She had just escaped a disastrous unhappy marriage, trapped with a rough uncivilized husband prone to heavy drinking and violent outbursts, a life that stretched before her dull, hopeless and unchanging in that rigid conservative era. For a single young mother with a small child to leave her hometown and chase artistic dreams across the vast ocean was regarded as reckless self-destruction and social ruin. Yet deep within Nellie's heart burned an unyielding fire, ignited long ago when she first heard the powerful roaring sound of a pipe organ echoing inside a Melbourne church. Driven by fierce resolve, she made a decision deemed scandalous and unrestrained by society. She abandoned her lifeless, loveless marriage, took her young child with her, spent nearly all her savings, and boarded a ship bound for Europe 16,000 kilometers away. Rocking gently inside her cramped cabin, Nellie watched the Australian coastline fade slowly into the distant horizon. She shed no tears, only holding within her heart a cold, fierce determination to conquer the pinnacle of the old European world. She chose to reinvent herself, taking her stage name from her beloved hometown Melbourne, and from that moment the legendary Nellie Melba was born. This change was far more than merely adopting an artistic alias. It marked a painful, deliberate separation from her old identity, a bold act of self-reinvention to rewrite her own destined path. She understood clearly that to stand firm in proud Victorian London, surrounded by old-world arrogance, prejudice and elite exclusivity, she needed not only a voice blessed by heaven itself but also a will harder and colder than frozen ice. On a cold, misty winter morning in Paris, Nellie Melba arrived at the door of the legendary vocal master Madame Marquesi, placing all her hopes and future upon this final chance. The moment she sang her first soaring high note, the strict, experienced teacher who had trained countless famous opera divas rushed out of the room, calling excitedly to her husband, "I have finally discovered pure gold." Madame Marquesi's sharp artistic intuition proved absolutely correct. Nellie's voice held an otherworldly, flawless purity, like smooth round pearls rolling across a polished silver plate, without the slightest imperfection or flaw. Yet the exclusive European social circle was unwilling to welcome this young woman, dismissed as a simple country girl from the Australian outback. On the night of her first London debut, music critics wrote cruel, scathing reviews, mocking her stiff, awkward stage acting, claiming her singing lacked the graceful charm and subtle elegance of refined European female vocalists. These bitter taunts and dismissive remarks never broke her spirit, instead awakening the tough, untamed resilience rooted deep in her outback upbringing. She threw herself into relentless, dedicated study, mastering fluent French, German and Italian, observing every subtle gesture, mannerism and etiquette of noble ladies, learning to blend seamlessly into metropolitan high society and hide her rough rural roots beneath polished composure. She carefully shaped and cultivated her public persona, understanding fully that in the glamorous, extravagant world of high art, deliberate mystery, quiet arrogance and dignified reserve formed the perfect staircase leading to the throne of opera royalty. She declined ordinary, trivial social gatherings, appearing only at the most exclusive, prestigious events, even when privately struggling with anxiety over earning enough money to cover her son's education fees. Her relentless self-discipline, precise calculation of public image and single-minded pursuit of fame allowed her to rise rapidly within just 5 years, becoming the undisputed ruling diva of London Covent Garden Theatre. When she stepped onto that same stage once again, the same audiences who once mocked and underestimated her now lined up patiently for hours in cold wind and rain, simply to hear her sing one gentle, haunting melody from La Bohème. Fame and glory are always a double-edged sword, capable of weaving the most luxurious, elegant cloak around your shoulders while piercing straight into your deepest hidden vulnerabilities. At the height of Nellie Melba's career, her private life became the most talked-about, sensational topic across every major newspaper and social circle in Europe. Her passionate, well-publicized romance with the Duke of Orleans, heir to the French royal throne, nearly shattered the perfect, dignified public image she Had carefully built for years. The social atmosphere of that era was steeped in hypocritical double standards. Noble men could openly keep countless lovers without judgment, while any successful powerful woman daring to pursue love freely was immediately condemned as morally corrupt and disgraceful. Nelly faced relentless pressure on all sides: a bitter divorce lawsuit filed by her former husband back in Australia, collective rejection and condemnation from religious authorities and high society. Elite standing united to isolate and discredit her. At this critical turning point of fate, Nelly revealed astonishing cold resolve, cutting off all contact with the Duke without hesitation, retreating into her private dressing room, shutting herself away from public view. She understood perfectly within the ruthless game of power and reputation noblemen could afford to lose love and social standing, yet she could never afford to lose her voice, the only true armor protecting her survival and status. She returned firmly to the opera stage, performing sacred hymns with an almost divine untouchable grace, using the sublime height of her artistic mastery to silence endless malicious gossip and public criticism. Her relentless obsession with fame, status and artistic supremacy gradually made her appear sharp, difficult and unapproachable to those around her. She even used her powerful influence to block emerging young singers whose talent might one day threaten her dominant position. Her private dressing room overflowed with priceless jewels and precious gifts bestowed by royal patrons, yet after the final curtain fell, when she sat alone before her dressing mirror removing heavy stage makeup, the woman staring back remained still, the lonely, vulnerable young girl once lost in the vast, quiet Australian wilderness. She had built an enormous, unshakable empire of fame, wealth and prestige, yet trapped herself inside its golden walls, living out her days as a solitary queen with no true companion or inner peace. In 1902, after 16 long years living abroad in Europe, Nellie Melba made up her mind to return to her Australian homeland, the place where her life journey first began. This homecoming should have been a glorious, triumphant return, yet for Nellie it unfolded as a complex emotional journey filled with inner conflict, quiet struggle and tangled belonging. The Australian people embraced her proudly as a national icon. Thousands flocked to the docks of Melbourne simply to catch a glimpse of the celebrated diva, blessed and admired by all of Europe when she sang the deeply nostalgic, heartfelt ballad Home Sweet Home on stage. Tough-weathered miners in the audience shed quiet tears of sincere emotion. Beneath this warm outpouring of national pride and affection, Nellie felt a profound sense of unease arising from an unbridgeable rift between herself and her homeland. She had long grown accustomed to the refined elegance of Parisian perfume, London silk fashion and sophisticated Viennese etiquette, while Australia remained raw, plain, unpolished and unrefined. In her eyes she cherished deeply the rugged red earth that had given her inner strength, resilience and fortitude, yet secretly looked down upon its simplicity, backward ways and lack of sophisticated culture. She once sparked widespread public controversy during an Australian tour, complaining that first-class train accommodation at home lacked the comfort and luxury she enjoyed regularly across Europe. Her countrymen began to question whether she still remained truly one of them, an Australian girl at heart, or merely a European royal diva returning only to seek applause, admiration and public praise. This inner contradiction lingered through every future journey back home. She announced formal retirement time and again, returning to Australia only to quickly rush back to Europe. Unable to endure the quiet isolation and simple lifestyle of her homeland, she became like a migrating, wandering bird, traveling constantly between two vast oceans, forever searching for a sense of belonging, yet slowly realizing she had turned into a permanent stranger, belonging fully to neither world. This inner emotional division added a new layer of depth, melancholy and solemn gravity to her later singing, a quiet undertone of sorrow reflecting a soul endlessly struggling to find its true place to rest. Nellie Melba's later years unfolded as a long, graceful, gradual decline marked by elegant poise and quiet melancholy. She left behind a puzzling, unforgettable legacy in music history, performing countless repeated farewell concerts across Europe and Australia. Every time audiences believed they were listening to her final public performance, she would gracefully return once more to the stage, continuing to sing even as her high notes began to tremble softly and her breath grew short and strained. Some critics mocked her for greedy love of money, others sneered that she could never let go of the glamorous spotlight and public adoration, yet only Melba herself understood the quiet truth. Stepping away from the stage meant facing the reality of aging, letting go of her identity as an immortal opera diva and confronting the ordinary, vulnerable self hidden beneath the fame. In 1931, after contracting a severe infection during a cosmetic surgery operation, the legendary opera queen passed away peacefully in a Melbourne hospital. In her final moments, she refused expensive, luxurious champagne, requesting instead a simple, cool glass of fresh Australian spring water. After her passing, Melbourne honoured her with a state funeral, the lengthy funeral procession stretching for kilometres, bringing the entire city to solemn, respectful silence. The red Australian land she once longed to escape finally opened its arms gently Embracing her weary mortal remains, Nellie Melba left far more to the world than just her timeless bell-like vocal recordings. She left a profound reflection on ambition, sacrifice, desire, cost, and the endless search for belonging. She proved through her entire life that a woman could climb to the absolute peak of global fame through sheer talent, unyielding ambition, and unshakable determination. Yet high above the clouds the wind is always cold and loneliness inevitable. Her hunger for power, her fierce protection of her reputation, and her relentless drive for success all stemmed from a deep-rooted inner insecurity, a lingering fear of being swallowed once again by the lonely, desolate wilderness she had left behind when all stage lights faded, all public controversy settled into quiet memory. The young Australian girl who once gazed up at the starry sky across the outback wilderness finally found eternal peaceful rest within the timeless resonance of her own singing voice. Now we return to the dessert menu mentioned at the beginning of our tale. The next time you encounter the name Melba printed beside fine desserts, do not see it merely as a label for sweet, delicate treats. Remember what it truly represents: the endless struggle of an Australian girl traveling 16,000 kilometers across oceans, the extraordinary courage of a woman breaking through cruel, rigid social rules to carve her own path to glory. The life story of Nellie Melba answers the quiet question we all ponder: what does true success really mean? For her, success meant earning the admiration and respect of the entire world while willingly returning in the end to the quiet, humble red earth where her journey first began. She was a proud, controversial, arrogant diva, yet also a devout, dedicated artist with almost saint-like reverence for the craft of singing. Our quiet story of Nellie Melba now draws to a gentle close. The night outside has deepened into stillness, and all the world has settled into calm tranquility. May Melba's timeless voice drifting across a century of time turn into the soft night breeze brushing gently past your ears, sweeping away all weariness, fatigue, and restlessness accumulated throughout the day. Let go of every worldly chase for fame and gain, release every unfulfilled desire and lingering obsession in this quiet, peaceful night. Reconcile gently with your own inner self, just like the Australian land where Nellie finally returned. Embrace your dreams calmly and peacefully. Slow your breathing, settle your thoughts deep into quiet stillness. Good night and sweet dreams. He stood as the shared mentor of Debussy and Ravel, the solemn guardian of elegant French classical music. The life of Gabriel Fauré flows endlessly like an unbroken barcarolle swaying gently upon soft rolling waves. Yet in his middle and later years he fell trapped within the bizarre torment of a cruel ear disorder, a rare condition known as interval dissonance. Tonight, accompanied by soft faint glimmers of light, we step into the gentle life story of this old-fashioned gentleman as he faced the creeping advance of silence with quiet grace. The world reveres his requiem as pure and serene as the gates of paradise, yet few understand he composed this immortal masterpiece while dwelling deep within a fading world of distorted sound and growing silence. Gabriel Fauré, a man who maintained calm restraint amid the bustling glamour of Paris, healed countless weary souls through the timeless language of music. Tonight's quiet tale revolves around personal dignity, patient endurance, and the ultimate soothing peace of French artistic grace. Nestle into the soft glow of the flickering hearth and listen quietly to the untold destiny of this remarkable artist, a story meant only for peaceful reflection, not rigid memorization. What becomes of a musician when every high note warps into a low rumble and every flowing melody dissolves into chaotic misplaced noise? Gabriel Fauré found the most graceful answer amid such torment. Within his twisted, distorted hearing he cast away all anger, bitterness, and resentment, retaining only gentle composure and inner calm. Tonight we wander deep into Fauré's inner world to discover the unshakable tranquility he preserved even when trapped in the darkest hardships. May you draw quiet, steady strength from his perseverance and poise amid life's inevitable trials as you sink into peaceful rest through this quiet midnight companionship. Imagine standing upon a conductor's podium facing a full elite symphony orchestra at the peak of your artistic career. The moment your baton falls, you hear no harmonious layered chords, only jarring, distorted, harsh tones thrown wildly out of tune. Bright, clear violin strains morph into shrill, chaotic screeches. Deep, resonant cello lines dissolve into unsteady, blurred, static noise. This haunting scenario is no scene from a horror tale. It was the unescapable daily reality Gabriel Fauré endured for the final 20 years of his life. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul, honored widely as the revered tutor of French refined elegance. At the height of his fame and artistic glory, fate stripped away his most precious gift, the gift of hearing. Yet amid this physical strangeness and relentless suffering he cast aside all restlessness, irritation, and rage, leaving only tender calm and unyielding grace. Relax your Breathing and let your thoughts drift back to the late 19th century, wandering the mist-shrouded perfume-filled streets of Paris, tracing the quiet legacy left behind by this timeless old-fashioned gentleman. This is not a simple tale of a hero overcoming suffering, it is the profound story of how an elegant, refined soul reached gentle, peaceful reconciliation with an imperfect, broken destiny. The late 19th century belonged entirely to Gabriel Fauré. In those prime years he possessed the deep, thoughtful eyes typical of French gentlemen, neatly trimmed whiskers, and always dressed in immaculate formal black evening wear. He was never the kind of unrestrained dramatic artist who drew attention through bold passion and thunderous emotion. His nature remained reserved, restrained, subtly melancholic, and gracefully understated. He served as organist at the historic Madeleine Cathedral, spending each day surrounded by the quiet weight of mortality, farewells, and human grief. Funeral music of that era was overwhelmingly heavy, somber, gloomy, and filled with foreboding, crafted to remind mortal souls of the weight of sin and the terror of divine judgment. Yet Gabriel Fauré grew weary of such grim austerity, longing to create something entirely different, far softer and more compassionate. He wrote calmly in his private diary, "My requiem is not composed to inspire fear of death, but to express the quiet longing for eternal peaceful rest." This heartfelt vision birthed his iconic Requiem that would later astonish the entire music world. Stripped of thunderous divine judgment, filled instead with tender, comforting warmth, as gentle and soothing as a lullaby, this inherent elegance formed the quiet core of his soul, the inner flame that sustained him through the long dark years to come. He taught Paris how to sigh softly through melodic harmony, yet never foresaw that fate would soon take away his ability to hear those delicate sighs forever. In the early 1900s, precisely when Fauré assumed the role of director at the Paris Conservatory, standing firmly at the absolute peak of his career, the first subtle cracks of misfortune began to appear. At first he noticed faint, odd distortions in sound while playing the piano, as if one single string perpetually remained slightly out of tune. As time passed, his condition grew increasingly uncanny and unsettling. He developed an extremely rare, incurable affliction known as interval dissonance within his perception. The same musical pitch registered at entirely different frequencies in his left and right ear. Harmonies once perfectly balanced and melodious morphed into jarring, twisted screeches. As the respected head of a prestigious music academy and the revered teacher of Debussy and Ravel, he was bound to uphold unwavering dignity, professional authority, and flawless mastery at all times. Thus Gabriel Fauré began a long, lonely performance of composure, masking his crumbling, failing hearing from the eyes of the world. During student auditions he would hold his breath, concentrating intently, observing the precise placement of their fingers upon the piano keys to judge accuracy and tonal control. During daily conversations he would tilt his head slightly, capturing key words with the small remaining fragment of his fading hearing, responding always with poised, gentle smiles. This relentless pursuit of personal dignity left him utterly exhausted and drained. Deep into every quiet night he would sit alone before the piano, striking a single note, closing his eyes to recall its pure intended tone, deliberately tuning out the bizarre distorted static echoing in his ears. He slowly came to realize he was gradually being isolated and abandoned by the vibrant world around him, an indescribable, overwhelming sense of solitude spreading outward from deep within his fading eardrums. As the years advanced, his distorted sound world eventually faded into near complete silence, interwoven with endless, unceasing ringing in his ears. In 1924 was forced to retire from his position as conservatory director, a moment that brought both quiet relief and bitter exile from the public life he had known for decades. He moved into a small, quiet apartment far from the bustling city center, entering the final and most touching creative chapter of his life. By this time he could no longer perceive any external worldly sound, composing entirely through the inner spiritual ear of his imagination, creating within profound silence, refined his musical style into something even more delicate, transparent, ethereal, seemingly freed entirely from the constraints of physical mortal perception. His later works carry not the slightest trace of resentment, bitterness, or sorrow toward his cruel ear disorder, instead overflowing with shimmering warmth as sunlight dancing across gentle, rippling water. He would inscribe each musical note slowly and steadily upon manuscript paper, his aged hands remaining calm and steady, constructing a perfect, pure sanctuary of sound within the depths of his mind, untouched by outer distortion. This embodied the quiet, proud grace of French artistic spirit. I may lose the ability to hear the world, yet the world shall always hear my unyielding elegance. His quiet resistance was never a furious battle against fate, but a gentle, resolute refusal to surrender. His entire life mirrored the tranquil barcarolles he composed, inspired by seaside waves amid towering, churning storm surges. His small boat remained steady and unshaken, preserving perfect poise and calm through those lonely, silent years. He became one of Paris's most solitary yet spiritually free souls, wandering quietly alone within a vast, soundless universe. After retiring from public life, Gabriel Fauré was often seen sitting alone upon the benches of Luxembourg Park, clad in his classic dark overcoat, round-brimmed hat, and leaning steadily upon his walking stick, his gaze distant and empty, watching fallen leaves drift slowly to the ground. Passers-by would approach respectfully to pay homage. He would lift his hat in quiet acknowledgement, rarely engaging in conversation, no longer able to discern whether his own tone remained steady and composed, yet he never displayed the fierce, defiant struggle against fate seen in the later years of Beethoven. He resembled far more a seasoned old mariner who had witnessed every storm and calm the world could offer. His student Ravel once remarked, "In the presence of our master we feel no overwhelming pressure of genius, only an unfathomable compassion emanating from deep within his soul." In Fauré's final great composition, the String Quartet, he quietly foresaw the approaching end of mortal life. Its delicate floating notes seem ready to dissolve into the quiet air at any moment, a tender final farewell and lingering attachment to the mortal world. In letters written to his family, he confessed that even amid the torment of relentless tinnitus he could still capture sacred, pure melodies rooted deep within the spiritual soul of France. This rare inner gift was the fruit of a lifetime of artistic devotion, a precious reward gained through mending the cracks of cruel fate with quiet solitude and spiritual reflection. With the timeless grace of an old-fashioned gentleman, Gabriel Fauré guarded his inner sanctuary unwaveringly until the final embers of life faded gently away. In the quiet stillness of November 1924 in Paris, Gabriel Fauré breathed his last, departing peacefully into eternal rest, returning to the lingering question raised in the prologue: why did a man who struggled for 20 years within a twisted, distorted sound world leave behind a legacy of such profound healing tranquility? Perhaps Fauré understood clearly that physical sensory imperfection may limit social connection, yet can never confine one's inner aesthetic soul. Through his quiet perseverance he taught the world that true elegance lies in retaining the soft, gentle voice of the inner heart, even amid the loudest, most chaotic outer noise. He was not merely the revered mentor of Debussy and Ravel, but a spiritual guide for all of us navigating life's unavoidable disappointments, hardships, and unforeseen trials. The gentle tale of Gabriel Fauré now draws to its quiet close, and the night outside has deepened into inked stillness. May Fauré's requiem, soft and soothing as a lullaby, linger gently beside your pillow tonight. Let go of tangled trivial worries, release anxiety over life's imperfections. On this mild, quiet night you need not strive to conquer any hardship, you need only close your eyes with the same graceful calm as Fauré himself. Slow your heartbeat, deepen your breathing, and drift peacefully into dreams wrapped in the serene tranquility of French artistic grace. Within this dimly glowing midnight you are safe, sheltered, and deeply healed. Good night and sweet dreams. Camille Saint-Saëns bears a name blessed and kissed by divine grace from heaven. He stood as an erudite polymath, towering far above his contemporaries, yet plunged into the dark abyss of unbearable grief after losing his beloved children at the very height of his glory. Tonight let us follow in his footsteps, traveling from the elegant concert halls of Paris to the boundless golden sands of North Africa, and listen closely to the hidden stories of farewell, loss, and spiritual rebirth concealed behind the quiet resonance of piano keys. The world remembers only the holy, graceful swan depicted, immortalized in music by Camille Saint-Saëns, yet few have ever seen the haggard, empty, hollow gaze left in his eyes after losing two of his precious children within merely 6 short weeks. Behind that shocking, sensational breakdown of his marriage lay the most private, desperate despair hidden deep within the heart of a grieving father. Accompanied by the soft, warm glow of the burning hearth, we step together into the real-life journey of this towering master of French music. The entire life of Camille Saint-Saëns unfolds as a long, endless journey of deliberate escape and quiet wandering. At the peak of his artistic fame and social prestige, he chose to abandon his renowned identity, live under an assumed name, and vanish silently into the distant dust of foreign lands. Was it the relentless, crushing pressure of cruel fate, or his inner longing for spiritual redemption that drove him to prefer living as a wandering, anonymous stranger far from his homeland? The night has grown deep and still. Settle yourself quietly and listen to the echoing tale of genius, destiny, and overwhelming tragedy woven through his lifetime. In the bleak, sorrowful autumn of 1881, Camille Saint-Saëns, the greatest musical genius France had ever known, suddenly vanished completely from the sight and memory of everyone around him. He left only a few brief, cold lines scrawled upon a note inside his hotel room, then disappeared without trace, leaving all who knew him uncertain of whether he was alive or gone forever. Dubbed the natural successor to Mozart, he stood firmly at the absolute peak of his career, possessing fame, wealth, social prestige and every worldly blessing any mortal could ever desire, yet this favored child of heaven endured an unspeakable family tragedy brutal enough to shatter any human soul, losing 2 children in the span of just 6 short weeks. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize beyond his identity as a legendary composer. Saint-Saëns was also a gifted poet. An avid archaeologist, a passionate astronomer, and a meticulous mathematician, he was a brave spiritual warrior striving to combat inner emptiness and existential nihilism through boundless knowledge and relentless learning. Yet beneath the cruel, crushing blow of fate, he chose a path of self-imposed exile and desperate escape. Close your eyes and let us journey back to that distant era, woven together by the soft light and shadow of Paris, and the endless golden dust of North Africa, to feel the profound quiet solitude hidden behind the lonely graceful spirit of that solitary swan. The thread of Camille Saint-Saëns' fate was torn open, leaving an eternal bleeding scar. In the spring of 1878 he delayed stepping into marriage until his 30th year, wedding Marie, a young woman 20 years his junior, a union that should have opened a hopeful brand new chapter of life. Yet Saint-Saëns possessed an overly sensitive personality shaped by an overbearing, suffocating mother whose dominating influence erected an invisible emotional wall forever separating him from his young wife. No ominous warning preceded the day disaster struck. His eldest son André stumbled dangerously close to the 4th floor window, lost balance, and fell crashing down onto the cold stone street below. When Saint-Saëns rushed home, he found his wife collapsed in paralyzing grief, overwhelmed by shock and sorrow, and faced the unimaginable desolate future no father could ever bear. If this overwhelming sorrow was already unbearable, the misfortune that followed felt absurd, almost unreal. Only 6 short weeks later their second young son passed away silently in his cradle, falling victim to a sudden violent illness. 6 weeks, 2 precious innocent lives wiped away forever. Saint-Saëns' entire family burned to ashes and faded into cold emptiness. In less than 2 months' time he did not break down into loud weeping and hysterical grief like ordinary people, instead sinking into an unnerving state of grim calm and lifeless stillness. He shut himself away inside his music room, letting his fingers race frantically across the piano keyboard as if pouring all his paternal love, kinship and heartbreak into cold flowing musical phrases. Yet the emotional atmosphere between him and Marie turned icy and stagnant. Every fleeting glance they exchanged served only as a painful reminder of the irreparable tragedy they could never undo. People often labeled Camille Saint-Saëns as a cold, detached genius for continuing to attend academic conferences, artistic gatherings and public events at an undiminished frequency even after the devastating loss of his children. Beyond composing timeless musical masterpieces, he delved deeply into the study of ancient Greek drama, measured the orbital paths of distant stars, and even published rigorous academic papers on archaeological excavation and historical research to his contemporaries. This relentless pursuit of endless knowledge seemed an act of arrogant pride, yet in truth it was his only raw instinct for survival. He forced his mind to remain occupied and overloaded every single moment of every day. Only in this way could he keep the haunting images of his departed children from invading his dreams. In the quiet loneliness of night, the emotional rift between him and his wife Marie grew far too wide ever to be mended. Saint-Saëns could never forgive Marie for what he perceived as careless negligence that led to André's fatal fall. Though he never openly blamed or criticized her publicly, his cold, silent estrangement cut far deeper than any harsh, angry accusation. While vacationing together in Labour in 1881, Saint-Saëns left a short farewell letter upon the hotel dining table, then walked resolutely away, vanishing into the pouring rainy night. He took no valuable possessions with him and did not even pause to embrace his wife one final time in bidding farewell. For more than 40 years afterward he never laid eyes upon the woman he had once taken as his spouse. He chose this decisive, ruthless way to sever the last remaining bond connecting him to the traditional family ethics and social expectations of French society. He began to cherish the liberating freedom of living in complete anonymity, adopting the simple alias Mr. Saint Max and boarding a ship alone, setting sail toward distant, unknown lands far from home. The atmosphere of his native France grew stifling, suffocating and unbearable for Saint-Saëns' wandering soul, so he turned his gaze across the vast sea toward Algeria on the North African coast. There were no bustling Parisian social seasons, no quiet whispered gossip surrounding his unspeakable grief over losing his children, only endless rolling golden desert sands and exotic melodic tones drifting on the wind. He dressed himself in the traditional flowing robes of local residents, blending quietly into crowded market streets, staying inside simple humble inns, listening intently to the unique enchanting modes and rhythms of traditional Arabian music. Immersed deeply in this rich exotic cultural atmosphere, he created some of the most mesmerizing enchanting works of his lifetime, including his dreamlike haunting Fifth Piano Concerto. He wove the shimmering rippling light of the Nile River and the dry scorching wind of the Sahara Desert into every delicate musical note. As night fell, he would set up his astronomical telescope, gazing up into the crystal-clear unobscured North African sky, searching for the distant stars he had named and catalogued himself. To him the boundless silent universe was far more trustworthy than the tangled complicated nature of human relationships. Those eternal revolving celestial bodies never betrayed, never suffered, and never shed tears, yet running away could never serve as a permanent final escape. A vague lingering sense of professional mission and artistic duty would always draw him back to Paris, the glorious city he loved deeply yet also resented bitterly. He became a living contradiction, a steady pendulum swinging endlessly between extreme scholarly rationality and the raw emotional longing of inner escape. He began accepting performance invitations from across the globe, traveling extensively across America, South America, and every corner of the known world. He seemed to race against the ticking passage of time, determined to wander and explore every untouched corner of the planet before his own life drew to a close. In his later declining years, Camille Saint-Saëns evolved into an unshakable monumental figure, towering over the French music scene, yet remained a lonely eccentric outsider, misunderstood by many. He stood firmly opposed to all emerging modern artistic movements, stubbornly defending the purity, dignity, and solemn grace of classical traditional composition, making him appear outdated and out of step with the changing trends of his era. He openly criticized Debussy's impressionist style, dismissing its blurred, vague melodic textures as a sacrilege and insult to the true essence of art. Contemporary critics and younger musicians mocked him as an old-fashioned relic of the past, overlooking his deep-rooted morbid obsession with artistic order and structural precision. His own life had once fallen into complete chaotic disarray and collapse, so he clung rigidly to strict formal structure and perfect balance within his compositions to grasp a fragile sense of inner security. He accumulated immense vast wealth throughout his long successful career, yet donated nearly all his fortune to charitable institutions, scientific research funds, and academic foundations. He remained alone and solitary for the rest of his life, accompanied only occasionally by a small loyal dog and a handful of devoted servants who could never truly step into the secluded depths of his inner soul. He began mentioning death frequently within his private diary entries, facing the inevitable end not with fear but with quiet resignation and relieved anticipation. In the cold, chilly winter of 1921, at the advanced age of 86, he journeyed once again to his beloved Algiers, the land that had given him so much quiet solace. He spent the final month of his life there, wandering along the seashore each day, sorting through piles of unfinished scholarly manuscripts covering astronomy, archaeology, and philosophy. Late into the night on December 16, Saint-Saëns passed away peacefully in his sleep, with an astronomical report still resting beside his bedside. Following his passing, France honored him with a grand state funeral, a ceremony of unprecedented magnificent scale fit for burying a fallen king of a bygone era. Among his vast collection of brilliant timeless masterpieces, one short delicate piece stands apart from all the rest, the beloved classic The Swan. It was the only work he refused to publish publicly during his lifetime, simply because its tender, fragile, gentle spirit clashed sharply with the tough, erudite, stoic public image he had deliberately crafted for himself. Perhaps that solitary swan gliding smoothly across the still water perfectly mirrors the truest hidden side of Saint-Saëns' inner soul. Beneath the calm, graceful surface of the water, its feet paddle frantically and tirelessly, hidden from sight to maintain elegant poise, while underneath lay a broken, wounded heart that never truly healed. He spent a lifetime pursuing boundless knowledge to defend against the existential emptiness of fate, and endured decades of lonely wandering to flee the unbearable sorrow he could never face. The tale of Camille Saint-Saëns draws to its gentle quiet close tonight, his piano melodies still echoing softly in every corner of the world like a whispered voice traveling across 100 years. All the pain, grief, and trauma that once kept him awake through countless sleepless nights have long transformed into starlight and flowing musical notes, soothing the dreams of every generation that comes after the world has fallen into perfect stillness. May you too find long-lost inner peace tonight, like that solitary swan gliding calmly beneath the soft glow of moonlight. Good night. In the long history of sculpture, one remarkable name has long remained concealed beneath the dazzling aura of Auguste Rodin. Camille Claudel, a peerless artistic genius who could infuse cold, lifeless marble with warm, living breath. Yet her extraordinary life ended in 30 long years of confinement, silence, and quiet isolation. Tonight let us brush away the dust of history and listen to the soft sighs rising from the depths of time and forgotten memory. She once stood as the most brilliant shining star within the artistic circles of Paris, destined instead to spend her final days fading away alone inside the cold walls of a psychiatric asylum. Camille Claudel, a soul who burned fiercely and recklessly amid the tangled storms of love and creation. Why did her own family choose to erase her completely from existence? Why could Rodin never save her from her tragic fate? Accompanied by the soft warm glow of the burning hearth, we embark on this forgotten journey of fate, sorrow and unfulfilled destiny. If extraordinary artistic talent is destined to be a bitter curse, Camille Claudel stands as its most heartbreaking and poignant testament. She molded vivid life out of simple clay, yet shattered into fragments beneath the relentless pressure of cruel reality. This is a story of stubborn resistance, bitter betrayal, and a soul that finally vanished silently into endless darkness. Close your eyes, follow the slow, soothing rhythm of the narration, and feel the quiet pride hidden within this female artist, alongside the profound sorrow that lingered with her until the very end. Imagine a woman who once breathed living spirit into cold stone, with her own two hands forbidden from touching even a small handful of clay for the final 30 years of her life. In the artistic legacy of France, one name has long been deliberately erased from official records or reduced to nothing more than a marginal footnote attached to another towering artistic giant. Her name is Camille Claudel, a visionary talent who shook the entire Parisian art world at the end of the 19th century, only to wither away slowly in the cold, lonely silence of a mental institution. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this tormented soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize. When people speak of Rodin's monumental masterpiece, The Gates of Hell, few ever realize many of its most vivid, graceful figures and lifelike limbs were originally crafted by Camille's own gifted hand. She possessed a finer, more decisive artistic instinct than Rodin himself, yet step by step she drifted toward the edge of ruin, trapped between the betrayal of the man she loved and the cold indifference of her own family. This is a suspenseful tale of a genius consumed by the world around her, a soul locked away in endless captivity, and a sorrowful elegy for a life that failed to find redemption within its own broken spirit. The hidden cracks of fate often open quietly at the peak of youthful splendor. In Paris during 1883, bright sunlight streamed through the tall glass skylights of a bustling studio, casting soft light over piles of raw, unshaped clay. At the age of 19, Camille Claudel stepped into Auguste Rodin's workshop, and in that single moment the very air seemed to spark with the collision of two extraordinary souls. She was far more than merely his student, she became his deepest muse, his most indispensable assistant, and his equal rival in the realm of artistic creation. Through days filled with hard labor, sweat, and the earthy scent of wet clay, Camille's slender fingers glided gently over smooth slabs of marble as if caressing the soft skin of a beloved lover. She and Rodin fell into a passionate, all-consuming romance, burning like unquenchable hellfire. Yet this intense love was poisoned by hidden tension, selfishness, and unspoken conflict. Rodin had long grown accustomed to being revered, admired, and placed upon a pedestal, yet Camille's unparalleled natural talent began to stir quiet unease and subtle threat within his heart, even more painful to bear. Rodin stubbornly refused to leave Rose, his plain, unremarkable long-term companion who had stood faithfully beside him for decades. Trapped within this complicated, painful relationship, Camille gradually lost her independent identity as an artist, slowly reduced to a hidden secret lover forced to linger in the shadows whenever she completed a breathtaking sculptural masterpiece. Audiences and critics would whisper doubtfully, claiming her works must have been shaped and finished by Rodin's guiding hand alone. Such unfair misunderstanding pierced deep into her extremely proud, sensitive heart, leaving the first irreversible crack that would eventually lead her toward mental collapse and ruin. Determined to reclaim her own voice, artistic dignity, and rightful place in the art world, Camille chose to make a clean, decisive break, severing all ties with Rodin and retreating into the cold seclusion of her own private studio. These years marked the most prolific yet sorrowful chapter of her life. She worked day and night almost without rest, pouring every ounce of emotion, pain, and passion into her sculptures, striving to prove her independent genius to the world. She created her renowned masterpiece, The Age of Maturity, depicting a young woman kneeling on the ground, stretching out her hands in desperate longing, trying to hold back a man being carried away by the relentless passage of time and the shadow of death. It stood as her final quiet plea to Rodin, and also a haunting, accurate prophecy of her own tragic destiny. Yet the society of that era harbored deep-rooted prejudice and malice toward female artists. Without Rodin's influential endorsement and protection, her works were overlooked, ignored, and dismissed by critics. With precious few commissions coming her way, poverty rushed into her life like an overwhelming tide. With no charcoal to warm her freezing home in winter and barely enough bread to sustain her through summer days, surrounded only by rows of cold, silent stone sculptures, her temperament gradually grew strange, withdrawn, and suspicious. She became convinced Rodin secretly spied on her every move, even hiring strangers to break into her studio and steal her creative ideas. Long-term isolation, extreme hardship and emotional torment twisted these anxious thoughts into uncontrollable delusions of persecution. In the quiet stillness of late night she would shout angrily at invisible enemies lingering in empty air. The clay and stone that once brought her glory and joy now becoming the outlet for her deepest pain and despair. On a stormy thunder-filled night, consumed by overwhelming grief and mounting madness, she lifted a heavy hammer and smashed dozens of her own painstakingly crafted works to pieces. Exquisite sculpted heads, graceful lifelike limbs, all crumbled into broken rubble beneath her fury, symbolizing the complete collapse of her inner spiritual world. If Rodin's cruel betrayal destroyed Camille's faith in love and human connection, the cold, calculated decision of her own family snuffed out any remaining hope for the rest of her life. In 1913, her father, the only family member who had ever truly understood, supported and believed in her, passed away. Just 8 short days later, Camille's personal nightmare officially descended, led by her mother and her younger brother Paul, a distinguished, renowned diplomat and poet. 2 strong men forced their way into Camille's private room. They restrained the once celebrated artistic genius by force and carried her away to a remote, isolated psychiatric asylum. In truth, though Camille struggled with fragile mental stability, she was never so far lost as to deserve lifelong indefinite confinement behind locked doors. Yet her family seemed to share a silent, unspoken agreement. A daughter branded insane, disgraced and entangled in scandal was an unforgivable stain upon their respectable middle class reputation, one that had to be erased, hidden and silenced forever behind the cold iron bars of the asylum. Camille wrote countless sincere, logically coherent letters to her mother, begging earnestly to be allowed to return home. "I am locked away only to silence me, to make me disappear completely," she wrote in desperate, heartfelt words. Yet every letter vanished without reply. Her mother never sent a single response, even ordering doctors to forbid any visitors from seeing her own daughter. Even her brother Paul paid her only a handful of visits over those 30 long years, each time carrying the cold, detached judgment of an unforgiving outsider. Trapped within this endless, forced confinement, Camille was banned forever from creating any more art. Her once nimble, skilled hands grew rough and calloused, losing their delicate precision, yet her gaze remained fixed steadily upon the small patch of sky visible through her barred window. The profound loneliness deliberately inflicted upon her by her own blood relatives cut deeper than poverty, heartbreak, or the shadow of mental instability ever could. In 1943, amid the Nazi occupation of France, 79-year-old Camille Claudel passed away quietly, alone, suffering from cold, hunger and utter neglect. Her funeral was unbelievably plain and humble. Not a single family member attended, nor did anyone bother purchasing a proper burial plot for her remains. She was laid to rest in an unmarked common grave on the asylum grounds, and years later, due to land development, even her bones could no longer be traced or recovered in such cruel obscurity. The woman who once astounded all of Paris with her extraordinary talent left behind not even a handful of earth to mark her existence. Decades later, scholars, collectors and art lovers rediscovered her forgotten works, buried within dusty archives and private collections, finally awakening to the groundbreaking, breathtaking power and profound emotion hidden within her sculptures. Returning to the question we raised at the very beginning, what legacy did she truly leave behind? She left behind the flowing sorrow etched forever within marble and clay, and forged the first, most tragic, unyielding struggle of female artists fighting tirelessly for independent recognition and creative freedom. Though Camille's earthly life withered away, swallowed by darkness, her spirit has long transcended time, resonating eternally through her sculptures, shining with undimming light amid the shadows of art history. The story has reached its gentle close. May Camille's once gifted hands turn into the softest breeze of the night, easing away all your weariness and quiet sorrow. Drift into peaceful sleep carried by the resonance of this tale spanning over a century. Rest well and embrace sweet undisturbed dreams. Good night. Gustav Mahler once declared prophetically, "My time will surely come." One side of his life shone with glorious renown as an authoritative, commanding conductor, while the other side endured quiet exile and lonely introspection. As a profound creative composer, he built boundless cosmic imagery within his music and confronted the haunting premonition of death through every flowing melodic line. Tonight, let us walk closely in his footsteps, amid star-lit musical notes, and find genuine inner peace for our weary souls. In the quiet stillness of late night, when mortal prosperity fades away, come listen to the life story of Gustav Mahler, a man who ruled the conductor's podium with tyrannical strictness and uncompromising precision, yet melted into fragile vulnerability when left alone in solitude. The tragic love between him and Alma, his relentless, persistent pursuit of unfinished musical masterpieces, all stand as the most genuine reflection of human life, fate and emotion. Close your eyes, sink into this tranquil narration, and embrace the profound philosophical thoughts that transcend the boundaries of life and death, hidden within his melodies. Within every page of Gustav Mahler's musical scores lies the most heartfelt sincere confession toward life. He endured the piercing agony of losing beloved family members one after another and faced the cruelest prejudice and cold rejection from the musical circle of his era, yet in the end he stepped into the boundless cosmic realm of music and lit an eternal warm lamp of comfort for every lonely wandering soul in the world tonight. Slow down your restless pace, listen to this gentle tale of Mahler's life, and may you drift into sweet peaceful dreams. If the faint whisper of death could ever be heard by mortal ears, it would never sound like harsh shrill screams but unfold as the slow lingering almost motionless melody penned by Gustav Mahler back in 1907 Vienna. The man who once reigned supreme over the entire European music scene fell into the darkest devastating collapse of his entire life. His eldest daughter passed away prematurely. He was stripped of his prestigious professional position and his doctor detected ominous abnormal murmurs within his chest like the solemn tolling of a funeral bell. Gustav Mahler, a man who spent his whole life questioning the true meaning and essence of existence, was finally cornered and forced to face the inevitable shadow of death. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize. In this quiet, unrushed moment we set aside all glorious worldly titles and reputations, merely observing how a wandering traveler adrift deep within his own soul used musical notes to construct an unbreakable bridge leading toward eternal transcendence. Perhaps after listening to the grand symphonic movements he composed amid desperate despair, you will come to understand that all mortal fear, anxiety and panic are nothing more than trivial ripples fading quietly before the ultimate profound stillness of life. The hidden cracks of fate always begin to spread from the most brilliant splendid moments of life. It was a salon gathering in 1901 when Gustav Mahler first met Alma, the most enchanting, captivating woman in all of Vienna. 19 years younger than him, she possessed extraordinary intelligence, breathtaking beauty and burning ambitious passion. As a born artist, Mahler was utterly captivated and overwhelmed in an instant. The normally calm, poised conductor who commanded the orchestra with the precision of a refined machine surrendered completely to the power of love. Yet the marriage proposal letter he sent to Alma read more like a cold, controlling contractual agreement demanding that she abandon her own dream of musical composition and dedicate the rest of her life solely to standing by his side as his loyal companion. Alma agreed to his terms without hesitation, yet this hidden crack quietly planted the seed of emotional tragedy that lingered for decades to come. Accompanied by Alma's quiet presence, Mahler created some of his most magnificent immortal masterpieces, yet this hard-won happiness felt more like reckless overconsumption of future peace and joy. He seemed like a greedy soul drawing endless vitality, inspiration and emotional nourishment from Alma to sustain his relentless artistic creation, remaining oblivious to the slow withering of her inner passion and suppressed dreams deep inside her heart. This severe emotional imbalance eventually dealt him a fatal, crushing blow at the weakest, most vulnerable moment of his life. When the letters revealing Alma's affair fell into his hands, Mahler suddenly realized the perfect cosmic realm he had painstakingly built with his music was already riddled with countless cracks and hidden flaws at its very foundation. Gustav Mahler's entire life seemed perpetually shrouded by an ominous lingering premonition of inevitable demise. Within the musical circles of his time there existed a terrifying legendary curse surrounding the Ninth Symphony. Great masters such as Beethoven and Schubert both passed away not long after completing their Ninth Symphonic work. Mahler was deeply superstitious about such spiritual omens and desperately sought to evade this haunting fatal curse. He devised a clever, deliberate workaround, naming his ninth large-scale musical creation The Song of the Earth instead of officially titling it his Ninth Symphony. During those troubled, restless days he retreated into the remote, vast mountains of South Tyrol, seeking solace, spiritual refuge and inner peace within profound isolated solitude. In letters written to close friends he confessed, "I am no longer the person I once was. I feel like a child who has only just learned to walk, wandering cautiously, timidly through this bewildering world." The extreme strictness and unyielding severity he displayed on the conductor's podium were in truth a subconscious compensation for his overwhelming inner insecurity and restlessness. During rehearsals he would fly into furious outbursts, showing no mercy toward the slightest inaccuracy in pitch, rhythm or expression. Fellow musicians and colleagues privately nicknamed him a ghoul, claiming his sunken, piercing eyes held haunting visions of doomsday and the end of all things. Yet in the quiet stillness of late nights, when he sat alone facing blank sheets of manuscript paper waiting for inspiration to flow, he was merely a lost, lonely child searching desperately for the familiar warm presence of his mother. Amid the broken ruins of life he poured all his primal fear of death, deep buried guilt toward Alma and unspoken sorrow into the tender, slow movement of his Fifth Symphony. The melody unfolds with gentle tenderness, as if softly caressing a fresh, unhealed wound, whispering quiet comfort Do not be afraid, all pain, suffering and grief will eventually fade away and turn into silent dust. In 1910, on the verge of complete mental and emotional collapse, Mahler traveled across half of Europe to seek consultation with the renowned Dr. Sigmund Freud. During a 4-hour-long leisurely walk along the riverside, Mahler finally bared his bleeding, wounded heart without reservation. He spoke openly of his miserable, troubled childhood, the violent temper of his father, his mother's quiet, suppressed endurance, and the heartbreaking tragedy of more than a dozen of his siblings passing away one after another in their early years. These deep-seated shadows of early life nurtured his almost morbid intimate connection and obsession with the concept of death. Freud offered him a penetrating, concise insight. Mr. Mahler, you have spent your entire life searching for a mother who never truly exists. This sentence struck Mahler like a bolt of lightning, shattering all his inner defenses and illusions. In an instant he finally understood. His desperate, controlling attitude toward Alma stemmed entirely from his deep-rooted fear of losing the only emotional anchor in his life. He returned home determined to mend and salvage their already broken, incomplete love, writing heartfelt love letters to his wife like a shy, passionate young man falling in love for the first time. Yet in the harsh reality of Mahler's life, fate never intended to grant him a second chance at redemption. His heart condition deteriorated rapidly, with every breath becoming as labored and difficult as pumping air through a worn bellows. He began composing his genuine Ninth Symphony, choosing no longer to evade the looming shadow of death. On the final page of his musical score he inscribed 4 simple, profound words: depart now, depart now. At the very end of the melodic journey he crafted an extended diminuendo lasting several long minutes, the volume fading softer and softer until it dissolved completely into absolute, profound silence. It was his own self-composed funeral elegy and the final peaceful letter of reconciliation he offered to the entire mortal world. Gustav Mahler spent his final days traveling back and forth between New York and his beloved Vienna. In the spring of 1911 his illness left him barely able to support his own body, yet he insisted on journeying back to the city that held all his memories, dreams and artistic faith. Lying on the deck of the ocean liner returning from America, he stared silently at the rolling waves of the Atlantic Ocean, his eyes empty, distant and deep like an unfathomable dark abyss he no longer stood on the conductor's podium leading grand orchestras nor pondered over complex musical compositions. He merely lay quietly, feeling the gradual fading of life slipping away moment by moment. He knew he had finally lost the lifelong gamble he waged against the Reaper, yet in defeat he attained an unprecedented state of inner tranquility and acceptance. After returning to Vienna he whispered his wife's name one last time on his deathbed, then moved his fingers across the bed sheets, mimicking the familiar gestures of conducting an orchestra. He passed away quietly on a storm-swept night at the age of 51. Following his last will and testament, his funeral contained no grand musical performance, attended only by his closest relatives and intimate friends. The man who once commanded massive grand orchestras to roar and resonate with the power of the entire cosmos finally returned peacefully to the embrace of the earth in the simplest, most understated, solemn ritual. His unfinished 10th Symphony remained only in rough draft form, covered with pain-filled fragmented outpourings of his inner heart. Alive for you, die for you, Alma. In this final vulnerable moment Mahler was no longer the revered godlike master conductor. He was merely an ordinary man who struggled his whole life, tangled between passionate love and the inevitable arrival of death. His musical manuscript settled quietly at the bottom of the river of time, waiting for people decades later to rediscover, salvage and uncover the hidden truths buried beneath the notes. The gentle tale of Gustav Mahler gradually draws to its quiet close. Gustav Mahler once firmly believed and proclaimed, "My time will surely come." Decades later, after the world endured the devastation of wars and the emptiness of spiritual loss, people suddenly realized the man who lived a century ago had already written down all our modern loneliness, hesitation and inner struggle within his timeless musical scores. He taught humanity that life consists not merely of joy, laughter and glorious success, but also of irreparable regret, parting sorrow and the inevitable farewell every mortal must face. Returning to the profound puzzle raised in the prologue, what exactly is death in Mahler's spiritual and musical world? Death is never a terrifying final end, it is the ultimate harmonious chord that melody finds after drifting into the boundless void. When you feel weary, heavy and lost deep within your heart on this quiet night, imagine sitting alone in Mahler's small cottage by the lake, listening to the rustling wind sweeping through pine forests and gazing at the lingering snow remaining upon distant mountain peaks. You will soon understand that all life's magnificent waves and turbulent ups and downs eventually settle down into the peaceful calm of this very moment. May Gustav Mahler's timeless philosophical wisdom, transcending the boundaries of time, soothe all the creases, anxiety and restlessness hidden deep within your soul tonight. Sink into quiet, peaceful slumber wrapped in this serene tranquility. Good night and sweet dreams. Beneath the gloomy overcast skies of Victorian London there once lived a mixed-race teenage boy whose musical melodies took the whole world by storm. Samuel Coleridge Taylor, hailed with the revered title the Black Mozart, bloomed brilliantly all alone amid deep-rooted racial prejudice. Tonight, nestled within this soothing tale meant only for quiet reflection, we may listen closely to the exotic tenderness woven deep inside his musical notes and feel how one wandering soul managed to compose pure inner peace and spiritual redemption while trapped in the tangled mire of confused identity and cultural belonging. He carried the ancestral blood of Sierra Leone blended with the refined gentlemanly upbringing of British society, yet could never find a true place to belong between two vastly different cultures. The entire life of Samuel Coleridge Taylor unfolded like a beautifully crafted yet swiftly paced musical movement cut short abruptly in the late autumn of his 37th year. Tonight's narrative carries no impassioned accusations or angry lamentations, only the lingering echo of piano keys falling softly and the unfulfilled dreams drifting quietly across the night. Let us walk gently alongside this tender, quiet composer and step into his faint yet unyielding world hidden deep within the stillness of night. Have you ever heard of a black composer who was personally received by President Theodore Roosevelt inside the White House of America? Samuel Coleridge Taylor swept away overwhelming racial prejudice solely through his extraordinary artistic talent, yet could never break free from the chains of persistent poverty and endless physical exhaustion. This is a heartfelt confession woven from music, ancestral blood, and the twists of fate, meant to be listened to quietly as the lamplight softens and dims into dusk. Samuel's life story will lead you to taste that restrained quiet warmth tinged with inescapable destiny, a gentle comfort that has traveled across more than 100 years of time. Picture a cold, damp afternoon in London in 1912. A man of merely 37 years old collapses weakly upon the platform of Croydon Station. His face is deathly pale, his breath shallow and labored, yet even in his fading state of consciousness his fingers twitch involuntarily in the empty air as if conducting a grand symphony only he alone can hear. The refined gentlemen and elegant ladies gathered to watch may never have realized that this mixed-race man, struggling beneath the weight of poverty and lingering illness, was once a phenomenal musical prodigy who captivated the entire British Empire and even the whole of the United States. Samuel Coleridge Taylor bore a name as elegant and noble as any aristocrat, yet endured a fate as humble as drifting dust while possessing a soul as noble and lofty as divine grace. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize. We delve deep into the countless untold loneliness hidden behind the celebrated nickname the Black Mozart, and witness how this soul mended its fractured sense of identity with endless lines of musical notation amid the white supremacist atmosphere of the Victorian era, brewing the softest, most tender rhythmic melodies from the depths of unspoken prejudice. Relax your breathing and let time drift gently backward to the late 19th century, an age filled with the thick smoke of industrial London, yet resounding with the graceful lingering tones of piano music. Samuel Coleridge Taylor rose to fame as suddenly and dazzlingly as a bolt of lightning, splitting the quiet night sky, brilliant almost to the point of cruelty. In 1898 his cantata Hiawatha's Wedding Feast premiered at the iconic Royal Albert Hall in London, hushing the entire bustling city into reverent stillness. Its melodies brimmed with exotic charm, blending the primal rhythmic pulse of African heritage with the polished, elegant grace of British classical tradition, flowing like a soft warm breeze drifting over distant foreign lands, sweeping away the rigid old-fashioned dullness that had long lingered over London's artistic circles. Audiences had never encountered music quite like this. It belonged to no single established cultural tradition. It stood purely as an intimate soul monologue poured forth from the heart of a mixed-race artist. Spectators rose to their feet, bursting into thunderous applause. Many moved to silent tears, his name spreading instantly across every street and alley of the capital. Yet once the echoes of applause faded away, Samuel would walk alone back to his narrow, modest rented lodging in Croydon, where the cold, harsh wind of cruel reality quickly jolted him back to plain hardship. Though his musical scores sold out rapidly in every music shop and his portrait graced the front pages of major newspapers, he never received fair royalties due to serious flaws in the copyright laws of that era. This gifted musical genius still had to teach late into the night at cheap tutoring studios merely to afford a simple carton of milk for his young children. He wrote honestly in his private diary, "I seem to live trapped inside a grand illusory dream. Upon the stage I am revered almost as a god, yet off stage I am a penniless man, forced to count every penny even for simple carriage fare." This extreme, stark contrast between towering fame and grinding poverty defined the underlying tone of his entire life, carving the first irreversible crack into the quiet fabric of his destined journey. If relentless unrelenting poverty wore down his spirit like rough sandpaper, then the mystery surrounding his own family origins remained an old deep wound in Samuel's heart that could never fully heal. His father was a skilled black doctor originally from Sierra Leone who left Britain dejectedly before Samuel was even born, unable to overcome the harsh racial barriers that barred him from practicing medicine locally, leaving his young British mother to raise their child alone in a poor working class neighborhood. From an early age Samuel understood clearly that he was different from those around him, marked not only by his thick curly hair and dark complexion but also by carrying a foreign surname that set him apart in British society. Without ever having laid eyes on his own father, his whole life became a quiet endless search for the missing half of his ancestral bloodline. He would sit alone for hours at the piano, countless times striving to capture the faint distant drumbeats of his father's homeland. Through the refined counterpoint techniques of Western classical music, he boldly integrated elements of black spiritual hymns into his classical compositions, a move considered utterly heretical and rebellious within the conservative elite classical music circles of his time. Through these bold musical experiments he embarked on a profound cross-continental journey of spiritual roots seeking, he hoped to convey a powerful message to the world through his art that true beauty holds no boundaries of skin color, that the blending of different ancestral bloodlines should never be seen as an original sin but rather as a precious divine gift bestowed upon humanity. Yet the harder he strove to prove this simple heartfelt truth, the more closely subtle exclusion, veiled mockery and quiet marginalization from mainstream society clung to his every step. He remained forever a quiet outsider, wandering gently, yet painfully trapped within the narrow cultural gap stretching between the shores of Africa and Britain. In 1904 Samuel received a prestigious invitation to travel to the United States, embarking on the journey that brought him closest to radiant light and genuine recognition. Throughout his lifetime in Washington he was honored with an invitation to the White House, where President Theodore Roosevelt clasped his hand, warmly praising him publicly as a priceless treasure belonging to all humanity. For a man long accustomed to walking with guarded humility in Britain, carefully avoiding open discrimination at every turn, this moment held an indescribable, overwhelming sense of shock, validation and spiritual uplift. Black communities across America embraced him as a national hero, seeing his extraordinary artistic success as powerful proof of the boundless creative potential hidden within the black race. During this meaningful journey Samuel experienced an unprecedented surge of inner strength and a profound solidified sense of belonging. He began to realize his music was far more than mere combinations of melodic notes and harmonic structures. It stood as a quiet, inspiring banner, an invisible winding path leading humanity toward freedom, equality and mutual respect. He visited rural black schools across the American South, listening intently to ancient folk ballads passed down through generations. Moved to heartfelt silent tears by their raw, sincere emotion, he began drafting plans for an even grander, ambitious musical work determined to engrave the dignity and noble spirit of African heritage permanently into the very core of Western classical tradition. Yet the radiant glory of his American tour also laid bare far crueler, harsh realities. Even in a nation that prided itself on liberty and justice, skin color still remained an unbreakable chain dictating human fate and social standing. Caught between immense artistic achievement and deep solemn sorrow over the fate of his race, his spirit endured unprecedented heavy pressure. This mounting tension stretched his inner resolve like a tightly strung musical string, capable of producing the most exquisite, haunting melodies, yet dangerously vulnerable to sudden, irreparable breakage. Upon returning to London, Samuel plunged himself into an even more frantic, exhausting work routine to support his family and provide for his young growing children. He felt compelled to accept every humble commissioned composition offer available, spending day and night conducting orchestras, tutoring students and writing endless musical scores. He possessed an overly gentle, generous nature and a strong, profound sense of responsibility, never able to refuse any request for help, no matter how small or demanding. Constant overwork slowly eroded his already fragile physical health, his eyes growing sunken and weary, yet his stubborn, passionate devotion to music never dimmed for a single moment. He began suffering frequent sharp chest pains, yet would simply sip a cup of cold, stale coffee before bending once more over his manuscript paper, sketching flowing, rising and falling melodic lines across the page. He once confessed quietly to his beloved wife, "I feel time slipping away far too quickly. A whole choir of African voices lingers shouting inside my mind, and I must commit every note to paper before it fades forever." The rhythmic pace of his compositions from this period grew increasingly urgent, hurried, as if racing desperately against the approaching shadow of death. Beneath the soft, exotic tenderness of his melodies crept a haunting undertone of sorrow and quiet premonition that his own life was drawing swiftly to a close. He no longer cared whether his works would win favor among the Wealthy Victorian aristocracy, his only desire was to pour his entire fractured yet sincere loyal heart completely into every musical note. Long before the autumn of his 37th year arrived, his life had already burned itself quietly to the very last embers of endurance. On August 28, 1912, the iconic sorrowful scene at Croydon Station unfolded exactly as fate had written. While waiting for his train, Samuel collapsed suddenly from heart failure triggered by severe pneumonia. In that fleeting weakened moment his mind drifted back to the ethereal melodies of his own Hiawatha. He was carried gently back to his home, and during his final remaining hours of life his consciousness slipped entirely into the boundless immersive world of music. According to his wife's heartfelt recollection, he waved his arms weakly from his bed with his last ounce of strength, murmuring soft indistinct words as if conducting a vast choir of thousands united in song. He passed away utterly penniless, unable even to afford a proper dignified burial plot, yet leaving behind dozens of kilograms of precious handwritten musical manuscripts. News of his sudden passing plunged London's musical circles into prolonged reverent silence and overwhelming collective shame. On the day of his funeral, thousands of black and white mourners walked side by side, hand in hand, through city streets, forming one of the rare racially united solemn processions in London's long history. His tombstone bears his timeless profound words: "Though shadows of worldly gloom surround me, my soul still sings." Samuel Coleridge Taylor drew his earthly curtain swiftly and unexpectedly, like a single musical note accidentally falling from the sky, only to be erased all too soon. Yet the melodic seeds he sowed patiently over his brief lifetime quietly altered the very genetic makeup of classical music across the following 100 years, warming the hearts and soothing the sorrows of countless marginalized wandering souls ever since. Returning to the quiet railway station mentioned in the opening of our tale, modern Croydon no longer carries the smoke, coldness and indifference of that bygone era. Yet if you listen closely to the soft wandering breeze lingering there, you may still catch a faint trace of Samuel's sorrowful, gentle, rhythmic pulse. Was he truly worthy of the title the Black Mozart? Perhaps he was simply unapologetically himself, an ordinary soul striving tirelessly to bridge the wide gap between divided ancestral bloodlines through the universal language of music. Though his life remained painfully short, it possessed rare profound wholeness, for he never betrayed the gentle heartfelt identity hidden deep within his spirit. In 37 fleeting years he taught the world that true self-acceptance never comes as a gift granted by others. It grows from deep, honest exploration of one's own inner soul. The gentle tale of Samuel Coleridge Taylor now draws to its quiet close, and the world outside your window has settled into soft stillness. May Samuel's melodies, as light and soothing as sea breeze, brush away all weariness, restlessness and anxiety lingering within your heart on this mild, quiet night. You need no longer cling to worldly labels or tangled identities. You need only simply be yourself. Release heavy, tangled thoughts, slow your breathing gently and let yourself drift into calm, peaceful slumber. May you encounter the starry, quiet skies of Sierra Leone in your dreams and meet that free, wandering soul dancing lightly across the black and white piano keys. Good night and sweet dreams. Amid the sweeping artistic currents of the 20th century, Andrew Wyeth stood like a quiet, unshakable reef, standing apart from the restless tide. He never painted bustling city prosperity or glamorous worldly splendor, choosing instead to depict the barren meadows, dappled window shadows and lonely wandering souls of his hometown. If your heart is tangled with unease and inner unrest, the timeless quiet stillness lingering within Wyeth's paintings may serve as the most soothing remedy for your weary spirit. Tonight, accompanied by the gentle warmth of the burning hearth, let us step into the hidden, secluded inner world of this quiet master of realistic art. Andrew Wyeth spent nearly his entire life never straying far from the small hometown where he was born. He painted the young girl crawling slowly across the wild grass and the quiet neighbor lingering alone in shadowed corners. There is no noisy commotion within his canvases, only a profound stillness, soft as gentle breath, and a translucent quiet solitude that settles deep into the soul. This is far more than the life story of a single painter. It is a profound inward journey, teaching us how to peacefully embrace solitude and walk calmly alone with our own hearts. Why do Andrew Wyeth's paintings always strike a tender chord within the souls of those who struggle with sleepless nights? It is because within every subtle stroke of light and shadow he embedded the quiet accumulation of passing years and the heavy, profound weight of fate. From Christina to Helga, through decades of silent, devoted observation and portrayal, he built an eternal, realistic paradise frozen in time and memory. Tonight, immersed in the soft, muted hues of Wyeth's palette, let your wandering thoughts settle gently to the ground and find the long-lost inner peace you have been longing for. When the entire world chased after relentless speed, noisy excitement and radical artistic revolution, one man chose to sit quietly upon the barren meadows of his hometown for an entire lifetime. The figures in his paintings almost never wear a smile, and the backgrounds are always filled with faded wooden door frames, weathered windows and dry yellowed hay. Yet within this almost frozen sense of suspended time, countless insomniacs across the globe have found lasting comfort and spiritual refuge. Known widely as the quiet, solitary realist, Andrew Wyeth left behind a haunting enigma that stirred deep reflection within the art circle for generations. For 15 long years he concealed a secret from his wife and the entire outside world, quietly creating more than 200 intimate portraits of his neighbor in complete privacy. Was this a forbidden obsessive infatuation, or an artist's most profound silent vigil over the slow fading of life itself? Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we wander fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize. In this unrushed moment we do not merely trace the life experience of a painter, we sink into the soft light and shadow of Wyeth's world and find a peaceful resting place for our restless, anxious souls. The quiet turning point that shaped his artistic destiny unfolded on a quiet afternoon in 1948 in the small town of Cushing, Maine. Seated beside his window, Andrew Wyeth caught sight of his neighbor Christina supporting her frail body with thin arms, struggling slowly to crawl up the yellowed wild grass toward the old house standing atop the hillside. Christina suffered from severe physical disability, yet she firmly refused to use a wheelchair, choosing to endure the rough, earthy path rather than surrender the last trace of her human dignity. That simple, poignant scene struck Wyeth straight to the depths of his heart. He did not step forward to offer physical help, instead choosing a far more profound way to respond. He spent 9 whole months quietly capturing that silent, unyielding resilience upon his canvas. The finished work would later become the timeless masterpiece known as Christina's World. Viewers gaze upon the painting and feel the weight of profound loneliness, desolate wilderness, and yet an unbreakable quiet strength growing steadily from stillness. Wyeth once said he painted far more than just a young girl crawling across an empty field. He portrayed the inherent smallness and stubborn perseverance of humanity standing alone beneath the vast, indifferent sweep of the world. This intense, focused observation of ordinary, trivial daily moments became the enduring underlying tone of Wyeth's lifelong artistic creation. At that time the art world was swept up in the wild celebration of abstract expressionism. Delicate, quiet, realistic works such as his seemed out of place and utterly out of step with the turbulent era, yet he paid no heed to mainstream trends or public judgment, standing like a stubborn, solitary forest keeper, building a solid stone wall leading deep into the inner soul upon the quiet edge of the changing artistic age. To truly understand the almost cold, restrained tranquility permeating Andrew Wyeth's art, one must look to the profound influence of his father, the renowned illustrator N.C. Wyeth. Raised beneath his father's strict, demanding gaze, Wyeth grew up in a semi-isolated, secluded environment, wandering between the grand, heroic historical fantasies constructed by his father and the desolate, quiet reality of the rural wilderness. All changed abruptly in 1945 when a devastating car accident claimed his father's life. In that instant Wyeth's world sank into overwhelming gray sorrow, regretting deeply that he had never painted a complete, formal portrait of his father. This immense, lingering sense of guilt evolved into an almost obsessive dedication to recording, preserving and capturing fleeting moments of life. He began visiting the farm of his neighbor Carl Kerner, frequently wandering among weathered, peeling walls and cold iron anvils, seeking faint, lingering traces of his father's presence amid the familiar rural atmosphere. It was also during this period that Wyeth's painting style underwent a dramatic, profound transformation. Abandoning bright, dazzling layers of color, he turned fully to the dry, cold, textured aesthetic of tempera painting, embracing a muted, decaying beauty full of subtle melancholy. He would spend more than 10 hours each day secluded inside his studio, using ultra-fine, delicate brushstrokes to depict every fine texture of dry hay and every subtle wrinkle etched into the skin of elderly farmers. To him death was never an absolute end, but an eternal quiet order hidden within the slow fading and withering of all living things. This relentless pursuit of intricate, subtle detail lent his works a mesmerizing sense of time. Standing still as you gaze quietly upon his paintings, you slowly feel yourself dissolve into a tiny speck of dust drifting gently downward beneath the soft afternoon sunlight. This unhurried, tranquil rhythm is exactly what troubled insomniacs crave most, a calm, steady pace that slows the pounding restlessness of the heartbeat and soothes the racing mind. Yet Andrew Wyeth's greatest lifelong secret remained hidden away within a quiet gray attic tucked out of sight. It was a secret kept hidden for 15 long years. Starting in 1971, he quietly invited his neighbor Helga to serve as his private model, creating a collection spanning 247 unique works. In these intimate paintings, Helga appears seated, reclining, or wandering softly through quiet woodland paths, her expression carrying the same wild undercurrent of quiet melancholy that defined Wyeth's own inner spirit. It was not until 1986 that these long-concealed works were revealed to the public, stirring widespread astonishment and heated discussion across all of America. People speculated endlessly about the true nature of their relationship, the anger of Wyeth's wife, and the hidden forbidden emotions woven into the quiet portraits. Yet Wyeth himself remained astonishingly calm and detached. He simply stated that he only wished to observe and record how a woman gradually changed, aged and matured across the passage of 15 quiet years. This extreme restraint, emotional calm and quiet detachment became the very source of the profound fatalistic undertone resonating throughout all his creations. He painted far more than merely a living, breathing human being. He painted the invisible marks carved deep into life by the relentless flow of time. The bond between Wyeth and Helga was never defined by passionate physical desire. It resembled two lonely souls drawing close to one another, sharing silent warmth and mutual understanding through the long, cold, quiet winters. The translucent blue tonal layers within his paintings and the soft billowing curtains stirred by faint wind all stand as quiet evidence of his desperate attempt to seize and preserve fleeting, ephemeral moments of life. This restrained, profound affection endowed his art with a solemn reverence akin to quiet religious devotion. If you feel worn out, exhausted, and overwhelmed by the noisy restlessness of modern life, pause and imagine the quiet scene of snow falling thickly across the quiet countryside of Maine. Wyeth sits calmly beside the glowing fireplace, waiting patiently for a single stream of soft sunlight to drift across the ancient elm tree standing outside his window. It is the most loyal, quiet vigil over the beauty of life and the most silent, unyielding resistance against inner anxiety and worldly unrest. In his later years, Andrew Wyeth continued his quiet routine, traveling back and forth between Chadsford in Pennsylvania and his beloved hometown in Maine, moving with the steady rhythm of an unwavering clock pendulum. He walked the same country paths each day, gazing upon the same piles of dry hay scattered across the fields. He once uttered a famous timeless thought: if an artist must travel the entire world to paint beautiful scenery, then that artist truly understands nothing of painting at all. In Wyeth's eyes, the half-mile stretch of familiar land surrounding his home held enough hidden beauty, subtle emotion and quiet inspiration to explore and create from. For an entire century he would sit motionless for half an hour before a single withered, fallen leaf, waiting until its faded hue blended perfectly with the quiet loneliness dwelling within his own heart. This minimalist, quiet attitude toward life broadened his inner spiritual world into boundless, open vastness. Though world-famous and celebrated across the globe, in his later years he retained his reserved, aloof, dignified temperament. He saw through the emptiness of worldly power and the superficial glamour of the artistic circle, choosing instead to dedicate the remaining years of his life entirely to observing and portraying silent, ordinary things. He painted worn, scuffed leather boots, empty, quiet rooms and endless fields of snow that never fully melts. Within these understated works, Wyeth dissolved the boundaries of self-ego an identity, transforming himself into an invisible window or a soft passing breeze. As you gaze upon his paintings, you feel an unprecedented sense of inner freedom, a freedom that requires no explanation to others, no compromise to please the trends of any era. This quiet, unspoken freedom is the hidden peace every restless soul tossing and turning through sleepless nights subconsciously longs to find. In the winter of 2009, at the age of 91, Andrew Wyeth passed away peacefully in his longtime residence in Chadsford. He took with him all his private, unspoken thoughts concerning Helga, his father, and Christina, leaving behind only his timeless paintings like eternal windows opening onto quiet stillness. Returning to the question raised at the very beginning, why could an artist who specialized in depicting desolate, quiet scenes become the most cherished comfort for insomniacs? Perhaps it is because Wyeth proved through his entire life that solitude is never something to fear. It can carry dignity, depth, quiet weight and profound healing power. He filtered away all sharp restlessness and harsh edges from the quiet stillness of life, leaving behind only pure, transparent tranquility. As these paintings meet your eyes and you listen to this slow, wind-like narration, you come to realize that when time slows to a gentle pause, the world reveals an unexpected, gentle warmth answering the lingering suspense from the prologue. The story of Helga is never a scandal or moral failing. It is simply one soul's profound, silent, visual observation and tender vigil over another. Wyeth taught us that if we are willing to gaze quietly, patiently and sincerely upon ordinary life, every inch of humble land can bloom into a private, peaceful paradise. The story has reached its gentle, quiet close, and the soft wind captured in Wyeth's paintings may now be drifting gently across the quiet meadow within your own heart. Drift slowly into deep, peaceful sleep, wrapped in this undisturbed inner tranquility. May you rest easy and embrace sweet, untroubled dreams. Good night. Beneath the damp misty night of the Caribbean Sea in the 17th century, a solitary man sat upon a grand throne piled high with gleaming treasure, his gaze cold, sharp and unyielding. He was Henry Morgan, a fearless hero of his time who broke free from the chains of indentured servitude and eventually rose to command the vast unruly ocean. Tonight let us listen to the endless rhythm of rolling waves and step into his thrilling life filled with rebellion, struggle and extraordinary triumph against cruel fate. If social class stands as an unfathomable abyss that ordinary mortals can never cross, then Henry Morgan was the rare soul who leaped over it, stepping across countless lost lives and barrels of rich spiced rum. He was a ruthless pirate whose name struck terror into the hearts of every Spanish settler and sailor, yet also a knight honored and ennobled by the British Empire. Close your eyes, sink into the calm, soothing flow of gentle narration and feel the deepest quiet breath of the ancient Caribbean Sea. When the clear boundary between written law and chaotic disorder blurred beneath the alluring temptation of gold, Henry Morgan stood silently at the crossroads of fate, ready to make the life-altering decision that would reshape the order of the entire Western world. His legacy is far more than mere plunder and pirate raids. It represents one man's long spiritual journey, striving to seize command of his own destiny and break free from the chains arranged by birth and circumstance. On this quiet, peaceful night, listen closely to the echoing resonance of fate woven from imperial power and the endless crashing rhythm of ocean waves. In the island nation of Jamaica during the 17th century there existed a peculiar official warrant sealed with the red wax imprint of the British Empire. It bore the name Henry Morgan, adorned with the revered title of knight and the official rank of lieutenant governor, yet upon Spanish wanted posters his name was branded that of a cold-blooded butcher, a demon of the seas and a ruthless marauder who spared no mercy. How did a young man once sold like livestock as a white indentured servant on the island of Barbados climb all the way to the summit of colonial power? Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, along this journey filled with the sharp salt tang of seawater and the harsh rust of weaponry, you will witness the most powerful act of breaking free a man could ever achieve. He never bowed to the restrictions of established rules, for in his lifetime he became the very one who forged new rules and reshaped old ones. His life surged like the wildest raging wave of the Caribbean, rising from the dark squalid lower decks of trading ships all the way to the central halls of political power in Whitehall. Listen closely. Beyond the steady crash of ocean waves you can hear the faint lingering whisper of Henry Morgan echoing down through the depths of history. His story begins not with majestic fleets flying pirate banners but aboard filthy fetid transport ships carrying indentured laborers. In his youth Henry Morgan was lured and coerced from his hometown in Wales, forced to sign a binding contract that sold his freedom away. Labeled as a white indentured servant, he toiled relentlessly beneath the scorching tropical sun on vast sugar plantations, his back crisscrossed with raw bleeding scars left by cruel whippings. These early painful wounds carved deep into his flesh became the burning fuel for all his later ambition and unyielding determination. The nights on the sugar plantation hung heavy in deathly silence, only the distant rhythmic crash of tides reminding him that the boundless ocean still lay open and free. He understood clearly that if he obeyed the rules and endured his fate quietly, he would live out his days trapped on this bitter strip of land, dying alone and forgotten, reduced to nothing more than fertilizer for the sugar fields. And so under the cover of a dark midnight he fled, risking everything with a courage bordering on recklessness. Leaping headlong into a chaotic, lawless world full of danger yet boundless freedom, he joined the legendary Pirate Brotherhood of the Coast, a band of desperate outlaws and fugitives who lived beyond the reach of royal law on the rough wooden decks where strength alone ruled all hierarchy. He was no longer mere property belonging to a plantation owner but a sharpened blade waiting to be unsheathed and set free. He learned to stand steady amid raging tropical storms and mastered the subtle art of reading and manipulating the greedy, fickle hearts of fellow captains and pirates far shrewder than any ordinary sailor. His rise to fame began with the bold raid on Portobello, a prosperous fortified port that served as Spain's primary warehouse for storing massive shipments of stolen gold and treasure. To outsiders the fortress stood impenetrable, guarded by strong walls, heavy artillery and loyal seasoned soldiers, yet to Henry Morgan its defenses were riddled with hidden weaknesses and vulnerable gaps. Instead of launching a direct frontal cannon battle, he led his loyal men on grueling secret marches through muddy, sweltering marshlands, enduring exhaustion, hunger and relentless insect bites for several long days. When his forces emerged silently behind the unsuspecting fortress garrison, his cold, piercing gaze held far more chilling intensity than the dark, icy depths of the ocean itself. The battle that followed ended in brutal, bloody victory, marking the pivotal turning point that catapulted Morgan's reputation across the entire Caribbean. He seized mountains of glittering gold and priceless treasures, yet gained something far more valuable than wealth, an aura of fearsome authority and unshakable influence. He began to realize that simple random plunder could only bring temporary riches, while organized strategic raids held the power to win genuine political authority. He carefully cultivated discreet connections with British colonial authorities, rebranding himself not as a common pirate but as an officially sanctioned privateer. He stood both as the undisputed leader of the pirate fleet and as Britain's shadow vanguard, challenging Spanish dominance and expanding imperial influence across every shipping route of the Caribbean. Every faint dotted line he traced upon nautical charts quietly redrew the dividing lines of British imperial power across the western seas. In 1671 Henry Morgan embarked on the wildest, most daring gamble of his entire career, launching an audacious attack on the legendary city of Panama, the gateway to all South American wealth and trade. He gathered more than 30 warships and over 1,000 hardened outlaws, setting sail toward the wealthy, heavily fortified metropolis. To cross the dense, unforgiving Panama Isthmus his army endured 9 nightmarish days, trekking through thick, steamy rainforests, their dry rations. Quickly exhausted, they were forced to boil and chew tough leather belts to survive. Venomous insects swarmed relentlessly, plague spread silently through the ranks, and overwhelming despair hung thick over every weary soldier. Henry Morgan walked steadily at the front of the column, his once fine tattered cloak worn thin, yet his beard always neatly trimmed and his resolve unbroken. His quiet, almost reckless willpower became the only backbone holding this ruthless band of men together. When the grand city of Panama burned to ashes amid raging flames, Morgan stood atop the charred wreckage of its walls, gazing out over piles of scattered gold without a single trace of triumph or smile upon his face. He knew deep within that with the fall of Panama his glorious era as an unbridled pirate had already reached its end. Britain soon signed a peace treaty with Spain, making his unapproved assault an awkward violation of diplomatic agreement. What should have been a brilliant military triumph soon twisted into a subtle political trap, and he was ordered to return to London to face trial for his unauthorized conquest. His trial in London should have led straight to the gallows, yet Henry Morgan transformed the courtroom into his own coronation platform. Inside the cold, gloomy walls of the Tower of London he never begged for mercy like a common criminal. Instead he spoke with the dignified confidence of a conquering hero. He described in precise detail the delicate power balance across the Caribbean, explaining how British control of vital sea lanes could establish unrivaled imperial supremacy. He presented far more than piles of seized gold. He laid before the king a grand, sweeping blueprint for building an unshakable maritime empire. King Charles II was deeply impressed by this rugged sea lion, blessed with raw, untamed courage and sharp political wisdom. In 1674 Morgan was declared innocent of all charges, granted a royal knighthood, and ordered to return to Jamaica to serve as lieutenant governor. It remains one of history's most striking ironic twists. The former feared pirate chieftain was now tasked with upholding the law and suppressing his old pirate companions. Returning to the bustling port of Port Royal, Morgan traded his rugged pirate attire for elegant fine silk robes. Settling into the spacious, dignified office of the colonial governor, he began cracking down fiercely on pirate activity with the same ruthless determination he once used to lead raids and plunder. Standing atop the summit of political power, gazing out over the endless blue expanse of the Caribbean sea, he remained surrounded by familiar waters, yet his identity and place in the world had been completely, forever transformed. In his later years Henry Morgan suffered greatly from crippling gout and chronic liver disease, painful lifelong scars left behind by decades of relentless rum drinking and wild seafaring days. He would often sit alone on the terrace of the Jamaica governor's mansion, watching the golden sunset sink slowly below the distant horizon. Some of the comrades who once endured hunger, mud and hardship beside him had perished upon the hangman's gallows, while others had settled down to become wealthy, respected merchants of the island. People judged him in countless ways, hailing him as a daring national hero, condemning him as a traitor to his pirate brethren, and labeling him a ruthless opportunist driven only by class ambition. Yet Morgan paid little mind to the endless opinions of others. On quiet, lonely nights he would trace gently the edges of his old blood-stained official warrant. One last time his life answered the profound question of fate and redemption posed at the very beginning: as long as a person possesses enough strength, resolve and cunning, the world itself will rewrite its rules to make way for them. In 1688 he closed his eyes peacefully upon his sickbed, and the cannons of the British Empire roared in solemn salute, honoring the passing of this legendary pirate turned noble. Tonight, as we close our eyes, the soft tropical wind of the Caribbean seems to drift across the barrier of time, brushing gently against our resting pillow. All the heart-pounding adventures and dramatic twists have faded into the quiet dust of history, leaving only the steady, soothing rhythm of rolling ocean waves. Let your breath slow, deep and calm. Allow your consciousness to sink into quiet stillness. May you find your own inner peace within the deep historical tides of this timeless sea. Good night and peaceful dreams.